Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 131 of Through the Years, the podcast that reviews Ring of Honor show by show from the beginning. My name is Trevor Dame, and I am joined, as always, by the co-host of the show, Matt Feuerstein. Matt, we made it. We finally made it. In May of 2022, we started covering 2006 ROH. Over 2 years later, we are finally through it after this episode.
We are finally, as you put earlier on X, formerly known as Twitter, through the year, which it's really it's very meaningful. But based on the way you introduced the show, are you going to start a new trend for 2007 where you say hello longer and longer each time you say it?
No,
Because that was the longest and heartiest hello that you've given anyone in the entire history of this podcast. And actually, did you watch Twin Peaks: The Return?
I have not actually.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Trevor, did you watch the original Twin Peaks?
I've watched some of it.
All right. Well, I guess
I do like David Lynch. I don't know why I haven't watched. I mean, Blue Velvet, great. Straight Story, great. Right. Eraserhead, great.
All right. Well, if you like David Lynch, I obviously recommend Twin Peaks. But no, the reason I brought it up was there's a character, Twin Peaks: The Return. If your listeners have seen it, you know about Dougie, who pulls on the slot machine and yells "hello" every time it spins. And now that's just how I picture you, since you don't let anyone see photos of you. That's just how I'm going to picture you from now on. You're Kyle MacLachlan in a green suit.
Look, if you want to imagine me as Kyle MacLachlan as a green suit, I'll tell you what. That is a significant upgrade for me. You know, even that scene,
sure.
Because I do know some Twin Peaks, Matt. That scene where Dougie is spitting coffee all over himself, that would be an upgrade on my general continence, whatever I look like.
I mean, you do like spilling coffee on yourself.
Oh, I love that. I spill a lot of things on myself, but
it's kind of like a heat sensation that you get into. I don't know.
But why I did the extra long hello was because it's a special episode. Because for those who haven't been listening for a long time, like if you have only been listening in the last couple years and haven't gone through the back catalog, every Final Battle, which is the last show of every ROH calendar year, we do the whole regular show, and then we do an extra bit at the end of the show that is all about summing up the year, looking to 2007, doing some awards, reading some other people's awards. It's a big thing. It's our biggest episode of the year. This is a big one, so I thought I'd do a little something of that, and something I do occasionally, but we haven't done in a long time, and I'm going to do it now, even though we got a lot to get to. I'm going to do it quickly. I just want to thank everybody, as usual, everyone that's listened as we covered 2006, everyone that's been a guest. We've had continue to just have great guests. If you even listen to one episode, the thing I've said before, and I will say it again in the future, we're not a podcast that charges you money. There are a lot of great podcasts that do. There's nothing wrong with that, but we do charge the most valuable commodity you have, which is time. I mean, as I face middle age, this, goddamn, just with every passing day, it feels like does time seem like more of a precious commodity. And Matt, as one of the things kind of setting up for this episode, I thought this would be a good time to update. I have a removable hard drive that I store some stuff on, including a backup of this show, because this show must be preserved in time immemorial. I hadn't backed it up in a long time, so I re-download every episode, and I decided, what, I'm going to put them into a playlist and see how long every episode through the years would be if you want to listen to them all without end. Matt, 130 episodes of Through the Years before today. That would take you, we have recorded 357 hours, 43 minutes, and 43 seconds of this podcast. That would take you almost 15 days to listen to without sleep, without stop.
Oh boy, I apologize very much to everybody. So really, I'm sorry about all those minutes and hours, and I apologize in advance for all the minutes and hours we intend to continue recording, because we ain't leaving, or whatever a wrestler would say if they were trying to get a pop from the crowd. Maybe that would get a booze, actually, but we're not leaving. We're planning on continuing this for a while.
And I do know that there are some people that have listened to every single episode. So you have spent 15 days of your life on us. Obviously with podcasts you can multitask, but yes, I apologize if you've done that. But again, thank you so much for spending your time on us. You got so many options, more options than ever in today's world. And the only thing we ever ask of any of you is if you like the show, don't keep it a secret. If you think there's someone that you know would like the show, bring it up to them, recommend it. But don't just badger people if you don't think they'll like it. But literally, just do
I
the.
have one other request, which I've had for since the beginning, which is if you like the show, start a podcast recapping our podcast and do it for every episode, so you can have just as many minutes talking about us as we have talking about ROH. That's the only thing I ask. It's really not. I don't think it's a big ask, is it, Trevor? It feels like it's
You know what would be
reasonable.
funny is if they recapped our podcast, but they did it at a much quicker pace and then caught up to us, and then we were holding them up. Like if they were doing 2 episodes a week or something,
Yeah,
like, God damn, these guys! Like,
yeah.
they're starting to just do episodes that predict what we're going to cover next, what we're going to think of the next show.
It's a preview of our next episode.
Just start examining my life, which would honestly probably be more entertaining than anything we could talk
I
about.
mean, I would.
Um,
You know that I would listen to that podcast, and as would I would say that would absolutely Trevor, that would absolutely have more listeners than this does. You know it would,
it it would be a horror documentary podcast for
and
absolutely
it would
sure.
have more listeners than this by a lot.
Well, I guess we should get to the show, but we don't have any news between the last show and this show because the last show was literally the day before this show, and I went out of my way to take all the news that applied to this week that didn't have to be put directly on this show to create, give us as much time as possible just to focus on this show. But we do have one thing. Um, I always mention that we're going to bring up now anything interesting that happens on the video wires. Uh, Brian Danielson cut a hell of a promo on a video wire. I don't know if you rewatched this preparing for the show, Matt, if you even made note, but this was a pretty damn good promo.
I
On
remember.
one of the
I
video
didn't
wi-
rewatch it, but I remember it very, very well.
So yeah, Brian basically says people have been asking him how his shoulder is. Brian says human beings have something called sensory adaptation, where the mind gets used to things, if they if it just is a constant. So he goes, even though my shoulder gets tighter and tighter, in my mind the pain is non-existent now. Brian says it's not the same for homicide, I hear. He says, your shoulders hurt too, but you haven't had the time for your senses to adapt to it. Brian says that works perfectly for him as his cross-faced chicken wing tears out shoulder joints. The cannulation will break shoulder ligaments, and add in the elbows that he knocked homicide out with earlier in the year, and the small package no one has kicked out of since he perfected it in May, and homicide is a fallen man. Brian says homicide's been very important in ROH history, but he's always been on a level below Brian. And to get to Brian's level, homicide's going to have to do something that Nigel McGuinness couldn't do, Colt Cabana couldn't do, Naomichi Fuji couldn't do, Lance Storm couldn't do, Kenta couldn't do, Samoa Joe couldn't do. He's not only going to have to beat him, he's going to have to win the title. To win the title, Homicide's going to have to damn near kill Brian. And Brian thinks Homicide's not good enough to do it. Brian ends by saying, word on the street is that if Homicide doesn't win, the New York fans will riot. Brian says after he wins, he cordially invites the fans to riot because he's a one-man riot squad. See you fools in New York. And I thought this was just a
Trevor,
really
you just
good.
basically cut that promo. Like you just did the promo yourself. So good job. That was good. You are the man.
I mean, it was a good promo, and I thought this was really good at contrasting their shoulder injuries and Brian somehow making his, which is a much more like, I'm sure Homicide was still, dealing with ramifications from that shoulder injury, but that shoulder injury was in 2005, so I'm sure
wasn't it a thing where he needed surgery and like didn't get it? Was it?
Yeah, so again, I'm sure. I mean, in this match to this day, he still had it taped up. But Brian having to do this trick where everyone knows Brian has the way worse at that moment in 2006 shoulder injury, but Homicide is the babyface. So how do you create sympathy? And I thought Brian came with this really good rationale there with the whole pain thing of like, I'm used to it. In storyline, Brian had just re-injured Homicide's shoulder the night before, so creating this kind of rationale of like, I'm used to the pain, you're not, so actually you're the one at a disadvantage. And then just going through every single move that he's beaten Homicide with, all his finishers, how they would target the shoulder. I thought it was just great because, spoiler, every single one of those moves Homicide's going to survive in the main event tonight, and it's just a great way of kind of building up every key spot in the main event.
Wrestling
And
needs more promos like this. More just like here's how I'm going to win, and here's like why I'm going to win, and here's why I'm the best. Like just like real simple stuff that a confident athlete might say heading into a big fight, you know?
Yeah, yeah. This was one of those ones where, again, I wanted to say, oh, they should have put it on the DVD proper, but technically, all these video wires were on the
Yeah,
DVDs as bonus features, and they would
right.
usually even have a scroll on the bottom of the screen near the start of the show, telling you like, "Hey, dummy." They wouldn't say dummy, but they would basically say, "Hey, did you forget to watch the video wire? You should really watch that first." So
So
this was there for you to see if you had the DVD. If you're watching along through the pirate streams or through Honor Club, you will have to hunt this down. It is on YouTube. There's a big, it's not hard to find all the video wires on YouTube. There's a couple gaps, but this one is there. So I would say if you're going to watch the show after you listen to this, I highly recommend hunting down that video wire just for this promo. It's a very good promo.
so you're saying they didn't have Red Fox as Fred Sanford there calling people dummy for not watching the video wires? You big dummies, go watch the video wire.
And that brings us to Final Battle 2006. It took place December 23rd, 2006 at the Manhattan Center in New York City, New York, in front of a reported sellout crowd of what Dave Meltzer and the Observer described as 1,300 fans in an 1,100 seat arena. In fact, in an earlier issue of the Observer, Dave wrote, the December 23rd Ring of Honor show at the Manhattan Center may be the first ROH show in history to sell out in advance. I don't know if that turned out to be the case. I couldn't find out. But, I mean, the fact that it was basically you can tell even watching, they basically packed as many people as they could into this building. One of them, which I understand, was young Matt Feuerstein. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't that young, let's be honest. I'm already super old. But yes, I was certainly there as I was at every Manhattan Center show those first couple years. So, yeah, it was packed to the gills for sure. Maybe as packed as I'll ever remember it. And boy, what an atmosphere. Like, oh my gosh, what an atmosphere. Such a great atmosphere on that show, which we'll talk about a lot, I guess, tonight.
And the stars really came out for this show, too, because Mike Johnson of PW Insider would report at the time, CM Punk, his then girlfriend, WWE Diva, that's their wording, not mine. Thank God we're past the Diva era, because it feels so weird to call such a large segment of women performers divas. But WWE Diva Maria, Low Key, and the Maximos were visiting backstage. So, Homicide, very beloved Ring of Honor figure. A lot of his friends came out to see him. And we'll get to, main event tonight at the end is maybe the most heartwarming segment in Ring of Honor history. But, and then finally we have a little comment from a pwtorch.com live report from some weird guy named Matt Feuerstein who wrote at the time.
Another guy with the same name? That's so weird.
I mean, we used to post on the forums when we were teenagers where there was a guy named Matt Foy that was not you.
Wasn't it Scott Foy?
I think he wrote. I think his username might have been M4. I'm not even. No, maybe you know what? Maybe you're right. You know what?
M Foy was me.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. I gotta delete some things. No. PW Twitch live report from Matt Feuerstein. You wrote at the time, Matt. Let's get the focus back on Matt. This was another packed house, and the crowd was rabid, chanting "Homicide" several times before the show started. The crowd in the same building on September 16th was called the best crowd in ROH history. This crowd was hotter, and I think I can say, rewatching it back all these years later, this is one of the very best crowds they have had up to this point in the 5 years of Ring of Honor we've covered, and we've rewatched every show. I would have to say, I mean, do you agree? This has to be one of the best crowds they've ever had.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, the only crowds that I think, came close were a couple of the other Chicago crowds and a couple of the other Manhattan crowds, like a couple like Joe versus Kobashi, obviously, and Manhattan Mayhem. And and then this one, like this one was way up there. I mean, it was just I think we felt it more strongly both on the rewatch, but also in real time. I noticed this after months of tepid crowd reactions, like months. Like it was almost like, oh wow, yeah, people can get really into ROH. It was like, I don't know, a fever breaking in some ways.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so we open the show with shots of a homicide and Bryan Danielson entering the building ahead of tonight's main event. So they do a couple, cuts to them during the show to really just, they're trying to get over the enormity of the match, kind of give it that big fight feel, which this match naturally does already have. But I appreciate the little gestures here. And then we cut to ring announcer Bobby Cruz in the ring, welcoming this crowd to Final Battle 2006. At this point, Bobby Dempsey comes out dressed as Santa Claus, because remember, this show was one day before Christmas Eve, and I was listening to the Honorable Mentions podcast, and an honorable mention, not plural, but they made a good. I think it was them who made a good point. My research always gets so many sources, man, all kerfluffled. But that this was one of those big shows where a lot of people from different states and even Canada and maybe from other countries even came down to see the show. And think about that, like you were either going to have to stay in New York in a foreign state for the Christmas season, or you were going to have to try and travel back, the next day or whatever on one of the busiest travel days of the year. So like if you came from out of town to see the show, you were really, taking a leap here. You really wanted to see the show. But so anyway, Bobby Dempsey comes out dressed as Santa Claus, complete with bag, and Pele Primo is dressed as an elf.
But wait, don't leave out. Aren't they out to Run Run Rudolph?
I should have mentioned that.
Yeah. And it just got me thinking, like, how come Christmas has so many songs and almost none of the other holidays have songs? Like, are there Canada Day songs, Trevor?
I don't think so. I mean,
like, does it go like
songs...
Canada Day, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar? Right?
Well, now every year there will be. I'll be starting that trend. But no, it's I don't know, people playing tragically hip songs blaring from pickup trucks. I don't know, that's basically every day in this country. Right. So anyway, Santa opens the bag to reveal Ring of Honor student Mitch Franklin dressed as another elf. And it was kind of impressive, like, that Mitch Franklin was small enough to fit into this bag. Like, I just thought, that's a bag probably full of presents or something. No, an entire human being is in this bag, and he carries it all the way to the ring.
Yeah, and the crowd is already chanting, "Fuck you, Santa," and as soon as I heard that, I was like, "We are so back!" Like, after all these crowds, it's like, "Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about."
This is New York. They toss T-shirts out into the crowd until the Briscoes come out. The Briscoes immediately take out Santa and his elves. Jay hits Santa with a hard, unprotected chair shot to the head. Mitch Franklin gets tossed super high into the air, almost like the KRS-One, but that the Kings of Wrestling do, but minus the flip, just like super high vertical air. The crowd chants, "Thank you, Briscoes." Jay gets on the mic to say Merry fucking Christmas. And then Jay says, after the bullshit that happened last night, Kings of Wrestling, the Briscoes want a rematch tonight. Mark says, "Man up," a few times. And this crowd, was absolutely molted for this entire segment. As you were saying earlier, that we haven't seen from a Ring of Honor crowd in months. Like,
not since the last Manhattan show with like Morishima and Joe going at it. I'd say we haven't heard a crowd anywhere close to this. And also, I think this was like the Briscoes' face turn, because they never really officially turned face. They were just baby faces against the Kings of Wrestling. I think this was it.
Only in wrestling can you like turn to the good side by beating the shit out of Santa Claus.
That's for sure. Yeah.
But I was thinking, and then I realized that this was probably true. I was thinking, watch this. It's almost as if these people had not watched the prior few months of Ring of Honor, and then I realized, well, based on the delay of getting tapes out and stuff, that's probably true. And so maybe that helps too. Like, if you were just a New Yorker and the last show you saw was the last New York show, well, that was a great show. So it's like, true. You haven't had the momentum sucked from your veins, the will to live. I mean, those shows weren't that bad, but some of them were
just a couple of them might have been.
But, I mean, that is another thing to think about, too, is, we're watching every show, which for a lot of Ring of Honor fans, that was not the experience, watching every show in order, all that stuff. So we then cut to Jimmy Jacobs backstage, who is once again rocking his new makeup that mimics blood flowing from the corner of his eye. Jimmy says New York City always brings back a certain feeling for him. He feels like a stranger walking in the city. It's been that way most of his life. The more people around him, the more alone he feels. He didn't go to parties in high school, and he still doesn't go to social events now. He's an island unto himself. At this point, I was thinking, well, God, you're making me feel bad. Like, if that's what you say about yourself, I mean, am I any better? But anyway, Jimmy goes, all he needs is love, and he had that in Lacey, but Colt Cabana and BJ Whitmer stole that from him. First, Colt sexually defiled her and took away her purity, and then Whitmer stabbed her in the face with an 8-inch nail, both physically and emotionally mutilating her. Jimmy says
When he
tonight,
puts it that way, it sounds really bad.
I mean, definitely, and it sounds worse in the 2024 context of BJ Whitmer. Obviously, Jimmy says tonight in front of a sold-out crowd, he will be as alone as he's ever been. He may have an ally tonight in Brent Albright, but they're not friends. He says Colt and BJ's hospital beds can be side by side after tonight. Jimmy says he doesn't have much to live for, but tonight Colt and BJ have a lot to die for. Dun dun dun. So
I thought this was
you're
I thought this was a really good promo. Personally, I've been liking Jimmy's promos. Too bad it's like building up, kind of like on this show, a pretty low priority mid card match. But like as far as like in the context of the feud, I think he's been doing better promos lately. As far as like serious ones, not just promos where he says "I love you, Lacey," and then she yells at him.
I mean, some of Jimmy's promos, I find they border on the line of being too emo and overwrought, but then I realize that's kind of maybe partly the point of them.
Yeah.
Like sometimes, like they're a little cringe or something. Like I find in some of his recent promos, like in 1 second I'll go, "Wow, that's a great line," and the next line will be like, "Ooh, that's kind of cringy to me," and it will just veer back and forth. But
I did like his like the way he kind of weaved in like, "Oh, I'm not very social." And I keep to myself, but Whitmer and Cabana, Whitmer and Cabana, you're going to have lots of company because your beds are going to be side by side, and then the nurses and the doctors will be there for you. So they're going to be all hanging out at the hospital.
And again, another promo that does a good little bit of storyline work where he emphasizes, like, Brent Albright. Yeah, like I have a tag partner tonight, but like we're not friends. He's continuing, like, Brent Albright's a hired gun. So little things like that just to make sure you kind of know everyone's motivations. That's always appreciated. Our opening match, 4-corner survival match. Jimmy Rave defeated Christopher Daniels, escorted to the ring by Allison Danger, Davey Richards, and El Generico in 1746 when Rave made El Generico tap out to the heel hook. Before we get to the match, I want to take a note. Mike Johnson, who I believe is also at the show, wrote this on PW Insider. He wrote, Allison Danger has toned up her body a great deal, dropping 20 pounds in the process, and is really coming into her own from a charisma standpoint. Maybe I didn't really notice the weight loss. She always seemed fit to me. I guess when I looked at it, I did notice that maybe she is a little thinner. But I'll before I asked about the match, I want to ask you about this match. So I was thinking, so for those who don't watch this show, Allison comes out dressed in like a sexy Girl Guides costume, and the crowd,
Girl Scouts is how we say it here.
Girl Scouts. I mean, they're all the same to me, man. Girl Scouts, Girl Guides, brownies, rainbow bright, I don't know. Anyway, and that's very consistent with Allison Danger's like modern dress, where it feels like in the last year or two she just went one day to like the predecessor of Spirit Halloween and bought every adult sexy blank novelty costume, like sexy nun, sexy whatever. And hey, that's cool. But like I was thinking, like, sexy Girl Scout, it's like that felt like a little weird. Like, I don't know, maybe there are there technical, Matt, I'm not well versed in the world of Girl Scouts. Are there adult Girl Scouts? Like,
are you assuming that I am well versed in the world of Girl Scouts? I don't know. I honestly don't. I mean, there's like scout leaders, den leaders, and stuff. I don't know how they dress. So I guess your guess is as good as mine, Trevor.
I mean, the crowd is chanting, like, we want cookies at her and stuff, and it's like,
which is a very tame chant by the standards of the way Ring of Honor fans chant towards women.
I mean, there's a double meaning to that, but
I'm just saying, in the pantheon, I would say pretty tame.
But yeah, I was just like, this is the one costume where I'd be like, I don't know if I want to go with it on this costume. But you know what? The crowd loved it, so to each their own. Matt,
she wore the costume, so what are you gonna
do? Exactly. Matt, what'd you think about the match?
I was very happy to see Generico put in with this crew. After his first appearance back was nearly in a jobber role to Brent Albright. So here he was kind of put in with some upper mid-carders and got to look competitive against them. And, Generico is my guy, so I was happy to see that. And the crowd was definitely pretty hot for this. It definitely felt like a much more substantive opener than we've had in a good long while, at least since the Nigel McGuinness John Walters match back at Honor Reclaims Boston, but I'd say even further back than that. Um, so there was a lot of stuff with Generico against Richards doing um, fairly respectable babyface stuff. Rave is in here and there and gets some offense, but if you watch the match, Rave doesn't really do that much in this match, which obviously makes sense given that he's going to work another match later. But the big thing with Rave is that they keep putting over how devastating his heel hook is. They continue with that on commentary later in the night too. That's his big thing. His big hook, pun intended, is that he has a really devastating submission finisher. Um, but I think what I like the most is just Generico getting to do some cool stuff. Generico and Richards at one point they avoid each other's brain busters. And there's another point later in the match. Generico gets a crossbody on Daniels and his swinging DDT, and he teases the brainbuster. And I was like, oh no, he's definitely not going to hit that here. And at one point he teases it on Daniels, and Daniels fights him off and gets a crossbody. And then later on, he actually Richards goes up top and Daniels grabs him, allowing Generico to come up and actually hit the brainbuster, which is a really big move for an opener. That's a move that he really did not hit that often in ROH. So to see him hit it here in like an opening match before he's really established was very surprising to me. I'd say uh, Richards, I didn't think that he got to really show that much in this match. I think a lot of it was Daniels and Generico, and Rave did the least of the three. But I would say how I would describe the match is decently fun, especially down the stretch. There were a lot of big moves traded back and forth, and then kind of Rave snuck in to get the heel hook on Generico, which obviously he was going to take the fall. But I think Generico was the thing that I was focused on in this match, as you could tell. I just felt he was a breath of fresh air. We need people like that on the roster because it had gotten so dull on the undercards recently. So I was really happy to see him in there, treated with credibility, not treated like a jobber, even though he did the job. And yeah, I thought that it was worked pretty well for an opener. These Four Corners matches have, you know, they've gotten to the point where I'm never that excited to see them on a card, but I thought this one was good for its place on the card, and the crowd reacted well to it.
Yeah, to me, the story of the match was was the crowd and El Generico. Like the crowd was just super into Olaying for Generico right from the start. So much so that Daniels and Richard each like got in on and each did like one Olay spot to the crowd like during the match at different points. And they're super against Jimmy Raven, just loud in general. And I thought that's like they just had that really great energy that carried what I thought was a pretty standard, slightly above average four-way to something that was enjoyable. There was a few fun sequences, particularly the last 2 or 3 minutes, but this isn't a match I otherwise would really remember. It really is just about, like you were talking about, like El Generico really getting a great response from this crowd and bringing some like fresh energy to ROH. Rave, like you said, doesn't do much of the match, which kind of becomes one of the stories as he plays a role in this match. He's done a bunch before, which is that typical heel is just picking his spots. He tags it in and out at cowardly, opportunistic times, and he basically disappears for like a long stretch of the match at the end, where like basically the end of the match for a few minutes feels like it's just a Generico Daniels Richards three-way, only for Rave to make the sly little tag, which I thought was a really clever way they did it, where as El Generico is hitting Davey Richards with the top rope brainbuster, if you're watching carefully, you just see Rave, tap, Richards on the back as he's like lifted up for the brainbuster. He lets Generico hit. Generico doesn't know that, Richards isn't the legal man anymore. And when Generico is now trying to cover, the ref has to tell him, that's not the legal man. And that lets, Rave sneak up on, put him in the heel hook for the win. It all makes a lot of sense in terms of giving Rave an easy match where he doesn't have to do much at all, since he's going to have to pull double duty in the ring on this night. And it gets, great heel heat for the finish. And yeah, absolutely. So
Maybe I sounded a little bit like iffy on the match, but I want to make clear I think it was a good opener. Like I think it was a good way to start the show. It set a good tone for the rest of the show. Nothing that anyone would really need to see on its own, but I think that it was a really good way to start the show for the live crowd, especially.
Yeah, I would agree. Like I probably am like a little bit less on you, but it was a perfectly fine, enjoyable four-way. And again, it was just it was a great way to kind of almost, if you're the home viewer, like introduce you to this really good crowd. It kind of lets you know, like once you saw the reaction to this first match, and like even just Generico in his entrance, a guy who hadn't been doing hardly anything in ring. He'd had one match in Ring of Honor in the last year plus before this. Like it just kind of lets you know, oh, you're gonna be in good hands tonight with this crowd. And my only other note for this match, Matt, is I think at one point in commentary, the commentators asked, like, why didn't Christopher Daniels bring the tag title belt to the ring with him? Does that ever get addressed on this show? I don't think it does
Definitely
it?
not on this show, and I don't remember if
Yeah.
it gets addressed at all because I'm pretty sure Seidel does bring his, right?
Yeah. I believe so. So yeah, that was a weird thing too. But so after the match, Rave grabs the mic. He forcibly shakes El Generico and Richard's hands as they sell on the mat. The crowd chants bullshit, and Rave briefly talks about wanting respect until Nigel McGuinness runs into the ring. He attacks Rave. He spits in his face. He dares Rave to attack him in response. Again, there's just huge heat here. Nigel slaps Rave in the face. Rave bails to the floor, and he gets a "you got bitch" slap chant. Rave says, "This isn't over," into the camera as we cut away. So again, we're setting up what comes later in the night. And then next we have Adam Pearce coming to the ring. He grabs the mic to call this place a toilet with all the morons here stinking like shit.
Yeah, it's
Pearce
like,
understands.
wow, you're not being very subtle with your heel work here. You all stink like shit. Like I don't know. You don't really get that quite so bluntly from a heel in wrestling.
It wasn't enough to tell us that this place is like a toilet. Like he had to go exactly because the people might have thought that they were like used Q-tips or toilet paper. They didn't know, they wouldn't have known that they were pieces of shit without him really elaborating. Oh, and by the way, do not flush Q-tips. They're not good for the toilet. I don't want to steer anyone the wrong way, Matt.
Did you find that one out the hard way?
Oh, I found a lot of things related to the toilet out the hard
Oh
way.
my God.
I like once flooded my parents' house with the toilet where like the toilet was still running, and I just assumed, oh, it'll be fine, and then I just left,
And
and
then you
then
and then you
like
came right here to record this episode of the podcast.
absolutely. Um, Pierce understands that everyone here tonight is here to see someone named Homicide. Pierce declares today in honor of one man, his mentor, his best friend, the venerable James E. Cornette. Pierce says there's no way in hell Homicide walks out of this building as the Ring of Honor world champion. Cue Ricky Reyes' music, and out he comes with Julius Smokes. Smokes grabs the mic and calls Pierce a fake-ass Repo Man, that gets a loud Repo Man chant that I believe will stick with Pierce from time to time from here on out. Smoke says they're getting the Cuban executioner to whip Pierce's ass right now, and Reyes jumps Pierce for the impromptu match being Adam Pearce, scored to the ring by Shane Hagedorn, defeats Ricky Reyes with Julius Smokes via pinfall in 3 minutes, 22 seconds after he hit him with brass knuckles. Originally on this show, this had originally been scheduled on Final Battle for Adam Pearce and Shane Hagedorn to take on the Briscoes in a tag match, but obviously that was changed to do the 2 straight nights of Briscoes Kings of Wrestling. I think we can count that as an upgrade. But
Also, you figure that like had to be an intentional bait and switch, right?
Yeah,
Because like they weren't gonna like have that be the match for the Briscoes at Final Battle, considering what they ended up giving us.
there wasn't too much to this match at only 3 minutes. I will say that Reyes hit a nice run off the second turnbuckle. Smokes threw a nice headbutt. Julius Smokes threw a nice headbutt on Hagedorn when he distracted the ref as Pierce was tapping out to Reyes' Dragon Sleeper. So this was Reyes' second last match in the Gabe era of Ring of Honor, and he's another guy where it's just so clear they're done with him. Like he went from having that mini push where he was, squashing the ROH students to that bit of a feud with Austin Aries to almost never getting booked to being brought back to lose to Adam Pearce in 3 minutes.
It's funny because he gets to. You said it's his second to last match. He basically gets to do a return of your favorite tag team, the Havana Pitbulls, and then it's almost like that match is him tagging out and Rocky Romero tagging in because Ricky's gone and Rocky's back basically full time at that point.
Yeah, I almost wonder if this is just a booking because hey, it works nicely. Reyes maybe is in the area, he
Yeah,
can come
had
down.
Reyes been around over the past few months? I don't think so. I don't remember seeing him in any recent shows.
Yeah, and so for Hagedorn and Pierce, this is just it continues their kind of storyline, if you can call it a storyline, of just they're doing a lot of interference in all their matches. They're using the brass knuckles to win their matches. And that I don't know if you have any thoughts about a 3-minute Adam Pearce match against Ricky Reyes,
I
but
have a couple thoughts, which is just I think that Ricky was doing a little bit different offense here than he did as a heel, and I kind of liked him in the underdog role, even though it was basically a squash. And I think the crowd was pretty into him, obviously for because of his association with Homicide and the fact that it was the night of Homicide's big match. And I thought it looked to me like he was trying to show his value in a way that maybe like he realized that they weren't booking him anymore, because I did think that he had a lot of good energy in this match. And I think the crowd helped make this a more entertaining match than it otherwise would have been, because they were into Reyes, they were into chanting Repo Man at Pierce. Pierce was really getting into that. So I think for a 3-minute heel squash, I don't think this was a total waste of time, if that makes sense.
and I will say I did like the idea of this show. You see multiple like old friends from Homicide's past. We'll get into them, a couple more in the main event. So I did like the idea that on this big night for Homicide, a bunch of old familiar names kind of make an appearance. So after the match, Smokes gets in the ring and does this crazy ass, I guess, martial arts pose, and Pierce immediately drops to his knees and begs off, but Shane Hagedorn then attacks Smokes from behind. Pierce and Hagedorn hit Smokes with a spike pile driver and celebrate. Smokes really sells it, and as a bunch of the refs do the worst job I've ever seen of carrying him out of the ring, Smokes shouts, "Hold my neck!" multiple times.
His overacting is a low key, no pun intended, highlight of the show. Like, Ricky, Ricky. Actually, speaking of Red Foxes, Fred Sanford. Oh, right? We brought this up before. Elizabeth, my heart.
Yeah.
Right? That's like the Ricky, and then saying like, yeah, my neck. And then what I really liked about it was, at one point while he was being carried out, as he's screaming in pain, he does manage to get out one. We're the best in the world. It's one of his catchphrases. And
Smokes was fantastic tonight.
yeah, I mean, this was, this, if you're looking for like naturalistic selling, no, but if you're looking for entertaining pro wrestling, his overacting here was amazing. And a fan actually yells at him as when he's on the way out. He's like, a little weed and you'll be fine. And, that's how to treat broken necks.
I wrote in my notes, I'm looking at them, I wrote, after last night's show with Mercedes Martinez's injury and the awful handling of it, this is actually a very realistic angle from ROH's standpoint. The idea that a guy's getting carried out after a severe traumatic neck injury, having to scream to the people carrying him haphazardly, "Hold my neck." I also love Smoke smelling, like we already said. Like, he's going through the curtain, he shouts, and I quote, "Oh God, Jesus! Oh God, Jesus! Jesus! Jesus Christ!" Like, he just goes through every permutation of the name. He was just great. Just a great segment.
Early contender for the Matt F. Trophy.
And that brings us to Brent Albright and Jimmy Jacobs defeating BJ Whitmer and Colt Cabana, escorted to the ring by Daisy Hayes in 13 minutes, 49 seconds, when Jacobs pinned Cabana after a top rope senton. PW Torch live report from one Matt Feuerstein wrote, there was a segment of the crowd that turned on it early, but they were quickly shut up and the crowd was into it down the stretch. First, that brought me up, referencing that young chap, Matt Feuerstein. That brought something I wanted to say earlier, which is there is actually an episode of Joe versus the World that you did at the time covering the show that I did not re-listen to because I didn't kind of want to spoil. I'm sure I listened to it at the time. I didn't want to spoil my record. I didn't want to be spoiled on 2024 Matt Feuerstein's thoughts of the show by 2006 Matt Feuerstein's thoughts on the show, because I'm sure there will be some overlap. So I did not listen, but I thought if anyone wants to listen to a young Matt at the time, so excited that he wrote a live report to PW Torch and then did a podcast about the show, that is out there on the Joe versus the World podcast out there. So,
but Trevor, did you know that I was not the only guest on that episode?
Was it Rob Naylor?
It was,
Who else was on?
Yes, Rob Naylor and me.
Yeah.
One of I think 2 times that I was on a podcast with Rob Naylor. So,
I must have listened to it because to recall that, because my memory is usually awful. So yeah, I must have listened to that at the time. I'm sure I did, because you usually would just tantalize me after like shows like this where you would on the old AOL instant messenger be like, man, this was a good show, and you'd be really excited. And
yeah. But
and then I would take months to get it. So that was the fun of being a Ring of Honor fan back in the day that did not live in the Northeast. Um, so in terms of this match, I felt like this match had some similarities to the Jimmy Jacobs tag the night before, minus the horrific legitimate injury. I felt like both matches had this real fun, chaotic energy to start. Both matches felt like they thought of some big, novel or flashy ideas. I like the opening here too, where Jimmy comes to the ring and he's super pissed off and he's waiting for the face team to come out, like he's just like, come on, let's do this, let's fight. But only Daisy Hayes comes out for the faces, and she keeps waiting for Colt and BJ to come through the curtain to the point where I was actually starting to think, like, is there an actual like legit delay here? And then nope, it's all a ruse, because like Whitmer and Cabana come through the crowd, they attack Jimmy and Albright from behind. I thought that was like a neat little idea to start the match. And then the first few minutes are all four men fighting in and around the ring, to the degree where I was kind of surprised when it settled into a regular tag match, because I was like beginning to assume, oh, is this just a tornado tag or like a no DQ tag? But then we get a middle portion of the match that's fine. It does slow down a couple times briefly, and I know this might shock listeners of recent episodes, but it's when Brent Albright's in control and that it occasionally slows down a little bit. Although I will say, I thought he was pretty solid in this match. Sometimes I've been a little hard on him. He held up his end fine in this match. But again, there were some neat spots in this match that made it feel extra, which is, I feel like, what so many Ring of Honor matches have been missing the last few months. Like, there's a spot where Colt says, "Oh, this is going to suck, Jimmy." And he whips Jimmy into BJ Whitmer, who then hits him immediately with Exploder on the middle ring ramp. Whitmer suplexes Jacobs, and they both fall over the top rope to the floor. At one point, Whitmer is standing in the corner, and Albright lifts Jimmy Jacobs in almost like a running atomic drop position, and he runs across the ring and throws Jacobs into a drop kick where, Jacobs is basically being like lawn darted feet first into Whitmer's chest. I thought that looked really cool. Colt does the flying asshole butts in the corners back and forth between Jacobs and Albright, who are each in opposite corners. And then he tries to stack them together in one corner so he can do the butt to them both at the same time. But instead, they both get out of the way. So Colt lands standing on the turnbuckles, and I think, oh, he's going to do what he did the night before against Albright, where he does like a flying butt off the second turnbuckle, which was cool. But instead, he does what basically I can only describe as like a flying mule kick, drop kick, where he holds onto the top turnbuckle and then jumps kind of face down, like he just extends his body horizontally, throwing his feet out behind him. And it was the second straight night Cole did something different, some different cool thing I haven't seen from him before, off a missed butt landing him on the turnbuckles. The match then ramps up late. Jacobs does the contra code on Colt, immediately transitions into a satellite head scissors on BJ in a sequence so cool the audience gives it an ovation. I don't know if it's a standing ovation. We then get one of those classic wrestling spots where you set up a table on the floor early in the match, and you just hope that the crowd will forget that you have a table set up, so that late in the match when you do the table break, it comes as a surprise. And here it's Brent Albright power bombs Whitmer through the table. They're in the ring. He just throws him over the top rope, drops him through the table on the outside. That allows Albright and Jacobs to isolate Colt in the ring for the win. Albright just starts hitting Colt with 5 straight German suplexes as Jimmy just keeps screaming more, hit him more, before he hits the flying senton for the win. I kind of wish that Jacobs got to be the one to put Whitmer through the table somehow, because I feel like he worked really hard in this match, and he and Whitmer are the ones really having the feud here. But Albright was solid in the match for my usual criticism. So what I would say is I'd give this match a really strong good, 3.5 stars, and I'm really happy with that. This is similar to how I was going to feel about the Jimmy Jacobs tag the night before the injury left a sour taste in my mouth. This is one of those things I really missed from the ROH undercards the last few months, which is actually a few things, because it checks a few boxes for me. It's going pretty high energy. There are spots here that you don't see on every show. The match is more than the performers just going through the Rolodex of their usual signature moves. People work hard enough that you don't feel like anyone's holding back. And for me, you just do those things and I'm happy. An undercard match doesn't have to be 4 stars or better, an outright great show-stealing match. I'll take matches of this level with this energy on an undercard all day. So I was really happy with a 3.5 star match like this, in my opinion.
I liked it a little bit less than you. I think that I enjoyed the match the night before a lot more until the the bad part happened.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that felt just more chaotic and intense and wild. I did think that because of what I guess I'd mentioned in my live report, the negativity from the crowd, I think that took some energy out of the early part of the match. I also enjoyed the part where Cabana yelled, "This is going to suck, Jimmy," and he whips him into Whitmer in the aisle, who gave him the exploder and all that stuff. And I will say also that the part where Whitmer did the delayed vertical suplex that ends up going over the top rope with Whitmer and Jacobs, I thought that looked incredibly spectacular. Like that was one of the best suplexes of two guys over the top rope that I think I've ever seen. I just I don't know, the physics of it. It just looked so good. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but it
Those
just
guys are really good at doing spots intentionally and unintentionally where they look chaotic and like they're both about to die together. Like,
yeah, for
I
sure.
mean, this one's going to be their least memorable one, but like, yeah, I agree that like they made it look chaotic in a good way. Like, just holy shit, going over the top together.
Yeah. What you mentioned about the table, like the crowd for hoping the crowd forgets. I think the crowd did forget because the reaction to that table spot, that power bomb through the table, like they did not see that coming at all, and they went insane. And you said you wish that Jacobs was the one who put Whitmer through the table, but it was very clearly an intentional spot to get Albright over as a guy who did that because I don't know if remember this, but the next time they come to New York City, there's a Whitmer versus Brent Albright, pretty famous or infamous, if you want to say, tables match between the two of them. So that's what that was setting up. And so I think it worked perfectly as Albright doing it. And also the fact that he hit 5 German suplexes on Cabana, I think this was that final sequence. I'd say starting with Jacobs doing that contra code into the satellite head scissors, followed by the crazy power bomb, followed by the rolling Germans into the senton. That was an excellent closing sequence. I just thought there was a little bit too much, I don't know, lack of energy in the early part of the match. But I definitely, so for me, not quite as exciting as the match the night before, but like obviously, you know, eons less problematic. So I'll take this one in the end.
Yeah, and to your point, I do agree about the rationale behind like Albright getting the table break spot, and that's a really good point you made. And also from a booking standpoint, it is kind of a good booking in the sense of both guys on the Albright Jacobs team get something. Like Albright gets the memorable spot that takes Whitmer out of the match, but technically Jacobs gets the pin. So you kind of each give them something to take away from this match. A couple other notes I had, little side things I had from this match. First off, I want to mention this was maybe the coolest Jimmy Jacobs entrance we've had so far. Like just the number of people that had cell phones lit up for it. I thought it was like the best, because people lift them up like lighters during the Ballad of Lacey. I thought more people did it for this show than I can remember. It was just really cool entrance. And another thing I want to mention is the commentators on the show, one thing they make a point to do, they've clearly been instructed to do it, is during every match, they go over all the wrestlers in each match, and they make a point to discuss like their entire 2006, like all their high points, what they've done in 2006. It's kind of a recap. And when when Dave Prazek and Lane Leonard, I forget which one said this, but when they're talking about listing Colt Cabana's accomplishments in 2006, one of them includes had sex with Lacey. Like of all the accomplishments, which I guess that's an accomplishment.
Hey,
Like just like,
you know what? Maybe that's her accomplishment. You ever think of that?
yeah, sexist assholes. But and then the other spot I noticed, I don't know if you noticed this, at one point Jacobs like grinds at Whitmer's head like he's got a cut, and then he does the paint your opponent's blood on your face spot, but there's no blood I could see at any time during that spot before or after. So I was thinking, was there a cut that was so small that maybe there was a tiny bit of blood that you couldn't pick up, or was like Jimmy just like hoping there would be blood and like, well, there isn't, but I'm still gonna do this, because it was like he did like the face paint with blood spot. I never saw any blood. It was a weird moment, but or maybe he was doing the first ever pro wrestling, I'm gonna face paint with my opponent's sweat spot. I don't know, but
Maybe it was like invisible blood, like they have invisible ink.
yeah, you gotta put some lemon juice on it. You can write some curse words to your friends at school, but
In blood.
after the match. After the match, refs and students rush to check on Whitmer on the floor. Jacobs and Albright watch from the ring. Jacobs shouts, "Vindication, BJ," which for some reason really is a funny combination of two things. Like if you take it in a different meaning, just someone screaming "Vindication, BJ" over and over again. Albright clears his nose onto Whitmer 3 times, both nostrils. Disgusting. The crowd chants "BJ Whitmer" as Jacobs and Albright leave. We then get a new ad for ROH's merch website. And as always, remember DVDs, remember physical goods. I do. Actually, I just bought a 4K Blu-ray of Weird Al Yankovic's UHF, Matt. So incredible. The
Nice.
physical
Awesome
media
get.
still lives. Full of great performances from totally people that have just held up like Michael Richards and Victoria Jackson. Now it's time for the Kings of Wrestling to come to the ring. Part of the crowd's chanting Kings of Wrestling moments after their theme starts, before they even come out, and maybe for the first time, they enter through the curtain rather through the back of the building as outsiders, which will be explained in a moment. And so, yeah, for people that, just to remind people, at this time, I think people still, if I remember correctly, people still thought that that this was his last match in ROH, right? Like that, the news
Yes,
hadn't come out yet.
I didn't realize that in memory, but the way the crowd was reacting and like the way that they were booking it, yeah, pretty clearly it had not gotten out yet that he wasn't leaving. And I don't like, do you have my report up? I didn't look it up. Do I say anything about that? I guess it's not fair to ask you. I could just look myself. But I don't I thought that it was already known that he wasn't really leaving, but I guess not.
I mean, yeah, it's weird. I do have a lot of stuff we'll get to after the match about the Claudio conundrum, including a clapback at Brian Alvarez. I forgot that existed, but the point being, this crowd, they're giving the Kings of Wrestling like a semi babyface reaction. You know, some of the crowd, not all of the crowd, that they've never gotten, because I think at least some people are thinking like, this is Claudio's farewell for us in Ring of Honor. You know, we're gonna miss him. You know, the crowd applauds when they do their corner-to-corner high five spot even. Once in the ring, Hero has the mic and introduces us to the man he's hired as his personal agent, the man who got him his own locker room, which, again, I love. You know, I always talk about, we talk about Ring of Honor at their best, the attention to detail and explaining things. I love that, like, they've now, instead of having, Hero's gimmick, and when Claudio joined up with them, has always been they had to enter through the crowd because they were CZW outsiders. And so even when they got into Ring of Honor, they still had to enter through the crowd because they wouldn't be welcome backstage. So I love that they go through the extra mile going, well, now they're going to get to enter through the curtain like everyone else, because Larry Sweeney has gotten Chris Hero his own locker room. So, yeah, Hero goes, the man who's taking me all the way to the top, sweet and sour Larry Sweeney. Sweeney gets a nice ovation and a sweet and sour chant. Hero says, all of us dorks probably read on the internet, he had a special farewell planned for Claudio Castagnoli, but he couldn't help but hear two typical Southern Delawareans bumping their gums about a challenge. Hero points out that the Kings beat the Briscoes last night in Connecticut, which he said, and says it was easy. Hero jokingly says he thinks it's time for the Kings to man up. The Briscoes music hits, they charge the ring, the match is on. And that brings us to the Briscoes. Jay and Mark Briscoe defeated the Kings of Wrestling, Chris Hero and Claudio Castagnoli, scored to the ring by Larry Sweeney, in 17 minutes, 13 seconds, when Mark Briscoe pinned Hero after Claudio accidentally hit Hero with the briefcase, and Mark and Jay then hit Hero with the stereo, shooting star press, and top rope leg drop. Matt, I remember on the last show where we watched the prior Kings of Wrestling Briscoes tag, you said, I remember this match being better on the final battle match. Matt, you get to go first. I'll just say, I think you were right. I think your memory did not fail you here.
Yeah. Oh man. First of all, I really loved this match when I first saw it live, and I think I like it more now. Like I expected to think this was a really good match. I thought this was fucking awesome. Like, this was just the sort of match that these teams needed at this time. This was a match where I was just like, what have they been waiting for to do a match like this? You know, the Kings of Wrestling, clearly for a lot of their first few months and their tag title reign, for some reason they decided this was not how they wanted to work. They were going to play up the heel shtick. They were going to goof around. There was very minimal goofing around in this match. And don't get me wrong, I love the goofing around a lot of the time, but it's ROH. Sometimes you want a kick-ass match, and that's what they did here. They did a kick-ass, big moves, a spectacular spot indie tag match. I think it was a mission statement match for the Briscoes, saying, "All right, we're faces now. We're going to be the top tag team in the world. This is what's going to happen." And the Kings of Wrestling, they were right there with it. It was kind of sad that they were broken up in ROH right after this, but let's get to the match first. So I'll try to do a rundown of some of the what I loved about the match. First of all, I love that it was a hot start. The Briscoes, they charge the ring. Kings of Wrestling try to bail, but Mark waits on the outside to attack, and they all brawl in the aisle, which allows Jay to stand on the actual ring post and do a flip dive onto everyone in the aisleway, which gets the match started in a huge way. And then the bell rings, and one thing to notice is Bryce Remsburg is the ref here. He was not a regular referee for Ring of Honor at this point, so I don't know. I guess the point here was that they were going to do something different in this match. I don't know what made them put him as the ref, but something to do with, I guess, what they were going to do. Or they had just already set it up because it was going to be Claudio's last match and they wanted him to be there for it. And I don't know when exactly it was known that it wouldn't be, but that's the only other thing I could think of. And the announcers, they do talk about Claudio like he's leaving the WWE, so they're still playing that up. Even though obviously that was recorded after this, they were still playing that up. But yeah, so they still keep going with the high spots. Mark teases he's going to springboard into the ring onto Hero, but instead he springboards into an Acai moonsault onto Claudio on the floor. Jay immediately follows that with the springboard missile drop kick to Hero's back. Briscoes actually do their big double beel, but they do it on Claudio, which that's really impressive. They usually do that on much smaller guys than Claudio, and it's pretty good. They get him pretty high and pretty far. I think that was one of the more impressive things they've done, honestly. At one point, Jay goes for a jumping Rana on Claudio, but Hero tags himself in, and Claudio holds Jay upside down in the position so Hero can hit a low drop kick, which allows them to take over a little bit. The Kings of Wrestling are definitely getting more babyface reaction here, to the point where we're getting dueling chants and things like that. They, the Kings of Wrestling, they're being very aggressive. They're doing less taunting. They're doing more action-oriented stuff. Claudio, for the first time in a while, I think, is really, really, really showing everything he can do in terms of impressive stuff. He was getting a little more like that in the matches that involved Seidel, but here, he does a delayed vertical suplex right into a nip-up, and he's really milking the pops for the first time in a while. There's a few points where Hero and Jay trade strikes mid-ring, which, Hero hasn't really played up his striking ability yet at this point, but he's doing it a little bit more here, going toe-to-toe with Jay Briscoe. There's a spot where Claudio tries to knock Mark off the apron, but Mark shoulder blocks him. So Hero comes from behind and yanks him off the apron right before Jay is about to tag, which I thought was a very good spot, because it's usually they just knock the guy off the apron. This time they kind of do a subversion where they think you're going to knock him off the apron. He doesn't let them, so they knock him off the apron from the other direction. I like that a lot. I thought that was pretty good heel psychology. There's Hero does this really cool arm submission where he ties Jay's arm up in his legs and then rolls over, allowing Claudio to basement dropkick Jay in the face. So a lot of Hero's wackiness is kind of directed towards wrestling moves here instead of just being wacky. They at that point they try to do a double suplex on Jay, but Jay knees them both in the face, hits a double DDT, hot tags Mark. Mark goes crazy, hits a great head and arm suplex. He dumps Hero on his head. He goes for his woohoo springboard splash, but Hero gets the knees up and then tags in Claudio. Claudio comes in with a European uppercut off the top rope, hits the Ricola bomb for 2, and then Jay comes back in. We're going back and forth at this point. Hero hits a running uppercut in the corner across the ring, flies onto the apron, flips back in, hits a big Yakuza kick in the corner, and then a cravat slam off the middle rope for 2, which is, I think, a really cool sequence on Jay Briscoe. Then Claudio hits a run up the ropes enziguri on Jay, and then Kings of Wrestling do the Power and Glory finish, which the crowd goes nuts for. Mark breaks that up. So at this point, I'm okay, this is not the Kings of Wrestling we've seen in ROH so far. Would you agree? This is they're just doing a totally different act than we've seen them do at any of their other matches. At that point, Jay's still on the top rope, so Claudio goes to climb up, but Mark stops him. Mark snaps Hero's neck over the top rope, and then, in some contrived way, probably the most goofy part of the match, Claudio somehow ends up on Jay's shoulder while Jay is on the top rope, on the top turnbuckle. But it allows for a moment where Mark gets on the top rope, leaps up, hits a Rana off of Jay's shoulder on Claudio, while also landing in a splash on Hero. And then Jay immediately follows that with a frog splash onto Claudio for 2. And at this point, the crowd is just completely nuts over the match, chanting ROH. It's the loudest reaction to any match in months, I would say. Just like some of the opening stuff was some of the loudest reactions we've heard in a while. I'd say this is the loudest reaction to any match we've heard in months. So now we get, at one point, Briscoes, they throw Hero to the floor. They go for the Springboard Doomsday device, but Hero pulls down Mark. Jay goes for a reverse Rana on Claudio, but Claudio holds him up, and then Hero puts Mark over Claudio's shoulders on the other side, and then he does this crazy spin with both of them on his shoulders and then slams him to the ground, which gets a holy chit chant, a loud "this is awesome" chant. And then we get one of these, like, everyone's down spots. So Hero hits a release suplex on Jay. Mark spin kicks Hero. Claudio uppercuts Mark. Jay big boots Claudio. Hero big boots Jay and does the little deep knee lunge, as you like to say. And then when he turns around, Jay is there and hits a Jay driller. Then Claudio hits the Apamari water slide on Jay. Then Mark hits the cutthroat driver on Claudio, and everyone collapses, and the place goes completely insane. Such a great moment. Mark covers Claudio after a long delay, gets a 2 count, and then at one point, so Hero and Jay are exchanging strikes. Larry Sweeney distracts the ref. Claudio tries to use the briefcase, but Mark shoves Hero in the way, and Claudio hits Hero with the briefcase by mistake. And the Briscoes throw Claudio out of the ring and hit that shooting star press, top rope, leg drop combo from opposite corners, and Mark pins Hero and gets the win. I feel like all the big spots that I ran down, that was basically the whole match. Like, the match was just like bomb throwing and crazy stuff and the crowd going nuts. And I really feel like, this was definitely not a Southern style tag. This was a modern, big moves. The psychology was just basic heel face stuff, but they were both doing things that drove the crowd crazy. So Kings of Wrestling weren't getting so caught up in the idea that they were heels. They were just allowing themselves to be maximally entertaining. And I really think that if 2 teams put on this match today, move for move, beat for beat, I think that it would still hold up as a great match. I think this was not a match that seems dated in any way. I just think it was spectacularly executed, and the crowd was so hot for it that I think it just elevated it to another level. I think this is one of the best tag team matches of the year. I absolutely loved it. I want to watch it again. I really love this match.
First off, I just want to say this is the kind of match where I'm like listening to you talk. I'm like, I'm glad I'm not the person that thought I should like try and track a lot of the moves and matches. Even though I do a lot in my recaps, like for my own personal notes, I was like, man, like I was getting exhausted just like in a good way listening to it. And then it was like a pleasure to hear you talk because I could hear you get more excited it was almost like you were watching the match a second time in your mind. Like I could hear you. I was getting more into it. I was like, man, this is a good match again right now on the show. But yeah, this was great, really great. I mean, I don't want. I feel like just saying great is an understatement, a little bit of an understatement. To start with, I want to say I feel like one of the themes of 2006 ROH was with the company shifting to all double shots. We started to see more guys start to do B show level matches and A show level matches, like guys starting to pace themselves a bit more over the year. And I feel like sometimes people might go, well, what you guys sometimes throw that around, like, what does B show and A show mean? To me, rewatching this weekend, like, to me, these 2 matches on this weekend, the Briscoes, Kings of Wrestling, the 2 matches they did this weekend on back-to-back nights, this to me now is like the gold standard of what I mean when I say B show and A show, because you got the exact same match in terms of the participants Friday and Saturday night, 24 hours difference. And stylistically, even I thought this was like similar in that they were both like that 2006 ROH tag style, 2006 Briscoe style, go, 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 no real story, but just from action from the drop, never stopping for the most part. But just at completely different levels from Friday to Saturday. and it's all, since a match of this style, it's based on the spots. They live on die on how many cool big ass spots they do, especially things they don't do all the time. To me, that's like the difference from these matches, kind of making me numb and feel like I've seen some variation of them a million times, and them being awesome. Like, you have to go really big at this point, and these guys, as like I think Matt just really described very well, they went super big. From like early on, like you mentioned, like when Jay Briscoe does that dive into like the entranceway, like Jay does some high flying, and he'll occasionally even do a dive to the floor, but that's the kind of spot you would expect Mark to do. And it's like when Jay does that right near the start of the match, you're like, if Jay's doing that, like this match is fucking on, like right away, this is like A+ special show level, pull out everything level effort. And so you get that hot start, and the match settles down like a little bit. And I was thinking for a brief moment fairly early on, like, okay, this is definitely a better version of the match they did the night before, but it's still not blow away. And there's even a couple moments in the early portions where this crowd, which gets incredibly hot by the end, is just a tiny bit quiet. But then this match does what I feel like the best tags of 2006 RH do, which is it just keeps ramping up and ramping up and ramping up. It just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and they're uncorking cool spot after cool spot. And this is one of those matches where like Matt's review, like just of telling the spots, like you said, this match is basically cool spots. Like, yeah, this is a match where the match is just the spots. There's no subtlety. There's no like, oh, like there's little nuances. No, it's cool shit done in front of a crowd that's losing their minds. Matt, you covered most of it. What I would say is like, what this kind of reminded me of is almost like a better version of, I think it was the Briscoes versus Davey Richards and Matt Sydal on the second night of the UK double shot, where I was like, oh, this is action packed and it's fairly good, but I was getting still a little bit of that numbing feeling I get in a lot of these 2006 ROH tags, but then they just kept going and going. It's like, okay, this is actually very good. This is great.
Can I
Holy shit,
interject? Can I interject one
yeah,
time?
go on.
Which is there's a big difference between those two matches. Which is that match was like what, like 30 minutes, 28 minutes or something. This was like 17 or 18, so they didn't have time to get too much into the kind of the I don't know, the numbing period, I guess is what I would
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel like it's one of those matches where they just keep raising the stakes, and your opinion of the match keeps going up because you're like, wow, they're just, and it just really is just yeah, I would not give this a flat 4-star grade. I would say this is at least 4.25, maybe even 4.5. I'd probably do like a 4.25, but like a strong 4.25. And I'm a very hard marker. But this is, I agree with what you said, which is this is one of the best RH tags of the entire year. Like, this is just that kind of style of, if you're going to do a match just on big moves and inventiveness and like a really high work ethic, this is like about as good as I think you can do it in 2006 ROH.
Let's just say two teams did this exact match tomorrow. Wouldn't it be considered a really great match now?
I think it would be. I don't think it would get maybe quite the reaction because we've gotten a little bit spoiled in terms of that. But I think like a lot of the standout spots would still be impressive. Like that spot you mentioned where Claudio has both members of the Briscoes hung by their feet around his neck, and he's doing the giant swing with them. Like that would be a spot that would get a reaction just as big today. Or the
spot where Mark does the Rana on Claudio off of Jay's shoulders, but also lands on Hero in a splash, and then Jay immediately follows that with a frog splash. I think that would also get the crowd going nuts nowadays.
Yeah, and those are spots that are still inventive today, which is impressive because like the bar for, I always say this, the bar for spots and like inventiveness is constantly getting raised more than any other element of wrestling, where what seems novel and like flashy today, like within a few years sometimes feels old hat. And like, yeah, there are spots in this match where you'd be like, that would still feel fresh and crazy, to crowds, I think, today. And I also agree, I really like that spot you mentioned where Jay's been worked over a while. he makes a comeback, and he and Hero are both trying to make tags. And Hero tags Claudio, and then he runs over to Mark, who's like the illegal man on the apron, who's waiting for the tag from Jay. And so you think, okay, he's just going to cut Jay off Jay's tag, but Mark actually hits Claudio before Claudio can hit him. And then Jay then backdrops him. So now you really think Jay's going to make the hot tag. And then, like you mentioned, Hero yanks Mark off the apron. I thought that was just like a really cool like bit of misdirection. I think sometimes I see this sometimes in Kings of Wrestling matches where I think they are really good at the art of like those like 2 or 3 quick little swerves you're not expecting like that, where you're like, there's like 2 different moments here I think something's going to happen, and both times they quickly change it. I just thought that was a really cool in a match that was full of cool spots. I thought that was really cool, and that wasn't flash. That's just a really, and I'll also mention even the finish. I thought, like, have you ever seen the Briscoes have done that before as a finisher, where they do the stereo. Mark does the shooting star press and Jay does the top rope leg drop at the same time to the same guy, but like they just hit it bang bang so close to each other in this match. Like just the aim and the body control. I don't think I've ever seen it look that good and that deadly as it did in this match for the finish. Claudio using the briefcase, but like accidentally hitting Hero. It works great for the angle afterwards. I think it's a great like payoff to them using the briefcase so often. Finally getting their comeuppance. That's a great moment. One thing though, the last thing I do want to mention though, I thought this was weird. Did you notice this, Matt? Where at one point the Briscoes want a different guy to be the legal man in the match, and they were both just in the ring doing moves. So one of them walks to a corner that neither of them have used for the entire tag, and then the other guy just tags him. I was like, does that count? Like, can you just pick a random corner of the match that no one was using and be like, yeah, this will be our corner for this minute, but like
no, I missed that. That's crazy.
Yeah, so, great tag. Crowd was absolutely molten by the end, losing their minds. And so, before we talk about the post-match angle, I think we should get into the Claudio stuff maybe. Well, actually, I wonder, no, you know what, maybe we should just do the angle first. So, I'll scroll down. I'm calling a quick audible now. I'm going to change the order of my notes. I'm going to do the angle first. So, after the match, the crowd gives an immediate standing ovation as Larry Sweeney screams, "What did you do?" at Claudio. The Briscoes quickly leave after posing for a ringside photographer's photo, which I thought was very cute. Like, rarely have I seen like wrestlers like pose for a photo after. I think it was a Japanese photographer, so probably some foreign media. So I thought that was a cute thing. We get a big "Thank you, Claudio" chant as Sweeney and Claudio check on Hero. Claudio grabs a mic as the crowd chants "Kings of Wrestling," and someone in the crowd is even holding up a sign that says "Thank you, Double C," and you don't see very many signs at ROH shows. So Claudio says he had this big, long farewell speech planned, but as things turned out, he's probably going to stick around in ROH a little bit longer. And I love, this is a little detail, if you look at the guy in the background that was holding up the "Thank you, Double C" sign, he's framed perfectly behind Claudio at this point. When Claudio says that, you can see his friend turn to him and almost say something to him like, "Oh, what the heck?" And the guy that was been holding up the sign this whole time immediately stops holding up the sign. like he's just like, oh, shit. God damn it.
All right, I guess I have nothing to thank you for, Claudio.
Yeah, I held up the sign for nothing. So Claudio says, if you thought King of Wrestlings caused tear in Ring of Honor in 2006, and at this point Claudio screws up the way he said 2006, and he gets a bunch of haze, and the crowd kind of gets on him good-naturedly, and Claudio does the comeback I always love from people that speak multiple languages, where he goes, like, look, it's been a long night, and I'm from Switzerland, this is my second language, which is always, like, a great comeback. Like, how dare you get on someone for being, like, slightly bad at English when most of us only know one language. So Claudio goes, anyway, wait until you see what the Kings of Wrestling have up their sleeves for 2007. Larry Sweeney snatches Claudio's mic away and says, and I quote, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa there, Swisso." Sweeney says he's 5 woes and Swisso, just great. Larry Sweeney's so great. Sweeney says he's very happy Claudio is going to stick around a little while longer, but when Claudio changed his plans, he killed the Kings of Wrestling, and they ain't coming back. Larry says he and Kiro have made some plans, and Castagnoli, pack your bags and hit the bricks, pal, because those plans don't involve you. Sweeney says that's Claudio's farewell right there. Claudio grabs the mic back and asks if Larry really thinks Hero will pick him over Claudio. Hero, though, he seems torn between the two and he ends up shaking Claudio's hand, but then he immediately leaves with Sweeney to booze.
Yeah,
Claudio looks stunned by this.
this both live and watching back, I was again surprised that Hero had such a tame turn on Claudio. That he didn't attack him in this moment.
Yeah, it's a really interesting way they played it, right? Because you would think the traditional thing would be for Hero just to immediately turn, especially since Claudio in a way kind of cost him the match by accidentally hitting Hero with the briefcase. That the natural thing would be, Hero just immediately attacks Claudio during the speech, or goes for the handshake or the hug at the end, but then kicks him in the balls or something. But no, they actually play it as Hero's conflicted, and even though he picks Sweeney, he doesn't seem happy about it, right?
Right.
He's like, I'm gonna pick one of you guys, but God, I wish I didn't have to. That's how he seems to kind of play it here.
It was definitely an unusual way of going about it, for sure.
Yeah, Sweeney screams that Hero is the number one prospect. Claudio's been holding them back. Hero and Sweeney leave, and at this point, Samoa Joe's music hits, and now he comes. Joe grabs the mic, and as Claudio puts a friendly hand on Joe's arm, Joe replies that this is his space, bitch, and he's not Claudio's friend. Or he says, "This isn't my space, bitch, and I'm not your friend."
That's what he says. This isn't my space, bitch, and I'm not your friend.
I played that 3 or 4 times. Thankfully, your ears are better than mine. Okay. So I love that. Then that really dates the show to 2006.
Well, multiple MySpace references in 2006 ROH. So it's that kind of era.
So he says, get out of the ring, Claudio. Claudio grabs a suitcase and leaves to the crowd. So Claudio really, he's getting in, at least on this night, the Alex Shelley post-Generation Next treatment, where he's kind of like the man without a country, where you think, oh, he's just going to be a babyface, but then you have one of the top faces of the company being like, I still haven't forgiven you, fuck off. And so tough to be Claudio. Joe welcomes New York City to Ring of Honor, gets a big chant for it. Joe says he came to apologize for not being able to compete tonight in front of the best damn fans in the world. Some fans tried to start a fuck Umaga chant at this point, and Joe says that Umaga is a strong Samoan brother making some money, and he asks them to lay off them, which gets a nice reaction. So
it's also good timing, because about a month later, Umaga has that Royal Rumble match with Cena, and I think shuts everybody up.
Yeah, and I guess we should maybe explain for a second, for those of people who kind of don't know the context of that, I think a bunch of Ring of Honor fans, even though they wouldn't have wanted Joe to leave, part of you also kind of hoped that Joe got, the biggest career with the most money and most recognition because he deserved it. And I think a lot of fans just assumed Umaga's spot would be Joe's spot, that he's taken that job from Joe. Wasn't there also some talk that though that Joe at that time wouldn't have wanted to do the more stereotypical Samoan savage type character?
That's at least what the conventional wisdom was. I don't remember if I heard Joe himself say that, but that's what people thought.
And because of that, and because Umaga wasn't as well known, didn't have the credit, kind of the body of work necessarily that Joe. I think Umaga kind of got a lot of shit he didn't deserve until it took him some time. Until, like you mentioned, I would say the Umaga Cena match at Royal Rumble was kind of I think the start of, not just for Umaga, but I think that was one of those kind of signpost matches in Cena's career. Was kind of
Yes.
Some of the haters have got to start to realize these guys are good,
Right. Because Cena, I think in 2007, that's when people really started to talk about Cena he's really good. And Umaga obviously also because of that match. Yes, and yeah, that match was a month after this show, and it definitely opened some eyes to both of those guys for sure.
So yeah, this is a very interesting time where the crowd's kind of resenting this guy, and it was a nice moment where Joe kind of turns the crowd. It's no, I'm glad he's another Samoan is getting a good job. So Joe says he came to New York to give New York the gift of a promise that when they return here in February, he wants Pro Wrestling Noah's best. Send him Morishima, send him Marufuji, send him Mitsuharu Musawa, or be it the London boys like Doug Williams. Hell, they could fly back Scorpio for a night. Or even you, Nigel McGuinness. February 16th, they're going to have themselves a fight. Nigel then comes out. Nigel grabs the mic as fans chant, "Joe's going to kill you." Nigel says he has all the respect in the world for Joe, and he's going to go talk to the Noah offices and ask them to send someone over for that show in New York.
I feel like it would have been a little bit of a cheap if they had been we're bringing in someone from Noah to wrestle Samoa Joe. Nigel McGuinness. I feel like people would have been they'd be happy to get that match, but...
if he had done one or two tours at this point for
Yeah,
Noah. Like he
yeah.
hadn't done that much even, but like Nigel goes, if they don't send someone over on February 16th, I'll be here to kick your fat ass. That gets a big reaction. Fans always seem to get like, because it didn't happen that often that when someone went after Joe's weight in Ring of Honor, that always got like an, ooh, shit, he went there.
I wonder.
So
I
that got a
wonder if
big.
this was. I wonder if this was a situation where they were hoping to get Morishima for that February show, but they weren't sure, so they wanted to have Nigel in there as like a backup.
Well, that's the thing I was going to ask you, like, because yeah, I was thinking that promo, like, good Joe throwing out so many names, that almost felt like we want someone from Noah, but we're not quite sure yet if they're going to send someone. In fact,
Yeah.
there was a note in the Observer that Dave wrote about this segment where he wrote, the plan is to headline that Ring of Honor show with Joe versus a top Japanese star. If for some reason that falls through, it could be Joe versus McGuinness, but that isn't the current plan. So again,
Yep.
that might just be Dave's speculation. But again, all this, the way that promo, I felt like you. It felt like Joe was just like throwing out a lot of names and they weren't quite sure what they were going to get at this point.
Well, also, I think the idea at the time that a lot of people thought was that Joe would not wrestle Morishima for like months. And then it was announced shortly after this that the 50th festival would be Joe's farewell tour. And I think at that point they might have wanted to rush the Morishima match. But then also at the same time, Morishima came in on that tour to win the ROH title. So I guess I'd be curious to go back and see if the Gabe has an interview where he talks about the timeline of making all those decisions.
I think we'll get to this when Joe leaves Ring of Honor, but I think I read somewhere when I was starting to do the research for those episodes that like Ring of Honor was informed by TNA that they'd be pulling Joe out, I think around this time, like in late 2006. So
Gotcha.
they very might have known if that's true. I'll have to go check it again when we get to those episodes. But it's interesting also that he brought up Misawa, right? Because like ROH does get two Misawa shows, but Misawa doesn't wrestle a Ring of Honor talent. He wrestles other Noah people, and by the time they get Misawa, Joe's long gone. But I was wondering if maybe I'm thinking the fact that he was even able to bring up his name, was that just Joe off the cuff, or was there like an inkling in their mind of like maybe we can get Misawa versus Joe, like try and recreate the Joe Kobashi magic? Who knows what they were thinking? Like like you were saying, I'd be interested in knowing what their thought process was at this point. But so when Nigel says he's going to kick Joe's fat ass, gets a big reaction. Jimmy Rave runs in. He attacks Nigel from behind. He puts the boots to him until Joe slaps Jimmy in the face. Jimmy bails to the floor, gets a "you got bitch" slap chant. Joe tells Rave to not go anywhere, sweetheart. Joe says since Rave and Nigel seem to have a problem, why don't they fight it out tonight in New York City? Nigel's game, and Joe says, looks like we've got ourselves a match. So that's this whole long segment. Again, this was supposed to be Nigel versus Joe, probably the second biggest match on this card, but because Joe got hurt and had to pull out this weekend, we get another Rave Nigel match. But I guess before we get to all the Claudio stuff, what do you think about, do you have any additional thoughts about this whole kind of long segment here?
I mean, it was pretty straightforward and to the point. Like I said, the one surprising thing to me was Hero not turning on Claudio in a more aggressive and violent way, and letting that linger a little bit longer before it was like a full betrayal, I guess. But otherwise, no. I mean, it was effective, but it was also very simple, and so there wasn't really so much to say. They set up a lot. I guess you could maybe say it's interesting how quickly they've changed the Jimmy Rave character to where Joe just says you two should wrestle, and Rave's just like, yeah, let's do it. Whereas Jimmy Rave of almost every other era would try to get out of that match. Here, he's absolutely game for it. They've really changed the way he's portrayed a lot. Almost in a jarring way, but he's done a good job with it. But we'll get to more Jimmy Rave soon.
So the thing we can talk about now is, this was the weekend, people thought Claudio was going to leave. There's still, to this day, a lot of confusion. I tried to go through a lot of reporting. I still don't really have a clear reason. I guess I could have asked, people, I could have probably, DM'd, I don't know, Bix. Bix knows everything. He probably could. But I was kind of wanting the reported stuff, the things that were on the record. So this is kind of me piecing it the best that I can. Matt, you also wondered if your report to PW Torch at the time what you knew. I looked it up. The best I could find from you is you said, let me see if I can just look it up here. The Kings of Wrestling came out and Hero introduced his agent, Larry Sweeney. The Kings of Wrestling, and especially Claudio, since tonight was supposed to be his last match, we're very over. That's the most you kind of acknowledge it. So
Gotcha.
since tonight was supposed to be. So I don't know if that means, but anyway, I do think at least some of the fans thought this was Claudio's last night in. So first, we'll start off with the Wrestling Observer. And Meltzer wrote at the time, Larry Sweeney is going to play a manager role for a while, although he may end up wrestling at some point down the line. The feeling is right now his talking is top-notch, but he's not quite ready for ROH style inside the ring. The impetus of bringing Sweeney in was to repackage Chris Hero. Hero and Castagnoli only lost the titles because Castagnoli had signed with WWE, and this was scheduled to be the farewell to Castagnoli. But it didn't happen. For reasons unclear, WWE fired Castagnoli this past week before they had even started him out. The only thing he was told is there were going to be a lot of firings, but at this point, he's the only one we know of. They told him they told him he should contact the people he used to work for and get back his dates. He had not only dropped the tag title here, but also canceled a Japanese tour to start at Deep South. So, yeah, this is that classic thing that WWE has done a bunch of times in its history where they hire somebody, they get ready to uproot their life, and then at the last second they're like, it turns out we're not hiring you. And, maybe sometimes there are good reasons, but I always point to that recent example in the last few years of Allison Danger was moving and uprooting her whole life, and then at the last second they changed her mind about her working for them, stuff like that.
It's just not a nice thing to do. It's just not cool in my opinion.
Yeah, and it was also interesting that it would have been interesting, another one of those ROH what ifs. How long would the Kings of Wrestling title reign have been without? Because the idea that do Daniels and Seidel ever get a tag title reign if this Claudio temporary sign with WWE doesn't happen, or in my mind do they just go straight from the Kings to the Briscoes? I wonder if Daniels and Seidel ever get a tag title run if that if things don't break the way they did. But next, we go to Mike Johnson at PW Insider. He wrote, the Claudio Castagnoli update is that for whatever reason, World Wrestling Entertainment has backed away on signing him at this time. One person within WWE referred to the situation as a snag and hoped that Claudio would eventually be signed. And now that brings us to Brian Alvarez on Figure 4 Weekly in his newsletter at the time on Claudio. Brian wrote about Claudio, something has changed, but I don't know what the specifics are. Gabe Sapolsky on Wrestling Observer Live noted that Claudio would be staying with Ring of Honor for some time and that we'd all hear the reasons eventually. Liar. Most of WWE was out of the office this week because of the holidays, so all I really have are theories. The main one being that it was a visa issue that has yet to be worked out. I'm not saying this is the case, but some indie groups bring guys in under the radar, but when you move up to the big time, you've got to have your visa issues totally squared away. We'll know more next week. Well, Claudio was reading. He was not happy with that, Matt. We'll go to Brian Alvarez on the next week's issue of Figure 4 Weekly. Brian writes, Claudio Castagnoli posted the following on his MySpace. MySpace, Matt, the language of the world in 2006. So Claudio wrote on his MySpace, quote, there have been rumors about my status as a U.S. resident, my visa, work visa, and so forth. These rumors are false. These rumors hurt me, my integrity, and my status in this country and business. I'm a man of honor, pride, and integrity. I do have a green card or permanent resident card, if you will, and also do have a social security number. In case you don't know, you need both of these in order to be and work in this country legally. So before these so-called news sites and newsletters release heavy statements or rumors like that, they should really do their job. It's called research. Let me close by saying there was and is nothing wrong with my visa or residential status. End quote. Well, Brian writes, and this is Brian now, well, I did do my research. I asked WWE, the company that had fired him, they said exactly what we reported last week, which was that he wasn't upfront with his visa issues and was fired over it. I'm the biggest Claudio fan in the world, as you can see from reading the Ring of Honor reports, but I should note that the one thing missing from his statement is why he was fired if everyone else was wrong about it. Gabe Sapolsky, it should be noted, insists Claudio has a green card, which is how he's being booked for Ring of Honor. So yeah, that gets I will say one thing Brian says is, he writes, let me just go back, what it is, they said exactly what we reported last week. But what I just wrote, what Brian said last week was not a report. That was him speculating. That was him saying, all I have are theories, one being that it was a visa issue because that happens on the indies. Then the next week he goes, no, W confirmed what I reported, that, he lied about his green card. So was it a theory or was it a report? Anyway,
well, it was clearly a theory.
But I mean, for whatever it's worth, Brian claims in that second week that he talked to WWE and they told him he lied about his visa status.
I mean,
So
that's definitely not what he said in the quote that you read.
so we then go, and to this day, this is the only quote I can find about this, and it's crazy because if you go by Claudio, he doesn't seem to know what happened to this day. This is a quote years later when Claudio was actually was in WWE. And this is a quote from Claudio on Lillian Garcia's Chasing Glory podcast about WWE reneging on their deal with him at this time. Claudio said on this podcast, quote, "Literally, I got signed and finished all my indie bookings. When I was just about done with all my bookings, I got a call that they, quote, can't hire me right now, unquote. I responded, I am hired and already getting paid. I was going to move in 2 weeks. I was going to OVW. I was told I was going to get my release in the next 2 weeks. They didn't say why. I asked why and didn't get a clear response. I saw the person after who hired me, and he said that to this day, he still didn't know, and that was at a point where he wasn't with the company. So there was no reason for him to not tell me the truth. He just said he got told to let me go. I got paid by WWE for 3 months after that and started back up on the indies. In the end, it worked out. I had to start from zero again. The silver lining was it gave me more time to grow up. It gave me more time to acclimate to the U.S., to the wrestling. I got to wrestle way more than before. I did tours in Japan and Mexico. There's a lot that happened to me that was absolutely amazing. I'm very happy it didn't work out." So a happy ending for Claudio. And maybe that would explain, if you're going by Claudio's side, like Brian saying, why didn't Claudio say why he got fired? Well, Claudio's side is, to this day, I don't know why I got fired. That the person that fired me has told me years after the fact, I don't know why they told me to fire you. So,
But then why did Gabe say, we'll find out the reason soon? Like, some weird, I believe Claudio, but just some weird stuff going on, some weird explanations, some weird, speaking out of both sides of your mouth by different people. Just very strange situation all in all. I mean, the main strange behavior was from WWE for their
yeah.
secret firing and, like kind of under the table reasons, but it's still a weird situation.
And whatever the problem was, they hired him years later and used
Yeah.
him for a long time. So,
I mean, obviously things turned out pretty well for Claudio. I mean, you could argue that he had potential to go even higher in WWE, and I certainly would argue that. But I don't know if that would have been any different if they brought him in when he was younger.
and you feel for Claudio because, like he said, it all turned out good for me. I got all these experiences. I got more just wrestling experience. But you think about, again, they aborted this tag title reign. They, because of the word that he was going to WWE. Like he said, he had to cancel a foreign tour, all this stuff, and just the awkwardness of like saying goodbye to all these companies and then having to be like, actually, I'm going to be here still. Like that's got to be a weird feeling, when, like, you ever have that when you say goodbye and then all of a sudden, like, something happens, you're like, oh, I'm not going anywhere. Like, that's always a weird sensation to have as a human being.
Well, that's more like in the moment, right? Where you're like saying you're about to saying goodbye to somebody, and then like you remember that Mr. Show sketch where the two guys, they leave like a place together and they say goodbye, like a bar, and they keep running into each other, like, and they have to say bye over and over again, and then the next morning there's like something in the newspaper about how one of the people died, and someone says, I never got to say goodbye, and the other guy and the other guy says, I did a lot.
Mr. Show. After homework for everyone. You first listen to the 300 plus hours of Through the Years, then watch all 4 seasons of Mr. Show. Great show.
And Twin Peaks, and especially Twin Peaks: The Return. That's homework for Trevor, who likes
yes,
David Lynch, so he should definitely watch it.
That with Bob and David show they did on Netflix, you can skip that. Cut to backstage. It's intermission. We're here with Gary Michael Capel, good old GMC. I was happy to see him. I was like, hey, Gary, I haven't seen you in a bit. He introduces Shane Hagedorn and Adam Pearce, who are in great moods. Pearce says he got off the phone with Jim Cornette, and he couldn't be happier because Smokes has cracked vertebrae in his neck, and he's going home. Bryan Danielson's going to remain champion. Gary says those guys are sick and over the top. The thing I thought was funny is, like, they're acting like Homicide's definitely going to lose now because we took out Julius Smokes, which is a good standard, like, wrestling angle. But, like, Julius Smokes at this point was not like an interfering manager. Like, was the power of Smokes just saying that like Homicide's opponent's arms were too short to box with God? Like,
Well, I
without
guess it's
that
that
motivation.
I guess it's that Homicide is alone and vulnerable and will not have any backup when
Yeah.
when they execute their devious scheme. I think that's mainly what the idea is.
And that brings us to Jimmy Rave defeating Nigel McGuinness via submission in 16 minutes, 57 seconds when he made him tap out to the heel hook. I thought this was a very good match. It wasn't quite the home run I would have wanted in this big a spot with a lot of time on a show this big, but this was also, again, a last week substitution. It was supposed to be Joe versus Nigel. And I also thought this isn't far off from like a home run. I thought this again. I thought this was very good. It's another match where the crowd is quiet at times, but by the end of the match, they're really rocking and rolling to those final near falls and finish. In fact, there's a dueling "Let's go Nigel, let's go Jimmy" chant. Like, and I can't remember very often Jimmy Rave ever getting like a duel, especially as a heel, a dueling chant in Ring of Honor. So like, at least on this night in New York, Jimmy Rave was really winning people over in this match. Where I think this match succeeds, Matt, is while it's not at like a go 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 pace, and I didn't expect that from these two. You're never too far from a nice bit of action. Like, this is one of those matches where the people involved do a good job of finding moments to ramp it up and grab your attention throughout the match. Like, it never really falls. It slows down at points, but I never felt like it fell into a lull at any point. And I also thought this was another good middle chapter feud match for these guys. This time in the sense where like they did pull out a couple big variations of their signature spots. Rave does his running knee, but he does it off the apron, and it looks really good. Nigel does the Tower of London on the ring apron, but it still felt like they could have done a little more in terms of intensity and pace, like in a future match. And I thought in that sense, like in terms of big moves and near falls, they actually threaded a pretty tough needle when you think about like you're in the third from the top match and final battle, which is a big major show in front of a big crowd for Ring of Honor. You want to give the crowd quite a bit, but you still know your feud's got like still got a ways to go. So you still want to save some stuff in the tank. So when you think about that's a really hard like target to hit where it's like big enough to kind of justify our position on this big show, but not so big that like we have nothing left to go to in the future. And I thought they hit like right where you want to hit in that sense. And I will also say, I thought the finish was great too. Like, Nigel is really on a roll late in the match. He's getting big near falls. And then Rave just counters into the heel hook out of nowhere. And the crowd, which again, like some of them were getting behind Rave during this match, they pop immediately, which is impressive because Rave hadn't been doing the heel hook for that long. And like, how many of those DVDs where he had been winning with the heel hook were even out yet? Like maybe a couple. I have no idea. And I thought this was this finish was one of those gutsy, clean ROH finishes that I really like, where Nigel's already lost to Jimmy multiple times in this feud, and he loses here completely clean. Like, Jimmy doesn't cheat at all. He doesn't even, like, Nigel doesn't even get unlucky. It's not a fluke. Things were rolling for Nigel, and Jimmy just catches him with his submission out of nowhere, and Nigel taps out to him like clean after a brief, not very long struggle. Like, this isn't even like a flash pin off a small package. This is like he catches with submission, and Nigel, who in this feud is like getting frustrated with Jimmy, who's kind of like taking the feud to Jimmy. He's like keeps calling him out. He keeps wanting to fight him. Like, he has to give up to Jimmy here. And we see a lot in wrestling of people getting like too scared of one key player putting over another key player cleanly. And like, wrestling is situational, so there are definitely like a lot of times, like likely a majority of times, where it can be the wrong move for a heel to cleanly beat a babyface. But I think there are so many examples in wrestling history of people making matches more convoluted and less satisfying by giving faces outs they didn't need. And I could see a lot of promotions in this position giving Rave a win via cheating or some random break. And Ring of Honor had done this in this feud, like as recently as I think the four-way the night before, right? Where where kind of some things had to kind of go weird to give Jimmy the chance to win. But sometimes where you know where a feud is going and you know the face is going to win in the end, and if you have faith that the face is going to win, is their win in the end, it's going to be so big it's going to make up for everything. You can have the heel beat them clean in the middle of the feud. And it takes a little guts, but ROH did it here, and I think it worked out perfectly fine. I don't think this hurt Nigel at all by the end of the feud, and I think it made Rave look really good, and I just I almost admired the booking more than the match, even though I thought the match was very good.
Well, also, hasn't Rave repeatedly beat Nigel with the heel hook now? Like,
Yeah, but there was another match. Wasn't one of the ones like Nigel was coming in with like an existing leg injury or something,
that's
where he
this
got
that's this too, right? Like the idea is that Nigel's leg really hurts because Rave keeps destroying it with the heel hook, and
yeah
so Nigel was coming in wounded, but it was from Rave, and the idea is that Rave, this match didn't have a lot of the big like psychological limb work the way some of their previous matches have, because the damage was already done. And Nigel was limping his way to the ring here. He was limping on a lot of these different shows. This is what the third or fourth time I think that he's made Nigel tap to the heel hook. And so I think what made this match different was that this match was more about like big moves and near falls. And I thought that was the right way to go for this crowd on this night. And I think I like this match more than you. Like, so you said that the match, the tag team match that we just reviewed, you'd give it like 4.25. I'd probably give that like 4.5, and I'd probably
hmm
give this like 4 stars. Like, I thought this was really exciting, and obviously they got the crowd rocking by the end, and I think they worked the right match for this crowd. I think it also marks, in some ways, an evolution in how ROH presented its undercard matches because third from the top, I don't think most of ROH shows have a match where they just do so much bomb throwing and big near falls and things like that. And I feel like these two guys could have had a main event that was worked exactly the same as this. It wouldn't have been a top tier ROH main event, and maybe some people would have been disappointed, but like this was a big match, big main event style match in terms of the kickouts, the big moves, the near falls, even the finish in some ways was, I think, fit that description of just like the sudden but like very resounding victory and definitive victory by Jimmy Rave. I also thought that like I mentioned before, the idea of Rave not backing down from Nigel, they're really presenting Rave as a world beater here, and it's interesting to me because knowing what I know now, they're really building him up for one big match against Homicide that he loses, and then he's kind of pushed back down the card. I guess part of it maybe was because he got injured, and then he's out of ROH not too long after that. So it's kind of weird because I think what they were doing with him here was effective. I think they were getting him over as a different kind of character, as a different kind of heel, as somebody who just got confident and got courageous and is able to stand up toe to toe with anybody. And standing toe to toe with Nigel after the year Nigel's had, I think is a great way to put Rave over. And remember, the other person Rave beat at the beginning of this winning streak was Homicide. So at this moment, Gabe seems really all in on Jimmy Rave. The only thing that they're really not doing with him at this point is letting him talk, right? He's not really
yeah
being able to cut a lot of promos that say who he is, really, explain his character and flesh it out. But in the ring, they're letting him speak loudly and clearly. That said, after some early stuff, Nigel does definitely get most of the offense here. He gets most of the big near falls, but it's not like Rave is getting the shit beat out of him. He's standing up to him. And actually, there's a spot early in the match where Rave does the like Uranagi or STO on Nigel on the apron, and then throws him headfirst into the guardrail. And Leonard says that Nigel might have a concussion. And given what I know about ROH commentary, it made me wonder if Nigel did have a concussion. I think the
hmm
idea is that it happened when Nigel charged Rave in the corner, but Rave got his knee up and Nigel hit it. I guess in the end, Nigel probably didn't have a concussion here because he didn't seem like he did for the rest of the match, and this was very early. But given what I know about Nigel's history, it made me wonder for a little while, like, wait, does he have a concussion? And who knows? Maybe he did. I don't know. But it didn't seem like it. But yeah, I just thought this match was so exciting. This was, Nigel doing his lariats big time, and they all looked really good. And even the finish where Rave ducked the rebound lariat and turned it into the heel hook, which got a legit pop when Rave put it on even before Nigel tapped out. So that shows the move's getting over. Even if people hadn't watched the DVD, don't forget that he did win another match on this very night with that hold. So that might be part of it also. But I was really impressed with this. I've liked every match of this feud, and I thought this might have been the best one. And if for no other reason than how the crowd took to it. by the end, it felt like the crowd was treating this like a big deal match, and I think that was great for both guys.
Yeah, and I think the big thing too is it's another one, like I mentioned earlier, it's another one of those matches where they got the crowd more into it by the end of the match, like that, which is always a big compliment to just the work, right? Like we didn't just start with like good like momentum from the crowd to where they're going to be very forgiving and like ride the wave. Like we earned the reaction we got by the end, and that's always a great sign. A couple weird spots I would say in the match. Well, not weird, but well, one was Nigel did the one count kick out of the pedigree again, complete with Hulk up afterwards. So, like we talked about, he did that on a recent show. Like, I guess he liked it so much, he was like, you know what, we're going to keep doing it. It worked in one town, we're going to do it in every town. And did you notice there was also a very weird Jimmy Rave Irish whip on the floor on the outside where it looked like both he or Nigel, one or both of them, tripped and fell on the Irish whip, and like Nigel didn't even make it to the barricade as intense. So I don't know if they just like I think it was like a carpeted floor. Maybe they hit a snag.
There was
It was
another
just a weird.
there was another weird spot where Rave did this like wacky sloppy tornado DDT thing where the camera doesn't really even show it cleanly, and I'm like they probably had a better angle, but it must have just been a badly hit move.
Yeah. So not perfect, although, but you said you'd give this 4 stars. I would give it 3 3/4. So we're not that far away. We're pretty close in that sense. But yeah, but again, like very enjoyable match. Immediately after the match, Dave Prazak emphasizes on commentary that Rave has now made Nigel tap out to the heel hook for the third time, and that the hold must be unbeatable. Rave gets a mixed reaction from the fans and a "You still suck" chant. Rave smiles for maybe the first time all match, and one of the rare times you see the Jimmy Rave character smile lately at all. He grabs the mic, he walks over to Nigel as Nigel's selling on the mat, and he spits on Nigel. There's been a lot of spit and nose blowing, and we're not done with the spit, quite frankly, which is maybe the one negative of this show. Rave says he wants the winner of the world title match. Rave leaves to a smattering of applause along with some boos, and Nigel limps around the ring, and this really felt like one of the better nights for Jimmy Rave in Ring of Honor, in his entire Ring of Honor career, in terms of just like he got a lot of focus. He won a big match clean. He even won over some of the crowd as like, even though he's a heel, like they're propping him up for a world title challenge. Like this just felt, and so all that being said, man, I think you probably would agree, it made this comment from Mike Johnson that was at the show on PW Insider kind of bizarre to me. This is Mike Johnson wrote, "No, I'm not making up Jimmy Rave challenging for the ROH title. Rave actually issued a challenge for the February show. I don't know that I buy Rave in that position. He's grown as a heel and shows charisma in the role, but it seems forced. I guess time will tell because Gabe Sapolsky has reinvented him before into new roles." And it was like, I don't think it's that crazy, the idea of Jimmy Rave challenging for the world title. They had done it with Bryan Danielson, like in 2006. Like Jimmy Rave is not a guy who I would say, as much as I like him, a guy who you would want to be like a consistent top of the card main eventer, but he's definitely been for a while now the guy that floats around in the mid card and occasionally can main event against the right guy. Like the
Yeah,
idea that like Mike Johnson acting like this is like crazy, like the idea that like the CM Punk feud or the AJ Styles feud or the Bryan Danielson title challenge, like Rave has been a guy that he can be in the spotlight with a big name opponent occasionally.
yeah. I guess maybe some people might be balking at the fact that it was like a shot in New York City where you'd want to have like the biggest title matches you have in the tank. Also, like, but at the same time, I don't think anyone really would have expected Homicide to lose the belt that quickly anyway, so it really doesn't matter. And of course, that makes it all the more shocking when he does lose it that quickly to Morishima. But it's, I think that might be what's in play here. I think
Yeah.
also maybe if you haven't seen a lot of the DVDs, you don't realize how gradually Rave had been built up into this position.
Hmm.
And I think the other thing is maybe they will in the future DVDs. I don't remember, but Rave probably does need to get a chance to do some promos to
Yeah.
put himself over that way. Also,
But also in terms of this being a
doesn't have
surprise,
Nana to speak for
Rave
him
has.
anymore. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say. You mentioned earlier, Rave had beaten Homicide earlier, like just not many shows earlier. So like that should have told you from that point on, knowing that everyone likely knew Homicide was going to win the title in this show. That's classic wrestling booking 101, right? Where like if you know a guy's about to become world champion, you have him lose to a couple heels beforehand, so you have ready-made challengers. So the idea that like this shouldn't have been a shock that like Rave was being groomed for a world title shot.
No, not at all.
Um, so we do a quick cut backstage of Bryan Danielson warming up with the ROH world title on the floor in front of him. And then we get our semi-main event, a Dragon Gate Rules 6-man tag team match. Shima, Matt Sydal, and Shingo defeated Austin Aries, Delirious, and Roderick Strong in 24 minutes, 1 second when Shima pinned Delirious with the Crossfire, which is a double pump handle sit-out powerbomb. Matt Feuerstein told the PW Torch all those years ago, it's difficult to list all of the great spots, but one highlight was Roderick hitting the hardest-looking flying boot to the face that I've ever seen. Matt, what did you think about this match, and did that live up to your recollections?
Yes, it did. I would still say that it is hard to keep up with all of the amazing spots here. I think that the instinct in 2006, and for us who've been watching this stuff, is to compare any any trios match with Dragon Gate guys to the famous Do Fixer vs. Blood Generation match from Supercard of Honor. And obviously, there was no way this match was going to live up to that. And, there was some ups and downs and some sloppiness and in the early going, and it didn't have the same sustained continuous escalation and grace that those pure Dragon Gate matches have. And it took a little while, I think, for this match to fully hit its stride. But once it hit its stride, I thought there was some spectacular stuff here. And I want to do some play-by-play for the late part of the match. I'm not sure what the best moment to start with is, but I'd say it really. How long did you say this match was?
Let me go back and look. I feel bad that you've got 2 matches on the show that are just like 800 billion moves crammed in.
Yeah.
24 minutes and 1 second. So pretty long match, actually.
Yeah, so I'd say maybe like the 18 or 19 minute mark is when they really start getting to the point where things are, getting really over the top exciting to the point where the match stands out. There's at one point, I think it's really once Aries hot tags Strong after he's the guy who gets a lot of the heat in this match, where Sema and Shingo and Sydal work him over for a good long while, and it's good stuff. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like, oh wow, you got to watch this. And then once he hot tags Strong, we get into Strong plants Sema face first at a weird angle, so Shima sells his back, and then Delirious hits Sema with the panic attack, and then Shingo goes for a corner clothesline on Delirious, but Delirious moves. He hits the never-ending story until Shingo blocks the last one and then hits a big clothesline of his own. Then Aries goes to press slam Sydal off the top rope, but Sydal turns that into like a head scissors, and then Strong dives onto the floor onto Sema, and then Sydal hits his top rope moonsault onto the pile. Then Shima locks up Aries' legs, snaps back, and suplexes Delirious simultaneously while he has Aries in the leg lock. And then Shima does this spot where Sydal and the thing that he does where Sydal and Shingo hold up Delirious, and he comes off the top with a double stomp onto Delirious's chest, and then it's kind of like rolls into a lung blower on Aries, who's propped up in the opposite corner, which is a move that he did in the other Dragon Gate 6-man tag. Then Strong superplexes Shingo, but Shingo pops up, and that's when Strong gives that crazy awesome version of the sick kick. Then Sydal hits a top rope Rana on Strong, but Strong holds on, rolls through, and tries to powerbomb Sydal, but Sydal stands on Strong's shoulders, kind of like he did with Claudio, and then drops down into this crazy neckbreaker destroyer type thing. Honestly, I'm sure he did not hit that however he planned on hitting it, but it looked awesome anyway, and it got the best reaction of the whole match. And then Aries hits the punt on Sydal, and Delirious hits the chemical imbalance too and covers Sydal. And then Shima breaks that up with a surprise double stomp to Delirious's chest, which gets another big pop. Then Aries hits the shin breaker and suplex onto Shima. And then Aries and Strong hit the double backbreaker and chop brainbuster on Shingo. And they go to double team Sydal, but Shima shoves Aries off the turnbuckle all the way to the floor. Strong hits the gutbuster on Sydal. Delirious hits Shadows Over Hell. Aries hits the 450 and covers, but on its cover side out. But Shima breaks that up to another big pop. Then Shima and Shingo double hit team Strong. Shingo hits a big clothesline on Strong, and then he corner clotheslines Aries, puts him on his shoulders. Shima hits a Doomsday Crossbody on Aries, and then Shingo hits a gut wrench powerbomb on Aries. Delirious breaks that up. Then Delirious locks in the Cobra Stretch on Shingo, but Shima breaks that up. Then Shima super kicks Delirious, hits the Schwein. Delirious kicks out, which at that point, I really did not expect that. I thought that was a finish, like even now. And so then Shima picks up Delirious and hits the package powerbomb and gets the pin. Those last like 5 or 6 minutes were really awesome. I think that if you were going by like Dragon Gate 6-man tag standards, this was maybe a little disappointing, but I thought it was very exciting when it needed to be. It needed that final finishing sequence to really make it great, because before that, it was like cool moves, a heat sequence on Aries that was good, but like nothing that you're going to remember. But I thought that the ROH guys really stepped up in those last few minutes and gave a finishing sequence that I think was worthy of what you'd want in a match like this. So I think overall it ended up being really good. Maybe on the night I was maybe most excited for this match, and I don't think that it was the best or even in the top 2 or maybe even in the top 3 matches of the night. But that just says that this was a really good show, because this was still a really good match.
That fast, I didn't know that you were most excited going into the show for this match.
I would say, I mean, obviously I was really excited for Homicide and Danielson, but like as far as what was going to have the best action, what was going to be memorable, I thought they were going to go completely insane in this match. And in some ways they did, but I don't think that it quite hit a match. I don't think it was on anybody's match of the year list. You know what I mean?
Did you think this was going to be like them trying to do the Dragon Gate 6-man again, even with different guys?
I thought that they were going to try to get as close as they could.
See, I think I like this match a little more than you, but maybe it's expectations. I will say, at first blush, this seemed to me like kind of a weird choice for the semi-main event of a show this big. But then I had to remind myself, like, well, originally I'm sure the semi-main event was probably Nigel versus Samoa Joe before the injury to Joe. And then when I started thinking about it, it made more sense, too, because, like, Seidel was a member of the Blood Generation stable in Dragon Gate with Shima and Shingo. Although I think during his brief time in Dragon Gate during one tour, Roderick might have also been a member of Blood Generation too. I might be wrong about that. Shingo feuded with Roddy this year, interfered in a match that cost Aries and Strong their chance at regaining the ROH tag titles. And of course, Matt Seidel and Delirious have had an in-ring rivalry for fucking ever. And this is like the 853rd time they've wrestled each other this year. So in a way, there's actually like a lot of things going on in this match in that sense. And you could also see how this probably was ROH's attempt to try and capture a bit of that WrestleMania weekend Dragon Gate 6-man magic. But yeah, was this match that Dragon Gate 6-man? No. Was it close? No. But I thought it was great still. I was thinking about that 6-man during that famous 6-man during this 6-man, because I remember that anecdote where the Dragon Gate guys told Gabe Sapolsky during that WrestleMania weekend 6-man that their goal was that match was to make Dragon Kid the star. If you watch this match, it felt like the goal was to boost Shima, which is kind of funny because he's the one guy in this match that isn't an ROH regular going forward. Not that should necessarily disqualify you from getting the focal point or getting the most rub from a match, but this match, Shima is just overflowing with personality. He's really hamming it up at times, like his interaction with Delirious before the match where Delirious is doing his usual thing before matches where he's crouched down, motionless with his one hand stuck out so people can do like a fist tap or a handshake. And Shima just spends time before the match staring at Delirious, and like he eventually he does the motionless he does the crouch that Delirious is doing, but eventually he stops and starts selling his knee like he hurt his knee from crouching so long. Or like a little bit of Shima's selling in during this match is it's almost a little comical. Like he's just really chewing the scenery in this match. And I don't mean that as a bad thing, but he's just pulling so much attention. Like He's the guy in this match who was the face in peril for his team for a long time. He's the guy who scores the win at the end. Maybe not all of that was even by conscious design, because CIMA is just a really charismatic guy with a lot of cool offense. But he's the star of this match. Like, there's this moment in the match where Shingo goes to tag out at one point, and he's trying to tag out to CIMA, and you can see CIMA tell him, "No, you tag Seidel instead," because you can tell it's been that kind of match where it's like he's probably thinking like, "I'm doing good, I don't need even more opportunity here." So yeah, this was not WrestleMania weekend 6-man level great, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. I would have it right on the border of very good and great. So like between 3 3/4 and 4 stars. And this is a match that I felt was like
And,
kind of in the
and
stuff.
by the way, I don't think that means you liked it more than me. I think we're about even there.
Yeah, I think sometimes our ratings turn out to be the same, but how we almost describe them are different. Maybe my wording is not great. Maybe maybe a lot of things are wrong with me, Matt. But this is a match in that style of that 6-man. I thought that didn't quite hit that level. But what I did like is what you talked about. I liked that they had those 2 long face and peril sequences, one with CIMA and one with Aries, but they felt substantial to me. Like, they were long enough and engaging enough to add to the match and not feel like filler, even though I'm sure they were meant as filler, because most things in wrestling are technically filler. In particular, I really liked that Aries sequence. I felt like he really sold being beat to shit by the end of it, and with all those blood generation triple teams and how long they went in on him, I was actually kind of feeling sympathy for Aries by the end of that sequence, rather than just thinking, okay, when do they go to the stretch run? When does he make the hot tag? When does this get really exciting? But that also might be because Aries seemed to get like legit pasted at one point during this match, where Seidel does that thing to Aries where he does the outside inside slingshot drop kick into the corner, and it looks like it really hits Aries right in the face, because immediately afterwards Aries spits out like immediately the thickest, most disgusting loogie imaginable, just on a night of spit, which is what really this show should have been called. Just disgusting. But that whole Aries beatdown, it just felt like they were committing to it, like they weren't just going through the motions, because that's what the middle of all these tags do. And then when we do get that standard big tag match stretch right at the end, everyone coming in, doing their signature stuff, what adds to it to me is just the length of it. Like, I felt like it was a little bit longer than you did. I feel like a lot of those matches, the segment of that exciting everyone in segment is like 3 to 5 minutes. I wasn't exactly timing it, but this felt more like the last 7 or 9 minutes of this match, which, to be fair, was pretty long. It was felt like a finishing sequence. The negative to that would be, I would say, is there wasn't a lot of novelty in the last sequence, like especially compared to which is unfair to compare to the Briscoe's King of Wrestling match, which was a lot of novelty. But it just felt like a lot of guys in this match running in, hitting their biggest signature moves, bam, 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 quickly. And it is a match where I felt like maybe they slightly overshot their peak by like half a minute to a minute, because there's a stretch late where Aries' team is in control, and I feel like the crowd feels like the finish is about to come, and they're absolutely white hot for it. It has this great momentum, but then it keeps going for like another minute, and the Dragon Gate team gains control, and CIMA and Delirious still have like a few more spots to do, and the crowd doesn't die, and they still pop for the spots, but that absolute fever pitch level reaction dies down a bit. And if you compare that to like the Kings of Wrestling Briscoe's match, and you made a note earlier about how that was just 17 minutes. In a way, that's one of the advantages, is that's a match as crazy a match as it is, and how that's a moves match too. It does not overshoot its target. It does not overstay its welcome. This, you could argue, did just a tiny bit. This is a match where everyone got to shine, though, although I thought Shingo definitely got to shine the least. I kind of felt bad for him. He doesn't have quite, at this point, the number of flashy moves people are looking for in this kind of match, but, the giant swing from the choke position is always a big crowd pleaser. He breaks that out. Seidel does, for the third time in a short period of time, the jump onto your opponent's shoulders and drop down into a move spot. And this is my least favorite, because it's like a neck breaker that doesn't look as clean as the other times he's done a spot from that position. And I'm already on the record.
But the crowd does go absolutely batshit for it.
Oh yeah. Well, for a lot of them, that's probably the first time they've ever seen him do that. I'm already on the record thinking that's a spot that feels that special. You should only save it for special occasions. But I guess this was a major show, and I get it. And crowds like we just mentioned, like a crowd that had not seen it before, they're always going to lose their ever loving mind for it. But anyway, very enjoyable match.
By the way, I wrote something very similar to you. Is that I thought, besides CIMA, who is obviously the standout, he always is going to be the star in these kinds of matches. Aries, I wrote, was the standout, and then I also wrote that once it got to the point where it was like the hot move segment, I think Strong was a big standout too.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are kind of built for just matches where you just have to work hard and kind of be in the right position and just go, go, go. Those guys are just built for things like that.
Yeah, what was the term? Wasn't it the the voices of wrestling that kind of use like this term for guys like Roderick Strong, like just big dumb jock wrestlers.
Yeah,
And
the big
yeah,
jock wrestlers. Yeah,
and I'm not saying that Roderick Strong is dumb, but like that is like the term that they use for like that style where these guys
like the
they're just
Steiners or something.
yeah, they can just you ask them to do something impressive and athletic, and they will just give you exactly what you want. That
Yeah,
they are there for that.
like Roderick Strong is just like an athlete. Like you feel comfortable to
Yeah.
just go like he's a guy more than most wrestlers of his generation where you can just tell him, we want you to be in a match for 25 minutes where you're just running around and hitting people hard and just barely taking a breath. Like he's one of the guys most in this generation of wrestlers. I think you'd feel confident like, yeah, he can do that. Even at his age now in his early 40s,
Yeah,
I feel
he's
like
like
he's still
a
pretty confident.
high octane horsepower engine. I don't know what car terms are, but you know what I'm talking about. That's what
Yeah,
Roderick Strong is.
in a business today, like not to sound like I still like a lot of modern wrestling, but in a business today where more wrestlers are becoming performers first and athletes second, like Roddy still feels like he's an athlete. And there's good and bad to that. A lot of more good than bad, I would say. So immediately after the match, crowd gives everyone involved a sustained standing ovation. Everyone's selling in the ring as it happens. Tons of applause, multiple ROH chants. Aries makes a point to shake Seidel's hand. Delirious talks in Delirious East to Shima, who responds in kind, but ending with a very discernible in English, "I kick your ass." Everyone shakes hands, including Seidel and Delirious, and also Aries and Shingo, which I guess means Aries and Strong have just forgiven Shingo for costing them the tag titles in the Kings of Wrestling feud. I mean, I guess they're just okay with it now. We get a loud "Please come back" chant to Shima, who soaks it in and bows to the crowd. Shima even grabs the mic to thank New York, and he says in English, "I love ROH. See you 2007. Thank you." And the crowd was just so happy after this match. This was not Dragon Gate 6-man levels, but they certainly reacted like they saw something big. We then get a shot of Homicide alone backstage, pumping himself up before the main event. We hear him say, "It's time." We then get a highlight package of Jack Evans and a graphic that says he's coming back in 2000 to Ring of Honor in 2007. My boy is coming home.
Cherry on
And
top of this show, right? Just another thing
yeah.
to make us happy.
And then that brings us to the main event, the ROH World Title match. Homicide defeats Bryan Danielson via pinfall in 30 minutes, 36 seconds after he hits the lariat, becoming, I think this might have been was it the 10th Ring of Honor champion? Let me do the counting in my head. Okay, you got Low Ki, Xavier, Samoa Joe, Austin Aries,
some CM Punk,
CM
James
Punk,
Gibson, Bryan
James Gibson.
Danielson.
Okay, the
Homicide.
eighth champion.
Yes.
Eighth champion. So, Matt, I wrote more notes for this match than almost any match I've done in a long time through the years. So I'm going to talk about one thing and then kind of let you talk about that subject, and then I'm going to talk about the match itself because I want to break this up so I'm not talking too much. And also, I think there are two things to come at this. Like there's the booking of the match and the moment, and then there's reviewing the match itself. So first, kind of talking things around it. I thought this match was a rarity in ROH for a couple reasons. Like, first, I think it's a match where the moment means more than the match quality, which isn't unheard of in ROH, but I think it's somewhat rare here. Like every promotion has matches where the match quality is the selling point and matches where the moment is the selling point. But in Ring of Honor, I think by the nature of what kind of promotion it was, I think it had one of the highest ratios of matches where the selling point was the quality of the match than just who won the match or some kind of emotional payoff. Where you look at it compared to like a promotion like WWE, where at many points in its history, it felt like more often than not, the quality match is far secondary to who won the moment, the character thing, to the point where a lot of times in like modern WWE wrestlers are talking about how they're looking for their moments more than like they're talking about looking for a title, because it's kind of the company they've been. And in a way that makes sense because WWE is a company that does free weekly TV. And when you're free weekly TV, I feel like wrestling fans expect a little bit less of some promotions in that sense from an in-ring standpoint because you're not paying. Where like Ring of Honor was a company that lived and died on DVD sales at this point and live ticket sales. You had to pay to watch Ring of Honor at this point. And I feel like maybe I'm out to lunch here, but when you pay money to see a wrestling show, you kind of have a higher expectation for you want to see a good substantial match in addition to the moments. So I feel like ROH was a company that leaned on the great matches. But this match, to me, the match quality was so clearly very secondary to a degree it almost never was in ROH. Like, don't get me wrong, people still had standards. I think if Homicide won this match in a 2-star disappointment, it would have dampened the reaction. But, like, the fans on this night clearly came to see Homicide win the world title first and to see a great match as a distant second, I would say. Like, do you think I'm wrong about that? Or, like, this felt like it felt like just seeing the applause of the crowd, like the reaction of the crowd, and like you said in your live report at the time, like the crowd was chanting for Homicide before the show even started. This felt like this crowd came on this night more to see a great show. They came to see Homicide win.
Yes, I mean you're definitely right. But I will say I think there was also just like sort of the assumption that these two would have a great match because it's Bryan Danielson
Yeah,
and he's obviously Homicide and Bryan Danielson had a great match. I mean, they had many great matches, but they had one just earlier that year, and I think that there was just I guess like a feeling of certainty that like of course this is going to be a great match, so let's just get the moment we want. Also, like let's we don't the great match is not going to be enough for us on this night. I think is more how I would describe it.
yeah, yeah. So the second way I think this match was a rarity for ROH is that I think that this match in ROH's entire history is the closest thing ROH has ever had to having a WrestleMania main event. And when I say that, I don't mean in terms of how big a draw the match is, because, Ring of Honor ran a show that I think technically drew more fans earlier in 2006 during WrestleMania weekend. They'd run shows that drew significantly more than this in their distant future. They've run a bunch of matches that are so many ways bigger than this in certain metrics, more well known. But when I compare this match to a WrestleMania main event, I think what I mean by that is a different way. It's different today because for years now, WWE has had multiple world titles, and now WrestleMania is 2 nights. So the significance of a WrestleMania main event and what fans expect to happen in one has changed. But for what I'd say the first maybe 20 plus years, give or take, of WrestleMania, more often than not, the main event of WrestleMania was not just the biggest match of the year, but a match that had been built to for months, where the top babyface beat a big heel, usually winning the world title in the process. And when I was thinking about this, I actually went back and I looked it up, and I think you could categorize 10 to 12 of the WrestleMania main events from 4 to 20 fitting this criteria, depending on how lenient you want to be on applying it. And so to me, the selling point of WrestleMania to me as a kid growing up wasn't just that it was the biggest show of the year or the biggest match of the year, but it was this kind of unspoken promise that if you buy this show, you know the result of the main event. Like if you're excited for the main event and hope the face is going to win the world title, this is the one night of the year where you're pretty damn sure, based on WWE's history, that they're going to give it to you. And you didn't just know that on the night of the show. Oftentimes, like these Mania main events would be built to for months or up to like a full year ahead of time, and you knew exactly what was going to happen like well ahead of time at Mania. And while that was predictable, that predictability to me was kind of like the selling point. Like this is the one time of the year in wrestling where you're kind of guaranteed to get this special significant moment. And Ring of Honor rarely had that. Like, it really is hard for a promotion like early ROH to do long-term programs and build to not just a specific match, but specific results months in advance. In fact, I think it's amazing that they were able to do it as much long-term booking as they did at this time, because I think at their level, it's largely impossible to do that and it's even more impossible today on the indies because of how quickly talent gets snatched up by WWE and AEW. Like, when you're WWE or AEW, you have wrestlers locked into multi-year exclusive contracts. It's easy to say we're going to push this guy for 8 straight months, or we're going to build this match for 6 straight months down the road, etc. But in the indies, whenever you did that, it was always at significant risk because you never knew when WWE or TNA or Japan could come calling, and all of a sudden that guy would be like, you know what, I'm not going to be here all the time. I'm not going to be here at all. So it's kind of wild for ROH to do a match like this. Like, when Homicide says if he doesn't win a title before the year is over, he's quitting ROH, I think he does that in like June. So at that point, like a good WrestleMania, you know what's going to happen. Like, you know Homicide's going to win a title before the end of the year is done. And then 2 or 3 months later, when they announce Homicide's one world title shot is going to be at Final Battle, the last show of the year, now you really have that WrestleMania build. You know, just like a good WrestleMania in the early days, that like this is show the main event's gonna be Homicide for the world title. He's gonna win the world title. Like, I think everyone knew for weeks, if not months, Homicide was gonna win the world title final battle. And just like WrestleMania, that predictability wasn't a negative. It was like a promise. This thing you really want to see, this beloved babyface that's been one of the big players of the company since day one, who has never held the title. If you buy a ticket to this show, you're gonna see him win the biggest title we have on this show. And like, how many matches on the last few shows we've covered did Homicide get at least like one next world champ chant? Like, everyone knew. So to me, that's one thing I was thinking about with this show, which was Ring of Honor is the bigger matches than this. I don't think they've ever had a match that's more WrestleMania main event-y feeling in terms of eventuality, building to the moment. And it's kind of fascinating to me because 2006 ROH is in some ways the most WWE-like ROH ever got, because we talked about during the CZW ROH feud that was Gabe's riff on the WWE WCW storyline, like doing it better, down to basically redoing the I need the old Stone Cold Reluctant Savior angle with Austin and McMahon and with Homicide and Jim Cornette. And now you have a build to a match that feels WWE in like the WrestleMania aspect. And because of that, it was almost like Final Battle. This show feels like a season finale for Ring of Honor, the way WrestleManias often did, the way shows for Ring of Honor usually never did, because Ring of Honor usually didn't have that like one final, it all ends here show. Like, Final Battle sometimes was, the WrestleMania weekend shows were sometimes the biggest show of the year, but what was the biggest show of the year kind of would always shift, depending on just when timelines matched up. So that's a lot, but I just wanted to say I thought that was a really interesting thing about this. Like, or am I just crazy for thinking that much about something that's probably not that significant?
Well, I mean, it's significant to us because our whole, our whole point of our show is that we're analyzing ROH and what it means, and like its customs and history and booking patterns. So I think it matters a lot. When CM Punk won the cage match against Jimmy Rave in May of 2005 at Nowhere to Run, I think that I said that CM Punk in that moment was like the only time in ROH history where it felt like ROH had like a Hulk Hogan, like just like this baby face that was considered just this like world beater, super respected. He was there to vanquish the heels, and people just I don't mean like Hulk Hogan in the way that people might snarkily mention him now. I just mean like his status in the company as just an overwhelming top baby face. And I think Homicide in 2006 was obviously their Stone Cold Steve Austin, right? Like, he
Yeah.
was the guy who was the fans' choice to overcome all the odds and beat all the heels. And that worked very well during his time in the CZW feud. And I think that Gabe obviously perceived the comparison and decided to create this feud between him and Jim Cornette that mirrored a lot of what Steve Austin had to go through during his peak in the WWF. And during that period, as we have documented very well, it didn't really work to the way we wanted it to. But ultimately, we both acknowledged it didn't really matter as long as they got here. As long as they got to this final moment, the crowd was not going to worry about the Jim Cornette feud. They were not going to worry about all the bullshit. They were not going to worry about the weaker crowd reactions that he'd been getting or the disappointing matches. They were here. They were where they wanted to be. They ended up at the point that they were supposed to be at, and the crowd was going to will this into being as magical a moment as it was supposed to be, and the WrestleMania feeling moment that it was supposed to be. And even today, people talk about Final Battle like it's the biggest ROH show of the year, and I think it wasn't until this, right? At no point until this build up and match where did people consider Final Battle to be the biggest show of the year. And like you said, I don't even think it consistently was after this, but it was a lot closer to it being so after this. And I think this was like the I don't know, like almost like even though they have a show later called The Big Bang, this was almost like the Big Bang moment of like creating the Final Battle status, where you have this match that's been built up for 6 to 8 months, and really, you could even argue several years, and it has this, big fight feel to it, and the crowd is there for it, and once it's in the ring, it's like game on. So I think that you're right. I think the comparison between for WrestleMania is totally right, unless you were unless you were just like really cynical or just willing yourself to believe that things could be unpredictable. The finish of this match was absolutely a foregone conclusion. Um, and well, actually, I was going to make another comment that I'll save for the end of our review of the match.
Hmm.
But but yeah, I think the comparison is right. I think that there was a lot of intention behind Gabe making it that way, and I think that me comparing Homicide to Stone Cold Steve Austin, I don't think that that was lost on anybody involved in this either. Um, so yeah, let's get to it.
Yeah. Let's review the match. So I'm gonna say right off the bat, I'll say this is a great match. Like I'm torn between 4 stars and 4.25. Like I will say this. I consider this match to be a poor man's version of Joe versus Punk 3 in some ways. And anytime you use poor man's version, people will immediately think that's a criticism. When I say poor man's version of Joe versus Punk 3, you have to remember Joe versus Punk 3 is one of my favorite wrestling matches of all time. So when I say it's the poor man's version of that, that probably means it's pretty fucking good in my eyes. But why I think it's the poor man's version in the sense of I don't think it's quite as good as that match, but I think it's very similar in the sense of this is a match that takes a significant hit if you aren't emotionally invested in this match and these two wrestlers and know their history, because a lot of the most exciting moments in this match are payoffs of things that you would only know from following these guys and following the company. So like I don't think if you were just a person that hadn't came in cold, you would still really think this was a really good match, just like Joe Punk 3. But I think you definitely gain a significant amount if you know, like, so some examples would be a third of the way through this match, Shane Hagedorn and Adam Pearce hit the ring, and they attack Homicide and Todd Sinclair. Like I don't think Todd Sinclair motions for the bell, but they ring the bell, so the crowd immediately freaks out and boos, and Pearce and Hagedorn hit Homicide with a spiked shoulder breaker, which actually looked really cool. Like more people should do a spiked shoulder breaker. Like that looked awesome actually. And so Danielson immediately grabs the belt, goes outside the ring, and walks to the back. Like he's just like grateful. Like, okay, I lost the match by TQ. I keep the title. Great. Homicide's crew, Monster Mac, Grim Reaper, jump the rail. So that's what I was talking about earlier, where we get more like blasts from Homicide's past. They try and get to the ring, but Pearce and Hagedorn fight them off. But Julius Smokes, who had not even been seen all night since he got taken out in the Reyes match, he runs in, he decks Hagedorn, he hits Pearce with a fucking dropkick, and a good one too. Like, on commentary, Dave Prazak talks about how we might have another riot on our hands. So even that, like they're bring up the old history of that. Homicide's crew brawls with Pearce and Hagedorn at ringside. The crowd chants bullshit. Bobby Cruz at this point is in the middle of announcing Homicide the winner by DQ when Todd Sinclair snatches the mic away and says there's no way he's letting this match finish by disqualification. He's restarting the match right now. Gets a gigantic pop from the crowd. Danielson comes back in the curtain screaming, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" But he quickly gets back in the ring. The match keeps going. Now, on paper, that's the kind of thing a lot of fans hate. That's the kind of thing I often personally dislike in big matches. But here, it makes perfect sense. It's like a great payoff. Like the whole unintentional story of Homicide in ROH has been he gets close to winning the world title, then something goes wrong. So like he wrestles Joe for the world title at Do or Die in 2003. Looks like he has Joe on the ropes, maybe about to beat him. Then he gets distracted because Loki and Julius Smokes are arguing on the outside, and then Joe beats him. Then later he beats Joe in a match, but it's a no-holds-barred non-title match at Empire State Showdown, so he doesn't get the title. Then at Reborn Stage 1 in 2004, Homicide rolls Joe up. The ref mistakenly counts the 3, and so Homicide thinks he's winning, but Joe kicked out the last second. The ref realizes the mistake, orders the match continues. Homicide has a giant freak out, gets himself DQ'd. And then we go to the Scramble Cage Melee. Again, it's him versus Joe and Punk. And I mean, him versus Joe and Punk in a 3-way. He wins the match, but it's non-title. So again, he beats Joe, doesn't win the belt. Then in 2006, he's wrestling Danielson for the title at Destiny. He gets Danielson has on the MMA elbows. The ref stops the match, and Homicide's pissed because he didn't tap out. He didn't verbally submit. So,
Yeah,
you have this.
that's the biggest one because now it's Sinclair making good on him screwing Homicide earlier in the year.
Exactly. And so we have this unintentional history, which I love when wrestling takes things that they didn't plan. They didn't plan in 2003 when they started doing all this, that this would all form into a storyline, but it kind of became a storyline they picked up on, which is the idea of Homicide's always been Snake, but he's come so close so many times and something always goes wrong or he costs himself it or whatever. And so, yeah, in any other match, if you don't know that history, that whole sequence I just talked about, you go, what a bullshit. They just what an overbooked thing. They just threw a random DQ and match restart just to do what? But here, it's an incredible payoff because, like you just mentioned, Todd Sinclair was the ref in that match that, with the MMA elbows that ruled out. That match, in fact, that ROH Destiny match, that's the match where afterwards Homicide decides, if I don't win a title by the end of the year, I'm quitting this company. And so the idea that, like, Todd Sinclair is like deciding this match is too big, and for the first time, Homicide, it's like the moment that lets you know Homicide's not going to get screwed this time. Like, the bad luck can't get him this time, and it's this really nice payoff and full circle moment. And then, like, later on, there's a great spot where Brian has Homicide in the cross-face chicken wing, and Homicide makes the ropes, and the ref counts 5 for Danielson to release the hold, and Danielson refuses, and he just says, fuck the 5 count, and he, like, dares the ref, Todd Sinclair, to DQ him, and Todd Sinclair won't. Eventually, Homicide breaks free of it. And again, so many wrestlers over the years have refused to break on a 5 count and just swore at the referee. It's no big deal if you don't know Danielson's history, which is Danielson never refuses to break at 5. He always breaks at 4 and says, I have till 5, referee, which is like a perfect, like, example of his character in 2006, which is the guy who, he's a complete asshole, but he's also the best wrestler in the world, and he bends the rules frequently, but he usually doesn't break them because he doesn't need to. And it's a great example. It's like in Joe versus Punk 3, where Joe puts his feet on the ropes, where a million wrestlers put their feet on the ropes for a pin. But that meant so much in that match because Joe never did something like that. He never had to. And it's the same thing here where Brian never went all the way to 5 because he never had to. And this match, he's just so desperate. He's like daring the ref to DQ him. He just wants this to be done. He wants to get this over with. And, again, it's these little payoffs. And the rest of the match, I would say, like, the match actually feels a lot like Danielson's early title defenses. It's a half an hour long. It's a lot of slow mat work to start. In fact, I think basically the first 10 minutes, the first third of this match is just mat work. The crowd's super hot before the match, and they never lose the crowd, but obviously the crowd's going to be a little less lively for 10 minutes of holds to start with. But they're working at pace like a Danielson match and like a big world title match, not like some big hated blood feud. This is like a big fight feel world title match. My biggest complaint with the match would be Homicide's selling, where both guys have legit shoulder problems. ROH went out of their way on the previous night and really to sell the story of Homicide's shoulder, how big a factor it was. Like, they did an injury angle the night before to re-injure it. And this match, Danielson works on Homicide's shoulder a fair bit, and Homicide almost never sells the fucking shoulder. Like, later in the match, Homicide starts working on Brian's injured shoulder, and Brian's selling of his shoulder is so much better. It kind of made me angrier at Homicide. So I was like, why can't you be even close to this good? Like, Brian is doing stuff like where Brian does his flying top rope headbutt. He usually raises both his arms out, like, up near, to his sides, and he tries, but then he realizes he can't raise his injured arm. Or later on, he does a kip off the mat, but he only posts off the mat with his good arm. It's like little great detail work like that, where meanwhile on the other end, Homicide can't even be bothered to, like, act like his shoulder hurts after he does a move usually. And the finish of this match is Homicide goes for a lariat with his bad arm. Brian blocks it, and Homicide just screams and power throughs it. He throws the lariat again and hits it, and it's a fine finish. Like, it's a good finish. But imagine how much cooler it would have been if Homicide had been, like, selling the shit out of his arm for 10 minutes and unable to do anything with it, and then this one moment he guts through and uses it to win. And instead, he used both his arms fine for the whole match, really. That's a fairly significant issue in this match, with so much of it is about their shoulders. But to me, the work is still good enough to make this a great match because there's so many great payoffs. I talked about at the start of the show where Brian did that promo talking about all the things he could beat Homicide with, and Homicide survives them all. Like, again, like a great WrestleMania main event, they saved so many things for this match to pull them all out. Like, he survives the crossface chicken wing, he survives the cow mutilation, he kicks out of the small package that no one had kicked out of since May, and they set it up perfectly. Like, Homicide hits the cop kill out of nowhere for a near fall. Brian gets his hand on the ropes. And then when he doesn't win on that, we get that classic Homicide tantrum that he's had before where he thinks he should have won. He gets the ring bell. Looks like he's going to cost us off the match like he's done before. And the ref takes the ring bell away from him. And while Homicide's distracted by the ref doing that, Brian kicks Homicide in the balls and does it the small package. And that's a near fall where, if you listen to the crowd, like, I think some people thought Brian might win there, which is an amazing thing because I think everyone going into this show knew Homicide was going to win. I think in that brief moment, they worked it so well. There's a few fans that are thinking, fuck, is Brian going to win this? And I could talk about more stuff, but I should get to you because I've been talking too long. But I would just say I love this is one of those matches that's just like a love letter to the nerds of us like you and me who have watched every show and every match where there are so many nice little emotional payoffs in this match.
Well, that's why I feel like you got to go with the. You said you're vacillating between 4 and 4.25. You got to go with the 4.25, Trevor. Come on,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, I do.
It's not the
The shoulder thing did annoy me, I will say
yes.
that, but other than that, I would say that's its main flaw.
Yeah, so we reviewed Danielson versus Homicide at Destiny months and months and months and months ago, over a year ago. And I said then that match for work blows this one out of the water. And while I may not hold to that degree of blowing out of the water, I do think that match was a better match as far as pure work. Like you said, this is like, kind of a slow pace world title match. That match, they kind of went balls to the wall for like 30 minutes. I know you didn't like that match the way that Joe Gagne and I did. I love that match. I think that was a better match. More inventive, more interesting. But what that match doesn't have, that this match does, is the payoff and the love letter to the fans that you mentioned, that paid attention, the emotion, the drama, the atmosphere. And I think, that is what elevates this match. I mean, this is a really well-worked match. I know you're upset about the selling. I agree with you that it was lackluster on Homicide's part. I don't necessarily think it's fair to compare it to Bryan Danielson because it's, Bryan Danielson.
Yeah.
But we've seen Homicide do great selling before.
Yeah.
The first Danielson versus Homicide match where Homicide's selling the wrist, right? Like that was incredible selling by Homicide. So it's not like he can't do it.
It was a thing with this match where I would just sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say it wasn't even like there's a lot of times in wrestling where a guy starts selling and then as the match gets more exciting, they just decide, you know what, I'm just going to drop the selling. It was like he never even tried. Like apart from me, a couple little times, like you just felt like he decided this match. Brian's going to work my shoulder, but you know what? I'm just not even going to.
I wonder if there's a thing in wrestlers' minds where it's like, if my injury is real, and Homicide did have a real shoulder injury, right? It wasn't as, acute as Danielson's at that moment, but it was a real shoulder injury. I wonder if like a wrestler in wrestlers' minds, like, well, if it's real and it hurts and I'm still able to do this, then I guess I don't need to sell like I can't. Does that make some sense?
I mean, isn't that's the thing Dave Meltzer always references to defend things, and I don't completely agree with this, but like that Kenny Omega has said that like, hey, like in real sports, guys work through injuries all the time. They're not constantly going, ow, this hurts. You don't know they're hurt till afterwards. I would say the difference is in wrestling, it's more theatrical and it's more storytelling. In a way, that's why some of us prefer wrestling to real sports.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. But I would say when you say that, I bet you some people would make that argument, right? That like, look,
but I wonder if that's
the more realistic thing is a real injury. You just work through it.
And I wonder if like that's like was what Homicide was thinking. Like, well, this really does hurt. He puts me in this surfboard and rolls it around like it really does hurt. But I'm gonna do the stuff that I'm really able to do, and so that's realistic enough. I'm not necessarily defending it, but like I'm trying to get into the mindset of, saying like maybe it's not just like laziness or forgetfulness.
Yeah.
But I definitely understand why you would, find that to be a demerit to the match. I think that the first 10 minutes that you mentioned where it's on the mat, that's mostly leading up to the Hagedorn and Pierce run in. And after that, which is the final 2/3 of the match, that's where things get, picked up into second gear and eventually third gear. I did notice, though, so Pierce and Hagedorn hit a spike pile driver on Smokes early in the show. What did Pierce say? That Smokes broke his like C4 vertebrae or something.
He broke his fractured vertebrae or something like that. It was something to do with his vertebrae. He literally broke him.
Yes, did not hit which is funny because that's Homicide's move, right? The vertebrae
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
Um, but he hits a spike shoulder breaker on Homicide, and Julius Smokes is back a couple hours later. Homicide is not even selling the shoulder, so it's like I guess Pierce and Hagedorn are not good at spiking people. That's what I would say. Their spikes are impotent. That's what I would say about their spikes. Impotent spikes. Um, um,
Boy, hitting close to home.
shh. So, so once they get out of that moment in the match, that's when things get more intense. I thought it was funny that in the biggest match, Homicide hits what I would call a quintessential Tope con Hilo. And when I say quintessential, what I mean is he misses Danielson almost completely and flies into the crowd, but no one cares, and it's just like this was awesome anyway, right? Like, kind of.
Yeah, yeah, like the classic Homicide Tove kind of, like I didn't think of it until you said that, but it makes complete sense because like some of the most memorable ones, yeah, are like where he's coming with such a head of steam. Basically, all his opponent does is like barely touches him to try and prevent him from killing himself, and he ends up in the front row.
Yes,
And yeah, that absolutely was one of those on this show.
absolutely. Meanwhile, Danielson late in the match hits his diving springboard into the crowd, and that one connects very well. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned all of the big spots near the end, and it's all about playing off of previous matches, whether it's stuff involving Homicide from before, whether it's stuff involving Danielson's previous matches, because he plays into the ending sequence that he did with Kenta, even all the way up to the fact that Homicide hits the cop killer and he gets his hand on the ropes, right? Because that's basically the go to sleep spot from Glory by Honor, right? That he gets hit with the go to sleep and then he gets his foot on the ropes instead of kicking out, and then the whole bit with the ring bell. That's sort of what happened in the Destiny match where he had the ring bell and he didn't want to hit it because he didn't want to get disqualified, which we sort of made fun of at the time because we said, well, he didn't want to hit him with the ring bell because he didn't want to get disqualified. But then later in the match, they're hitting each other with chairs and tables. That inconsistency was not present in this match, but um, I still think we could kind of nitpick that as someone who's people who have watched every ROH show. That said, I think it did add good drama, and it allowed for that moment where Danielson was able to kick him low, hit the small package, get that really awesome near fall, and then that final lariat. I didn't really notice the selling when it got to the lariat. I thought that was just a great dramatic moment, but then finally he gets the pin, and I will tell you this, Trevor. I promise this is true. I was at Joe vs. Kobashi. I was at Cage of Death. I was at, multiple big WWE shows over the years, multiple big AEW shows over the years. Homicide's winning pop was the biggest, loudest individual pop I've ever heard in my life. I don't know if that came through to you when you watched it on video, but it was everyone in the building was going insane. It was a packed building, and that always adds to the intensity of the reaction. So I would say that's, whatever you think about the match, ROH, the fact that they were able to elicit that reaction on an indie, based on a years-long storyline, you just don't get that in too many places. I don't know if yeah, I guess probably if I was at WrestleMania and Cody winning, that was probably the closest because people were waiting years and years for that. I don't know if WWE has come close to that besides that moment in many years. I don't think that AEW has gotten to that level of like just making people just crave something and just scream for something so badly and finally get it in that release and that catharsis. The best wrestling does that. This is, I think, the biggest example of ROH doing it, and that pop was unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know if I would believe you, but I do believe this live report at the time to the pwtorch.com that wrote, Homicide hit the lariat for the pin, and one of the biggest pops I've ever heard, and that includes Kobashi and ROH. Oh, wait, that was you. You wrote that at the time. Um, um, yeah, and think of how impressive that is in the sense of they got fans to, 200-person overflow in this building, one of the loudest reactions you've ever heard. Yeah, it translates on video. I mean, I don't know if it translates. I mean, but you could tell it's blowing things out. It's super loud. But think about what this is for. Homicide and Danielson have wrestled each other a million goddamn times in Ring of Honor. They're wrestling for a world title that 3 years earlier, at the end of 2003, I would say, didn't mean hardly anything. And yet, in 3 years, they've made this match incredible, like a super sellout event. And they've made the moment of winning it feel like the biggest thing in the world. Like it wasn't like compared to something like Joe versus Kobashi or something. This wasn't like they got some big outside star, with all this history from somewhere else. It's like they built this whole moment. Everything about this they made homemade, right? And to me, that's one of the impressive things about it.
I mean, I think that what Dave Meltzer always would praise ROH for in this era, and I think probably their greatest accomplishment in this early era in terms of booking is just how important they made that world title feel.
Yeah.
It's very hard to get a world title to feel that important. Very few companies in the past 30 years have done it, at least in North America. And they were able to do it in a short amount of time. And because these other companies in modern eras have watered things down with so many belts, WWE has split their belts and then merged their belts and then split their belts and then merged their belts. AEW, they do have one world title, but so many other belts. I don't know that any other company has really gotten to the point where their world title means that much to the audience of that company and in the world of that company the way ROH did in this era. I think that every company should aspire to that because it makes wrestling so much more satisfying when you have that thing that you could just yearn for, and that's your favorite winning this incredibly prestigious title. And I think that this is kind of the culmination of it. This moment right here. I mean, Joe's title reign, was really what set it off and allowed for great moments like Aries winning. And, we'll talk about when we get to the post-match. They were still in an era where every single title change they treated as absolutely monumental. And I think WWE, for example, in the past, 15 years, 14 years, has only had one title change that really felt that monumental, where they treated it with the same level of importance and prestige as this was, and that was Cody, like I just mentioned, because of the way they reacted to it after the match and the way they built it up. But that the booking of the world title, I think, is something that everyone should look to Gabe to see how it's done, because boy, was it successful.
And I think the big thing is about this match, like I completely agree, is you really need patience, because so much of this match is about paying off things, but how they built it was patience. Like that, Brian, when it took time to establish the small package as like this new finisher, and it took him time to establish it, and then he didn't let anyone break out of it. He started, I think he said in May, for 7 months for this one spot. Or Homicide, the cop killer is the coolest move he does, one of the cooler moves in wrestling. Some wrestlers would say, if I have a move that cool, I'm going to use it as my finisher. I'm going to use it in every match. Homicide at this point in his career didn't even use it in every match, let alone have people kick out of it. And it's for one spot here on this show, and the world title. Ring of Honor, they were almost at this point a couple months away from being around for 5 years. This is their 8th world title champion. That's less than 2 champs a year. Like, they only put it, for the most part, on top tier beloved guys, and usually they held it for a long time. It's like all these things were special because they didn't just give them out like candy. These were all things they really protected and saved. And then, like a WrestleMania, on one night, they kind of give you all these things they've been saving up and building and go, here, you can have them all. all these kickouts, all these moments, this one significant thing, like you can have it all right now. And that's what makes it, you kind of have to really invest so much to make a night like this.
And they did. And I think that the world title, I think WWE actually did emulate them because right at this point they had spent years with fairly frequent title changes. And I think at this point Cena was in the middle of basically a year-long title reign that didn't really end until he got injured. So I think that WWE saw what Gabe had done with Samoa Joe and then Danielson and then was like, all right, I guess long title reigns are cool again.
So before we get to the post match, there's I got a couple quick other notes about the match. There's one thing, other fly in the match. It's a little nitpicking. One spot we didn't bring up, which is, there is a great spot in this match where Homicide is in, I forget if it's the cat mutilation or the crossface chicken, one of those spots, and he appears to pass out in it. And Todd Sinclair starts walking to the timekeeper to call for the bell and end the match, like akin to the Destiny show where he called the match when Homicide wasn't responsive in the MMA elbows. And Homicide reaches his hand out and grabs Todd Sinclair's leg and stops him. And it's a great spot. But the thing that bugged me was, earlier, at a different point in the match, Homicide's in the elbows to the head over and over again. The same thing that got the stoppage at Destiny. And Homicide just quickly fights out of it. And to me, that's the moment they should have done that spot. He passes out, because then it would have been one more amazing callback where you basically recreate the exact same thing that happened at Destiny, except this time Homicide grabs Todd Sinclair's leg and won't, he's not going to go out like that this time.
Maybe that was the one moment where they were like, nah, that's too on the nose.
See, I love on the nose,
I know.
Call me a guy who loves those little nose kisses you give to your mother when you were 5, because I love things that are on the nose. What the fuck did I just say?
Everybody may take note. Call Trevor the guy who loves those little nose kisses that you give to your mother when you're 5.
God damn it. Anyway, look, if there's one thing I love, it's that. If there's two things I love, it's that and doing it with my grandma. And don't clip that. But
well, I'm not editing that out.
There were a couple other more silly notes in the match I just want to go over quickly. Early before the match starts, Homicide actually offers a handshake, which is very rare for Homicide, and Danielson flips him off, which will build to the post match. And Homicide just smiles, which I love. I love that. It's one of those things. This night had a big fight feel and a completely different feel. It's completely the opposite of what you normally expect, which makes it feel more special. Like Homicide's one offering the handshake, and when he's rejected, Homicide just like laughs. Like it's just a different night,
Yeah.
And there's a moment where some fans chant same old shit when Danielson does the surfboard, which some fans did to get on Danielson, sometimes good-naturedly, sometimes not. But later on, Homicide slaps on a chin lock, and you can hear like 2 or 3 Danielson fans chanting same old shit to Homicide. I was like, was he known for that? He's not Randy Orton. Like you're just picking any move as an excuse to chant same old shit at Homicide. And then did you notice this? Which was when Danielson does the diving headbutt, the crowd chants, "You're not Benoit" at him to heckle him. And I just wrote my notes, roughly 7 months after this, that chant would become a compliment.
Yeah,
like
boy.
We were almost done the era where that would be a compliment, where that would be a negative.
Well, wait until we get to the match between Davey Richards and Pac from Manhattan Mayhem 2 before we start talking about comparing people to Benoit at weird times. That's a little preview for many months down the road, everybody.
Oh my God! So we'll get to the post match, but I got some notes and I've kind of sprinkled them throughout. So first, Matt, I don't know if you remember this. I did not know this or remember this until I looked it up. Thank God this didn't happen. So do you remember this? This is Mike Johnson reporting from PW Insider. TNA star Conan was originally booked for ROH Final Battle to appear as a surprise run-in during the Homicide Bryan Danielson title match. I would guess to help ward off Adam Pearce and Shane Hagedorn, but his health issues prevented him from appearing. Thank God it wasn't fucking Conan.
I'm not going to thank God for his health issues, because I wish him all the best. Yeah, I mean, I think the crowd might not have reacted well. But on the other hand, since it was just in like that early match portion and didn't affect the finish, and it was this night where everyone was so excited, I think they might have actually reacted well to Conan there. So it might not have made that much of a difference. Who was there? Okay, so it was Smokes. It was Monster Mac, who they continue
And
to not acknowledge who he is, and then it was what Grim Reaper, was that the other guy?
yeah,
Yeah.
and I think on honorable mention, Shane Haggerty has this fun anecdote where I think he said like when Monster Mac and Grim Reaper come through the crowd to kind of mimic the riot and to help Homicide, and while Monster Mac is brawling with Hagedorn, Monster Mac says something to Shane to the effect of like, "Oh shit, I think I ran over a guy in a wheelchair," like just running through the crowd. Like, so he's just like worried, and he's so that was just like a cute anecdote.
Okay, but okay, I mean, it's still bad, like doing it like on when running through the crowd. But for a second, I thought you meant like he was telling him like on his way here by driving there. He was like, I think I'm gonna run over a guy in a wheelchair, but I had to get it. I had to get to the
I think
arena.
I killed somebody. This is gonna be my last public appearance.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Um. But anyway, yeah, I'm glad Conan was not there, but I'm also glad Conan's healthy. So then we'll go to how the Observer covered this. Dave Meltzer wrote at the time, Bryan Danielson's 15-month reign as Ring of Honor champion came to a close December 23rd at the Manhattan Center, but in a rare bit of long-term story building, the decision regarding who would likely be the next champion was largely made before he had even won. It was August 20th, 2005, on a show in Morristown, New Jersey, where then ROH champion James Gibson was defending against Spanky and Homicide in a three-way. Homicide was disqualified, eliminating him first, and about 20% of the crowd turned on the show and kind of ruined the rest of the evening, as the match was put on in the middle of the card. Booker Gabe Sapolsky said it was at that point he knew Homicide, who he had really never considered strongly before as someone to put the title on, should at some point win the title in New York. A few weeks later, in Lake Grove, New York, Danielson beat Gibson, largely because Gibson had signed a contract with WWE. Even before that, Sapolsky used to refer to Homicide New York as their company's version of Jerry Lawler in Memphis. Ironically, the angle came right out of Memphis, although it turned out differently. In 1986, Jerry Lawler stated that he had always said when he was younger he was going to retire from wrestling when he was 35. By that point, he was 36, and he said that his goal was to win the NWA World Heavyweight title. And if he didn't by the end of the year, he would retire. Of course, when he said it, Jerry Jarrett and Jim Crockett had reached a deal for a big show in Memphis where Lawler would beat Ric Flair and then lose it back quickly. But as they say, shit happens. The deal fell apart, and at the end of the year, after pushing the storyline all year, Lawler, with no good explanation, had to say that he felt fine, didn't feel like he should retire, and that was that. From August of 2005, it was a slow build by Homicide to eventually win the title, with plans to make him a full-fledged babyface and the savior of ROH in the final match of the CZW feud, and eventually have Jim Cornette go heel on him. In June, Homicide said that he was tired of being screwed over by ROH and said that if he didn't win the title by the end of the year, he would leave ROH. The angle was set up this past weekend's match, but as is usually the case, it was hardly smooth sailing with Danielson, who ended up being one of the best American old-style champions in recent years in his long reign, suffering a shoulder separation in September. It was touch and go if he could continue to work until December 23rd, the show billed his final battle 06. He made it, although not without paying the price. He'll be getting an MRI this week and is expected to need extensive rehab and perhaps surgery on the shoulder. There are no plans for when he will be back, but at press time, nobody was expecting him back in the ring until May, which leaves a huge hole that won't be easy to fill. In the end, ROH couldn't have asked for more from Danielson, who delivered what a champion needed to in a promotion like this. He had the great matches, the long matches, and the good interviews. He carried himself like a champion, and when he said he was the best wrestler in the world as his gimmick, at least he played the part well enough that it wasn't embarrassing to hear him say it. The ROH title was just another indie belt, but the 21-month-long reign of Samoa Joe in 2003 to 2004 both started the ball rolling on Joe being an established superstar, and it elevated the title past the level of what by all rights it should be considered as. He went 3 months longer than he probably should have with the injury, but in the end decided to play out the big program they had built up until its climax. This was not a match of the year, but it was a great atmosphere, and the crowd overall for the night was hotter than even the September 16th show in the same building with Danielson versus Kenta. Then a few weeks later, Dave got a copy of the tape, and he watched it himself, and he wrote, The final battle tape where Homicide beat Bryan Danielson to win the world title is also worth going out of your way to see. That's a 4.25-star match, if not better. In some aspects, I don't know if Danielson really is the best wrestler in the world, but as far as putting together a title match, he's as good as anyone I've seen. After seeing his matches all year and seeing how they built up this match as this year's climactic struggle, it was a thing of beauty. The last 10 minutes were just tremendous. They made you feel as the match went down the stretch that the Ring of Honor title was every bit the world title, if not more, than any other title in the business. So before we get to some other new stuff, I mean, that basically echoed exactly what you were saying, Matt, of how Dave was always really impressed with how big they made the title feel, right?
Yeah, I
Like
mean that was always his big compliment to ROH. Going back to '04, I would say.
and we've documented like the backhanded comments. There's still traces of that in what I just read from Dave.
Yeah,
Like
a little bit, yeah.
But it's faded, you know.
Yeah.
They've won him over enough, you know. But then we get to something, Matt. We talk about another thing that just stunned me. I don't remember this either. Well, actually, I vaguely remember this, but I don't. This is another thing I wonder if you'll remember. This is crazy. So this is from the first part will seem normal, but the second part will seem crazy. This is Brian Alvarez writing in Figure 4 Weekly. Danielson will be out of action indefinitely after the match. Gabe Sapolsky on Wrestling Observer Live said he'd be out until May at the earliest, and he wasn't even writing any storylines for his return because there was no way of knowing when that would be. Danielson was scheduled to get an MRI sometime this week to determine the severity of his injury. There's a very slim chance he'll never return. He was legitimately unhappy with the direction of the business prior to his title run and has talked openly in recent months of wanting to do something outside wrestling, including joining the Peace Corps. Now, this is the crazy part to me, Matt. There is no interest in him at this point from the WWE side. In fact, the last time the possibility of him coming in was discussed was 3 years ago when he did some dark matches for the company. The feeling in WWE is that he doesn't have the size, the facials, or the promos that they're looking for right now. The reality is that the Bryan Danielson in ROH, as awesome as he is, and he's so awesome, wouldn't be allowed to be that Bryan Danielson in WWE, and he's going to have a hard time getting over otherwise, unless I guess he brings back the cloak and wizard beard. His best shot would be for Michael Hayes to see some tapes and fall in love with him and want to bring him in as part of the Blue Bloods on SmackDown.
Oh boy.
They're also now Matt, okay, here's the piece there's a resistance. There also appears to be little interest from the TNA side. His name has come up here and there, but usually the people who are asked about him that have worked with him extensively in ROH, perhaps surprisingly, have not put him over to the level of other guys on that roster. No one ever retires in this business, but for 14 months he was king of indie wrestling, and if the doors to WWE and TNA remain closed, there really isn't a whole lot more to accomplish. I can't believe that people in TNA that worked with him in Ring of Honor said, like what?
Listen, well, I can't speak to that. That was Brian Alvarez who wrote that?
Yes, that's Figure 4 Weekly Brian Alvarez.
I would love someone to show that to Brian Alvarez. I would love to hear what he would have to say about that. He'd get more defensive than he was with the Claudio situation, probably. So, as ridiculous as that sounds, keep in mind that when Bryan Danielson does go to WWE, he is not a member of the Blue Bloods, but he is incessantly mocked on commentary and by other wrestlers and called a nerd and a virgin. And they, like, as ridiculous as all of that sounds, I think WWE proved that that is how they felt about him when they brought him in. Don't you think that's true?
Yeah, and to be fair to Brian Alvarez in one respect on that quote, we talk about he kind of half-jokingly, maybe if he brought back the cloak and wizard beard.
Right, the beard helped get him over, huh?
Exactly, I was just about to say, the beard is one of the first things that really I feel like kind of made WWE probably think on some level this guy's marketable, right? Growing out the outsized crazy beard again.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So in a weird way, that is kind of good advice, you know.
But this is always, I'm sure I've said it before on the show, this has always been my response to those comments that were from back then of like, oh, Danielson couldn't be the ROH Danielson in WWE, so he wouldn't be able to get over. And my response has always been, if you're really, really exceptionally good, you can adapt to what you need to do. That is what I've always said. It keeps getting proven again and again and again. It certainly was proven by Bryan Danielson. People even said that shit about CM Punk, you know, like it was, which is beyond crazy. But people can adapt to what they need to be in different environments to get over. And I believe that Danielson absolutely could have done it in 2005. I think he definitely could have done it in 2006 and 2007. It's bizarre to me that not only that WWE didn't see it, but that these wrestling journalists that are supposed to be more open-minded didn't see it. I don't get how Brian Alvarez or Dave Meltzer could get, I don't know, so indoctrinated into this WWE mindset that they don't realize that if you put Brian Danielson in a situation and tell him he needs to do certain things, that he wouldn't be able to figure out how to do it. That's the part that gets me. Not that WWE thought it, because it's Vince McMahon and he's stuck in his ways, and besides all the other terrible things about him, but like Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer should know better. They should have known better even 18 or 17 and a half years ago.
Well, I think a lot of what Brian and Dave, when they talk like this, is coming from is not necessarily their personal feelings of who could get over. Although sometimes it is. I think that they were a little indoctrinated in that sense. But I think more it's about the idea that the glass ceiling was so rigid back then that just the thought that it's pointless to even speculate because even if he got hired, he would never get a shot. Like it was different back then. Well, look at the reporting that like the top two companies after all this run aren't even interested in him. And so there's just this thought, like, even if he got hired, probably, like, what's the point?
Yeah, I
Like,
get
he's
it.
not.
I get it, but I do think that they should have made a point to say WWE wouldn't give him a chance to get over, but they should because he definitely would be able to because he's that good. Like that's the part that I wish they would have said at the time. And it makes me wonder if they actually believe that because I don't think they did. I think they felt the same way that Vince did, which is nope, he doesn't have the right fit for that environment, doesn't have the right look, doesn't have the right body, doesn't have the right style, doesn't have the right interviews, which we've been over a million times. Obviously, that's ridiculous by this point, but I think that they believed it, and I did not believe it. I did not believe in 2006 that if you gave Brian Danielson a chance, I fully had confidence that Danielson could get over in any environment where he was given a chance. By the end of 2006, I was sure of it, and it's surprising to me that those other two guys weren't.
Yeah, and I think where you were proven right. I mean, I don't know if young Matt in 2006 felt the same way current Matt does, but I think where you're really proven right about that, and I think to kind of put a point on, I think what you've been saying right now and on other episodes is the idea of maybe where what you saw that Dave and Brian and guys like that didn't see is the idea that yeah, WWE can hold people down if if they have biases against their size, their look, all sorts of things, their background, but if you are like one of the greatest of your generation level talented, like a CM Punk or Brian Danielson, if you give them even a crack, they will become undeniable. Like even just a sliver an opportunity where I feel like Brian and Dave and guys like that, maybe they thought either they weren't talented to that level or they didn't even think that. But like in both cases, like Brian and Punk, like to your point, I think like they were given small opportunities to not close to what they ended up getting. And they basically got the crowd so into them, it kind of became ignorable for WWE.
Yeah,
Like,
and with,
like,
and with and
the,
with Punk
yeah.
I mean, it's even more so because Punk had so much charisma that he barely had to do anything to get them to feel that way. He walked in the door and he was getting, he was in a match before this in Survivor Series 2006 where he was with the Hardys and DX and the crowd was chanting for CM Punk, right? Punk just has that undeniable charisma that maybe Danielson didn't quite have, but Danielson would do it with his performances, with his wrestling. Punk could just stand somewhere and attract all this love and attention.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of difference, but the fact that there was even some question about Punk at the time, like that just tells you all you need to know about how ridiculous all of these things are. By the way, do you think that now is a good time to assess Bryan Danielson's title reign, or should we save that?
I was going to do one more. You know what, Matt? In my notes, it's literally assess Brian's title reign, but there's one more thing left, and I think it's time for you to come in. If you have, if not, I can send you the quote. I think there's a quote from Bryan Danielson's book.
Oh
and I think it perfectly.
Shit! I forgot to get it out. I should.
I can Skype chat you the quote if you want.
Okay, sure.
But I think it's a passage Brian wrote about this, and I think it like kind of perfectly frames the discussion of his title reign because I think he really settles in on something that where you're like, wow, that really sums it up. But Come on. You can tell how we never send chat to each other during the show.
All right, well,
Okay.
I got
I
it.
just,
Yes. All right.
yeah.
I will read it. Thank you. I apologize for not being
No, no
prepared.
problem. No problem. I always do that, and you almost always surprise. I just always expect to have it because I'm the nerd that likes this part, and you're the nerd that monitors all the moves, and I could never imagine doing. So we work out well.
Fair enough. All right, I'll read it. So, quote Bryan Danielson from his book: After the Kenta match, I did my first tour of Japan for Pro Wrestling Noah, basically so that Kenta could get his win back in front of the Japanese audience. I did my best, but with my shoulder getting progressively worse, I focused on trying to make it until Ring of Honor's biggest show of the year, Final Battle. At that event, on December 23rd, 2006, a wildly popular wrestler named Homicide beat me for the Ring of Honor World Championship in front of a sellout Manhattan Center crowd, our second show in the building. My shoulder was a wreck, but Homicide and I tried to pull out all the stops to make his title win as memorable for the fans as it could be. In the end, Homicide hit me with his cop killer, one of the coolest looking moves in wrestling, then pinned me. Well, not exactly, Brian. But anyway, as the crowd went nuts, my 462-day title reign was over. In retrospect, I was proud of the work that I had done as champion in Ring of Honor, and it made me grow as a performer. It was the first time anybody had chosen me to be, quote, the man. The only time, really. And I can't thank Gabe, ROH, and the ROH fans enough for giving me the opportunity to be the guy to carry the promotion. After losing the ROH World Championship in December, I moved back to Aberdeen from Philadelphia. Ring of Honor and I agreed they needed a new trainer for their wrestling school, and I needed to rehab my shoulder. While focused exclusively on getting healthy, I didn't wrestle again for over 3 months, the longest time I'd ever taken away from wrestling.
So yeah, so I think now is the great time to talk about Danielson's title reign because so there's so many things we could say, but I think the one thing that really that passage puts such a fine point. The biggest thing I think of when I think of this title reign is the triumph and the tragedy of it simultaneously is when Brian says that's the first and only time a company made me the man. I think to this day that holds true. I don't think, now to be fair, some of that, I don't think WWE was ever going to fully make him the man the way they would make Cena or Reigns, but he might have gotten a better run had he not had so many injuries in WWE. And then in AEW, maybe if he politicked more, demand more, wasn't so goddamn annoyingly selfless, he could have had a run as the man.
Well,
But he hasn't.
we'll talk about this later. His selflessness in AEW may have paradoxically been selfish in some ways.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
But yeah,
but like it's crazy to think Bryan Danielson has a case to be the greatest wrestler of all time. Like he has a good case. I'm not 100% sure on that, but he could be. But if not, he at the very least one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. And the reign we just saw him do is the one time in a 20 plus year career he was ever given the ball and been like, you are the top guy, you are the focal point, you are the front runner. And to me, that's insane. This is it for him.
yeah.
Like he'll become a bigger star. He'll never get a run like this. And like again, like he mentioned in the book, it's the only time I've had that. That's insane.
It is insane. I mean, when he went to AEW, I really thought he'd get another chance. And maybe he did have another chance, but he didn't do it. I think that's why a lot of people point to this when they say this was the best run of Ryan's career, and in terms of performance, and that might be where I get controversial in my assessment of his title reign and say I do not think that is true. So Trevor, I'm gonna let you answer this first. I'm pretty sure I know your answer. I don't know if you know mine, but I feel like it's worth comparing because it's what everyone did at the time. Samoa Joe's title reign or Bryan Danielson's title reign? Which was the better title reign?
Samoa Joe's.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easily Samoa Joe's, right? Like I think that what Danielson's reign suffered from was a limping to the finish line. After Glory by Honor, it was probably because of his injury, but it was also, I think, because of a weird booking period in ROH. He had a very disappointing feud with Samoa Joe, couple of other good matches, but nothing spectacular, and then a very, very, very strong final match. But Samoa Joe's reign built and built and built, got better and better and better, turned the title from an indie title to a championship that everyone needed to watch. Had three of the best matches in American wrestling of this generation, followed by another great match where he surprisingly lost the title. I and started out his reign with these incredible, fairly short matches that were just all action and intense. Had one of the best brawls you'd ever seen. Danielson's reign followed a weirder pattern, which was less built around building up the title and more built around Danielson discovering a new version of himself at the beginning, and that was kind of breathtaking to watch. You know, you've covered it well when you covered the Roderick Strong matches, and just seeing the what we call the twinkle in his eye grow and grow and grow. And he had, I'd say, his title reign was going great up until his injury, and really maybe not even up until his injury, up until he decided that he was going to work these 60-minute matches. He had three 60-minute draws and one, what was it, 54-minute, 52-minute, something like that, match against Roderick Strong. The Roderick match I loved. The other 60-minute matches, I think even he would say were pretty big disappointments. He got that one great, obviously incredible match against Kenta. He had the series against Nigel. He had so many great matches. I don't think the matches had the variety that Joe's had. And I think that basically what I'm trying to say with, in a long way of saying this, he was fantastic. He had some incredible matches, some of the best of his career. But when you watch this Bryan Danielson, and then you compare it to 2021 Bryan Danielson, 2022 Bryan Danielson, 2023, 2024, I do not understand anyone who doesn't think that Danielson has been better in AEW than he was at any other time in his career. He's put everything together. He's gotten more focused. Watch the 60-minute match he had against Hangman Page and compare that to the 60-minute matches he had in ROH. And I think the difference will be very apparent in terms of how he got better. I thought Bryan Danielson was the best wrestler in the world in 2006. I don't know if I was right, but I do know that he got much better since then. And that says a lot. So I think that this was a great title reign, an epic title reign, but a flawed title reign from a guy that could and would continue to get much better. And I think that even by 2007, some of the matches he has later in 2007, you see all that he's learned and the dramatic improvements that he continues to make. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the Joe reign is, but I still think the Danielson title reign is one of the great title reigns in ROH history, but it's not the Joe reign. And it is, as you said, I agree, it's a flawed reign. Part of that is the injury, which, hurts him. But even before that, that Nigel 60-minute draw is kind of disappointing. The Colt one, okay, he gets hurt early on, so you can't really blame him for that. The Joe feud, again, he was hurt during that, but that was, disappointing. The Chris Hero match was kind of a weird misfire, though. Those guys often seem to kind of not quite click with each other. But no, he had so many great matches. But the thing I would say is you've mentioned, we've talked about this a lot, how recent Danielson is as good in the ring as he's ever been, and better than maybe he's ever been. And I would agree with you on that. But the thing I would take a step further and say, even though 2006 is viewed as one of Danielson's greatest years, in terms of in-ring, he's as good as he is in 2006 in most years afterwards. Like sometimes he gets injured and can't do that, or he's booked in places where he can't show that as often. But Bryan Danielson is one of the most consistent wrestlers of all time.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
it's not
in WWE, he does not get the chance to have the great matches that he had in ROH. That's the main difference.
But so I think the two things that make this a special year for him and considered one of the best years of his career is the fact that he was booked as the man, which is, again, it's the one year in his entire career that stands out where he was booked as not like the plucky underdog, but like the top guy front runner of a significant promotion. So that makes it special. And it is, and you touched on earlier, that it's the first year full calendar year that he discovers this these character elements, and as you said, the twinkle in his eye, but again, he will then carry that with him basically the rest of his career to different degrees.
For sure. And he changes it up, and he becomes a face, he becomes a heel, but that confidence to be a character, to be a larger than life personality stays with him to this day.
But it is special if you're kind of a fan of his entire career. The idea of this is the year he discovers it.
Yeah, I think this is the pivotal year in his career. I think without this year, I don't know that he ever gets a chance to achieve the status that he has with so many of us.
Yeah, so in that sense, it's less about the match quality and more about just some of the significance of what it meant in his career. I think that makes it kind of special. But yeah, it's an amazing reign and an amazing job he did, and gutting it out to do this at the end. I mean, fantastic. And yeah, now I guess we should get to the final. I guess then we still got to do some awards. So I guess we'll get to the post-match finally. After the match, crowd goes crazy. Homicide hugs Julius Smokes, and people rush the ring, like a bunch of wrestlers from the roster and stuff. Joe gives Homicide a giant hug. He's like one of the first people, and he just runs at Homicide to hug him. Monster Mac and Allison Danger are close behind. Just a ton of people immediately congratulating him. So happy for him. Homicide and Kerry Silkin, the owner of ROH, have a hug in the middle of the ring, and everybody starts chanting Homicide. Eventually, Todd Sinclair goes to hand Homicide the world title, but Danielson, who has been selling this whole time, he grabs the belt. Brian flips off the crowd, but then he holds out his hand and offers Homicide the handshake, the same handshake Homicide offered earlier that Brian rejected. Homicide takes the handshake, they shake hands. Brian hands her the RH World title, and then he leaves to give Homicide his moment. Homicide poses with the belt in the turnbuckle as the crowd goes crazy before he then grabs the mic. I can't quite hear what he says at first, but I get some laughs. Homicide says, "We're going to party all night." He gives a shout out to his haters and tells them, "Fuck you." He gives shout outs to ROH's staff and crew and all the hard workers in the ring, and a big shout out to all the fans. This is for them. He says, "Brooklyn, we did it." And he asks for his music to be played, which it is played for a short time before it switches to "We Fly High" by Jim Jones, another real snapshot of the times, as everyone starts singing "Ballin' with it.
But it's, I'd say, when you say it's a snapshot of the time, it's another crazy, like, timing coincidence that I was just at AEW Forbidden Door a month ago, and Swerve Strickland was introduced by none other than Jim Jones, who rapped a piece of "We Fly High" when he came out to introduce Swerve. So, time continues to play tricks on us, Trevor.
Yeah, the weird sync up we've had it seems to be getting like more frequent, not less frequent as we continue. But
I think the weirdest one was when we reviewed a show with Jay Lethal and versus Samoa Joe, right as Jay Lethal versus Samoa Joe was happening on like a modern ROH pay-per-view.
So Homicide does a little dance. Homicide does like a little happy dance, even as Smokes gets the crowd to go Puerto Rico, aye! And from the fans to the wrestlers to the person who won the match, this is about as joyous a celebration as ROH has ever had up to this point, and one of the more joyous celebrations I've ever seen in wrestling. Like, Homicide even goes and shakes hands. He high fives and hugs people all around ringside. He gets back in the ring and grabs the mic to say he didn't hear them, leading the fans in a shout of "ballin' again." Homicide wraps the fans' Puerto Rican flag around his neck. He then walks to the aisleway where he's lifted onto people's shoulders, wrestlers from the roster, for another round of applause.
I think it was Monster Mac and Ricky Reyes at that point.
Yeah. And gets another Homicide chant. He then hugs ROH's ringside photographer, Mary Kate, who, if you want to look for something neat, watch her at ringside at the finish of the Homicide Danielson match, where she takes the time, she has the composure to take a photo of the finish, and then she immediately jumps for joy. It's a very cute moment. So anyway, at this point, Homicide walks into the crowd, and they start playing another song, Frank Sinatra's "New York, New York." Homicide poses in the crowd, just covered by fans screaming for him. And I have this shot during this that I think has to be the image for the show, where it's just a shot of Homicide swallowed up in this sea of humanity, like a million people. And the only part of Homicide you see is in the direct middle of the shot, just his face smiling. And it's just a great shot.
Well, when he gets down off the shoulders, Monster Mac's like, "Hey, look over there! Look who's here!" And that's when he goes into the crowd. It's because lowlife Louis Ramos is in the crowd, and he pulls him over the guardrail to go to the back with him.
Yeah, like it's another example of all these old friends who, like, the way I would put this up is, so this whole segment went 10 minutes. this whole post-match celebration, and it really does feel like a party.
And
And I've never seen.
that's the part where I was like, this is what makes it feel like WrestleMania. Like Cody had this for WrestleMania 40, but I can't think of another WWE title change that got this. And ROH always lets new champions cut promos and have big celebrations. Nothing quite to this degree, but it's like
Yeah, I don't think they've ever let someone have a 10-minute on tape celebration.
Right, but it makes the world title feel so important, and that's what they did so well.
Yeah, I agree, and the feel I get from this too is it's a feeling that you don't always get in wrestling world title changes, where it's so much genuine good vibes from the fans and the rest of the ring. Like it felt like Homicide was a guy that so many people really liked. It was like he was finally getting admittance to this really exclusive club, and everyone was just so happy for him. It was like he joined the SNL Five Timers Host Club or something, but like more like just like we felt you've deserved this for so long. You're getting to be with us now. Like we are so happy for you. Like there's no hint of jealousy here. It's just and I guess I would say Homicide's a guy who today, because he never got the big star run in a big promotion like Punk or Danielson or Joe even, he's not remembered or is known to as many fans. But, in the early years, he was almost as big a foundational piece of ROH as those guys were. And I feel like I was just so happy rewatching this month because I was like, we just talked about how Danielson said he never got another year where he was the man. I don't think, Homicide was on bigger stages than this, in places like TNA. I don't think Homicide ever got a bigger celebration of him and a bigger moment than this. And he probably deserved one, but like I love that ROH really gave him 10 minutes to just be in his glory. And it was just really a heartwarming thing. And I'm really glad he got this.
Yeah, I think I even said at the time, like, even if Homicide's title reign ends up being weak, which we'll get to it. This moment was what we came for. This moment was the point. It's the chase is great. The accomplishment is amazing, and is what we all are in it for. I guess in the end, it was enough. I guess for the fans. I don't know if it was enough for Homicide. I think that, he probably would have liked a longer reign. Obviously, he was going to have to leave to go to TNA anyway. And I'm sure that he wishes that he had a bigger run on a bigger stage, and I do too. But I didn't need any more from Homicide as ROH World Champion than this moment. The achievement was more important than the reign for Homicide.
Yeah.
Not true for everybody, but for Homicide, I think it worked.
And then before the end of the show, we got a couple segments left. And so next, Matt, we come to what I think is maybe the most puzzling decision on this entire DVD. They now that the match is over and the post-match celebration is over, they now play a video package for Homicide. And, I don't want to raise expectations too high because ROH video production in this era was, shall we say, rustic, I'll say to be polite. In my opinion, I don't know if you agree, Matt, this might be the best video package they've ever done. It's highlights of Homicide's entire ROH career as he gives a somewhat somber voiceover with this really good dramatic music track as Homicide talks about all he's gone through in Ring of Honor, how he's even lost friends as they quickly show shots of Boogaloo and Low Key, how he needs to make money for his family, how at Final Battle he's either going to become a legend like the other champs he names or he'll be forgotten. And again, I think this might be the best video package they had ever done at this point in history, and it's hyping up a match you just saw. Like, why this is on right after the match it's promoting and why it didn't come right before the match or hell about on other DVDs before this show. Like, this was clearly like a hype thing, and it's a great one. Why is it on after the match?
So I'm actually going to have to disagree with you here. So I don't know if you remember this. They did this exact same thing for Bryan Danielson. Same video, same pattern, same music, everything when Danielson won the title. They showed his history of like leading up to getting the title shot. Then they showed the highlights of the title match. And then with the same music in the background. Then they showed Danielson's celebration with the same music in the background. And the reason they did it was because they posted it on ROHWrestling.com before the DVD came out. And so this was sort of like not a hype video, but a celebration of the victory. So I actually disagree with you on this because I remember the Danielson video. Go back and watch the Glory by Honor 4 DVD. You're going to see it's the exact same thing. This is better because I think the story is better, but it's the same thing. It's the same exact video.
Well, for me, the problem is that we then get another video package right after, which is highlights from the main event, which is another thing ROH either rarely or never did. And another thing that, in a good way, feels like a very WrestleMania type thing of having this cool highlight video for the thing you just literally watched.
Again, just the
And
same exact thing they did for Danielson. It's all with the all everything. They basically would followed a pattern.
But the big thing with this video, I think, is it uses mostly, if not all, unused camera shots from from a ringside handheld. And honestly, not just are a lot of the shots cool, some of them actually feel better and more intimate than the shots they used during the match.
Yeah, that's
So
to me that's always the case with that third camera. Like you see shots from that third camera and like, oh, these are better.
yeah, and then we get a graphic. This is Homicide, ROH World Champion. And then we end on the neat highlight video package of ROH's first 5 years that they've aired before. That's hyping ROH's upcoming 5th-year festival. That is the end of the show. Well, the end of Final Battle. We still this is the marathon one, folks. But first, where's the Matt F. Trophy going to?
This was a tough one. But it's sometimes you just got to be sentimental, and you got to give it to Homicide. It's just he provided the emotional arc for this show, the emotional hook, and the emotional catharsis at the end. That celebration, like you said, was like probably the sweetest moment in the history of ROH videos, at least that we've watched so far. So, how could you give it to anyone but Homicide here? He gets the championship, he gets the trophy. He's a double champion in my book.
And before I give our thoughts on the show, I think we should go to somebody else, and that's past Matt Feuerstein, who wrote on the PWTorch.com. I feel that this show was even better than Glory by Honor 5 Night 2 in the same building in September. There was no overwhelming match of the year like Dragon versus Kenta, but there was 3 great matches, another really good one, and nothing was close to bad. The crowd was incredible hot, and the post-show celebration was incredible. One of the best shows I've ever had the privilege of attending, and a fitting end to the year. Even if Homicide's reign is unsuccessful, this moment was worth it. The only thing I wish was that there was a bigger tribute to Danielson after his amazing reign, but they didn't linger on him enough for that to happen, as he left immediately after shaking Homicide's hand. Still an amazing night.
I think I was comparing the end of Joe's reign, where he got to give a little speech, put the belt on Aries. He got that moment. Danielson let Homicide have it completely. In hindsight, that was the right move, but I think in the moment, since Danielson was my favorite, I wanted him to get a little bit of a moment to bask, but that's fine. I think he'll have plenty of moments in the future.
But I would just say I agree with young Matt. I think this is one of the best shows of the year. It felt like our reward for going through the last few months. I think it's something we've touched on a few times during the show. It's a show where it feels like the last few months just didn't happen. Like all the momentum that was missing, it was like, oh, it's right back. The crowd energy that was missing, oh, it's right back. And it's got the great matches. If they're not, just like young Matt said, if they're not match of the years, there are still multiple great matches on the show. Nothing is bad at all. Pretty much everything is at least good. And it also is giving you something that you rarely get, which is like a moment you've built to for so long. That's like that emotional catharsis moment with the great matches, with the amazing crowd. I mean, one of the best shows of the year. How good of a show it is? Well, I might talk about that in a little bit, but Matt, you kept saying we gotta wait till Final Battle. You were nursing me along when times got tough, and your memory was completely right.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an unforgettable night live in the building. It's an unforgettable show. It's just more unforgettable than the actual event called Unforgettable from the year earlier. Just everything clicked. There were matches that were surprising in how good they were, like Rave versus Nigel, I think, and the Briscoes versus Kings of Wrestling, because they turned it on in a way they hadn't turned it on in a long time. It felt like ROH had crossed a Rubicon of like, now we know how to do a big show from top to bottom that just feels like a top tier, like, yeah, WrestleMania kind of, in terms of how everybody brought their A game, and that wasn't always the case. The past few months of ROH had sort of made us forget about how great a lot of 2006 of ROH had been, and this just brought it all right back. It was like the ROH had been, in a lot of ways about the the milestone series and things like that. And this was, I'd say, back to that level of effort, of excitement, and it had been a while. So I think this show was just spectacular. One of the best shows that we have ever reviewed on this podcast.
And so now it's time for our annual wrap up, awards, all the fun stuff. The part where it's fun, but then near the end you can see that my voice is going. We're rushing to go through, so we'll see how we can do this year. I guess the first thing we do is what we usually do, which is let's sum up the year. Matt, this is a weird year to sum up because going into the rewatch, if someone had told me, Trevor, what were you going to think? What do you think you're going to think after the rewatch of 2006? I thought I was going to say, oh, it's easily the best. It's one of the best years, if not the best year of Ring of Honor history. And now if you ask me what my opinion is after rewatching it all, my thing is it might be the best year on Ring of Honor history. It's complicated because so much happens, so much great stuff happens. The highs are so high. They ran more shows than ever before, so there's more stuff to judge. But you warned me, because your memory is better than mine. I did not remember the low being as low, not just as low, and it wasn't unwatchable. There were some good matches and moments during it, but like not just as low, but as sustained. Because I look back through the years, I think there's been two lulls in Ring of Honor. Like it's normal for any company, no matter how good they are, to have lulls. You can't keep up quality consistently forever. I think Ring of Honor's had two lulls before this, and that was early 2003, before kind of the Feinstein scandal and like the reboot with Reborn. There was a bit of a lull there.
Late 2003, early 2004, I think, is more what you're thinking of, right? Because
Yeah, that's why I meant. You're right. I screwed up the time. Yeah, you're right. And then apart from the Joe versus Kobashi double shot, the transition between the end of Punk's The Summer of Punk and when the Bryan Danielson reign really started getting rolling around, like the first Roderick Strong match, that was kind of a lull. I think this lull is much longer because of the number of shows they were running and more sustained. And so it's kind of like the best parts of this year are amazing, but this year does also have like some of the most pain I've been through the years. Like it's hard. How do you judge this? Help me make up my mind.
See, here's the problem: is that it took us so long to get through the year that the things that we love about 2006 feel like a distant memory. So you gotta really focus and remember just how fucking great it was to go through that milestone series, to see that Danielson versus McGuinness feud develop and get more complex and get more deep and exciting, to see the Briscoes return as this like revelatory thing, to see the CZW feud play out and conclude in this epic way that it did, to to watch Kenta have all these great matches, to have some of these really hot angles in the ECW arena, or Chris Hero appearing at Hell Freezes Over, and the amazing continued performances of Jimmy Yang, and I didn't hear you react to that one, so I'm just going to assume that you.
I was waiting. I was like, is that the end of the joke or the start of it? So I was just waiting.
But then we were hit with some really shockingly bad stuff. The Cornette and Homicide feud was such a miss in a way that I felt like I didn't even remember how bad it was. That period after Glory by Honor was so dull. It felt like I mean, like couldn't even imagine it being the same company. Like, what was going on here? So I understand why you're feeling ambivalent about the year, and the lows were definitely sustained. But if you really think back to that first 8 months of the year, even all the way through, the UK shows, Whitmer versus Necro in a barbed wire match, that was fucking awesome. This year was so awesome that if it ended in September, we would not even be questioning it.
Yeah, I was going to say if we just watched Ring of this 2006 from the start of the year all the way through Glory by Honor Part 2 with Danielson Kenta, and then you just skipped everything till Final Battle, this is undoubtedly like you can't even. I don't think you can even debate it's the best year.
Yeah, and
Like it's
so
just how much do you want to factor in the bad stretch?
I'm going to still say this is the best year in ROH history. I wish that it didn't have to come to what it came to in the end, and I wish it wasn't as long. And I wish maybe they just ran fewer shows during that week stretch so it wouldn't feel so protracted for us who are watching and reviewing every show. But there was just too much incredible stuff. There was too much advancement in what the promotion was doing for me to ignore it. Like, I love 2005 ROH also, and I love 2004 ROH also. But there was plenty of weak stuff there. It just wasn't as concentrated. And, maybe we have a little bit more emotional connection to the peaks too. But I would just caution you, don't forget about how exciting it was watching those first few months of 2006 before you make your final assessment.
It's not just how many great things, it's how many different kinds of great things. Like there's a
Yes.
little bit of everything, styles of matches, angles, all sorts of things. Yeah, it was a fantastic year, even with that thing. I do think, I guess the one thing is, it was the year where I think ROH kind of maybe overstepped its by expanding so much. I think we started, especially in the last quarter of the year, to see the cracks of it's really hard to sustain this kind of quality and effort when you're running this many shows as an indie.
And that
Yeah, like we.
and the infamous B word, burnout.
Yeah, so but you know what? That brings us to the next thing, which was I always do this. It's a really geeky thing I do. I do it quick. I always do ROH attendance. I manually count ROH attendance every year, just because and what I always say is all my numbers, with one or two exceptions where I couldn't find a number from it, are from the Wrestling Observer. And I know the Wrestling Observer is sometimes off on numbers. Sometimes Dave gets fooled, but I wanted one consistent source so I can compare it to itself. So 2002, RH ran 12 shows. 12 shows. They averaged 437 fans. '03, they ran 20 shows. They averaged 595 fans. '04, 23 shows, 650 fans on average. '05, 34 shows, 650 fans again on average. 2006, 42 shows, 728 fans on average. So their highest attended show was Better Than Our Best with 1,700 fans. Their lowest attended show was Motor City Madness with 325 fans. Overall, they drew 30,575 fans this year. So we just talked about how, the quality of the company may be strained a bit by working so hard, but this is up to this point, by the metrics, RH's most successful. I don't know about DVD sales, but they ran more shows than ever before and averaged more fans than ever before.
I mean,
So
there's no doubt to me that ROH was more popular than ever in 2006. So I think those numbers, whether they're actually accurate, the trends seem true to me.
yeah. And now that brings us to our usual honor awards. We only do 4 awards each year, but we make them count. It's like I always say to women, it's quantity, not quality. It won't be good, but I'll be around a lot. So we always get out the worst award out of the way first, and that is worst thing of the year. We start with the downer, so then we can focus on the happy things. So we always do 3. We count down from 3, each of us. Worst thing of the year can be a match, a show, an angle, it can be anything, just your worst thing. To recap what won in the past, in 2002, I voted the opening in-ring segment of Era of Honor Begins / rampant homophobia. And Matt, you voted the rampant homophobia of the opening of Era of Honor Begins. What a great welcome that was for us on this podcast.
Yeah, oh my God.
03, I voted the man on woman violence streak, and you voted the misogyny and violence against women. So we agreed again. '04, we both said the Rob Feinstein scandal. '05, I said great looking undercard matches on paper, undelivering in reality. You said the Jade Chung angle. 2006, my number 3 will be, and you might be surprised it's not higher, the Jim Cornette homicide storyline. It, like a lot of things in Ring of Honor that turn out to be bad, sounds good on paper. and it was fucking terrible. And in a way that makes it sting more because, it wasn't something where you go, oh, this guy, like Jim Cornette, one of the greatest managers of all time, one of the greatest promo men of all time. Homicide was really hot right at the end of the CZW angle, which was done perfectly. And from the start, even when on paper, the whipping angle had the weird racial overtones, but you could at least say, hey, that's a heavy heat angle. It just seemed like the crowd was immediately deflated. Cornette's promos just didn't, the way he tried to play it first, like he was still a good guy, only accepted Homicide, but then turned, it didn't, whatever he was going for didn't work out. He just felt out of touch with the company. Just so many things. How they leaned more into the TNA connections with the LAX storyline and the racial overtones that they kept turning the volume up more and more. And just how, I think you put it best during some of the episodes, how it just cast, like it was an angle so bad, it cast like a shadow on the whole product for a while, which that's a bad fucking storyline. So what would you say for number 3?
All right. So my number 3 was, how did you describe it? The dry autumn of 2006, right? Like this, just
dry winter or something. Yeah,
yeah,
it was something like that.
yeah. I guess technically it was autumn, but just a streak of dreary, dull, heatless shows, the likes of which I would never have expected from ROH, and I still don't totally understand how it happened. Just a bunch of shows that made you feel like this was the coldest the product had ever been, and kind of inexplicable. Although,
Yeah.
I guess we tried our best to explain it as it happened, but still weird that it ever happened in the midst of a year where so many great things were going on. Just basically everything between Glory by Honor, part 2, and Final Battle 2006. Not that none of those shows were good, because there were a couple, but none of them felt vibrant, and some of them were truly not good. And maybe I'll talk more about that as we get further down this list.
Yeah, the way you put it there, they're kind of really click things in my head for me because it's like it is so bizarre that the best year in ROH history also had its biggest lull so far. Like if I was going to do a baseball analogy, imagine a guy is up to bat 4 times in a game. He hits a home run in both of his first 2 at bats. His third at bat, he doesn't just strike out, he shits his pants. And then the fourth at bat, he comes back out again and hits another home run. And it's like, I'll see you next year. Like, that's what this year was like. It was like, what the fuck? Like, what happened here? Like,
so let me rephrase. My number 3 is ROH shitting its pants at its third at bat.
That's what it was. It was bizarre. Then and then again, Final Battle. It's like it's right back. It's like, what happened? Like, but
yeah, I mean, listen. We still got a couple shows before the 5th year festival, so don't get too comfortable. But yes.
Okay. So number 2, this was going to be my number 3 for the last few months. I was thinking this way, but it kind of progressed to the point where I was like, it's got to go above the Cornette thing, even as much as I dislike that. And it's really 2 things, but I've combined them into one because they're kind of the same thing. It's guys giving less than 100% more often due to the expanded double shot schedule and guys getting big in TNA. Because I think this was the year ROH ran more shows than ever before, but also switched to, we are now only doing double shots where we do a lesser market on Friday nights, and it's usually a show where the matches are, even though it's the same roster both nights, lesser importance matches. And I think that combination of you're doing more shows than ever and you're having to do 2 shows back to back all the time now, that the novelty for some wrestlers, I think you start to see more wrestlers pace themselves and give 80% or 70% more often. And Ring of Honor was a company where it was built on these young, hungry guys who hadn't yet broken through in a big promotion yet, giving 100% every night, whether it was fair or not. And it's really a lot easier to do that when, like, in the first year of Ring of Honor, if you're running like 1 show a month, it's easy for that to feel special to the wrestlers, and it's easy for them to say, hey, I can go all out once a month. But once these guys, have to do it 40 times a year and back-to-back performances, a lot of guys smartly decided, I think you could see, I'm not always going to give them my best. I'm going to give them good enough some of the time, and I can't blame them. But as a fan, it does make the shows some of the shows worse. And then folding that in, the TNA stuff, where I think you started to see, especially with like Joe, but Daniels and AJ Styles ends up ducking out, but guys in TNA, as TNA for TNA has never at this point never been bigger in the timeline, and some wrestlers are starting to realize, hey, like I kind of, Ring of Honor can't be my first priority. It's my second at best. It's I've got to preserve my body. Like if you're Samoa Joe, it makes sense. Like he can't go. Is he going to go all out on a B show when he has like a giant career-defining match with Kurt Angle on a pay-per-view for TNA coming up? Like no. So, but again, I don't blame them I don't blame the guys for doing that. But as a viewer, it was like there was more matches than ever before. I was just like, man, these guys aren't going 100%.
Yeah, well, in
So
some ways the problem gets solved next year.
yeah, it'll be solved in a very dramatic way.
Yeah.
Matt, what are you for number two?
My number two is the Cornette versus Homicide feud, and I don't know that I could put it any better than you could. Just negativity and kind of just tonally disconnected to what I think the indie wrestling fan of 2006 wanted. It was trying to be a throwback to another era, but ultimately felt like reheated, bad Monday Night Raw booking from 2003. And that's not what you want from ROH. And as much as the guys tried, as much as Cornette remained in a lot of ways a very good performer at this point, he just wasn't. He just wasn't the right fit for what you watched ROH for.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that's been listening to the last few months, you've heard us talk a lot about, but like to sum it up, I mean, just it fucking sucked. And that goes to my number one. My worst thing of the year is I think this is the first time I've ever given this to a show. It's
Oh,
the bitter end.
oh man, I'm just gonna spoil it. That was my number one. I thought it was gonna shock everybody, but so
We agree.
so we could just talk about it, I guess.
Yeah, if I emotionally disconnect myself, I actually did not hate the Homicide Carino match as a match as much as I remember people hating it. It's not like there's no decent wrestling on that show, but it is just it's the worst of the Cornette Homicide feud, but it's also then combined with this special pain of something you love, Homicide and Carino, our 2003 match of the year, disappointing, and then so much racial horrible shit in the feud. I mean, in the corner angle early, and then at the end of the night, where the Homicide and Carino match ends, they bring in more racial shit in the context of Carino trying to do this, like, well, here's some respect, but I'm also going to make these comments about how your kind won't be accepted in my neighborhood, while I'm also trying to do this gracious thing, and also I'm going to offer to have you shave my head, and Homicide's going to act shocked by this, and then I'm going to let it happen to me as I look like I'd rather be anywhere else in the world. Like, it's just. I said this at the time. It's the only time doing this podcast where after I watched the end of that show, I had to go somewhere. I went to my car and I was like angry.
I
Like
thought you were going to
like
say you went to your car and just cried.
I like the only time I ever took an emotion from watching a wrestling show for this podcast with me, like for not granted it was like 10 minutes, but like I was like, this is staying with me. Like it pissed me off that much. Like it is, in my opinion, we have watched 5 years of Ring of Honor. It is the worst Ring of Honor show of the entire 5 years, 131 shows. It is the fucking worst. And if there's a worse show than this that we watch, I will be furious.
There might have been worse wrestling shows like in the ring from top to bottom because I did like a couple of the matches, Kenta versus Seidel and Daniels versus Matt Cross, and I liked Pele Primo getting to crowd surf. Like it wasn't a total just like dud from top to bottom. What it was it was just a fucking downer. Like you shouldn't watch this stuff to feel terrible. And unless they're really like building up a catharsis, and this was not that. This was supposed to be a blow off in some ways to a feud, but instead you had weird crowd reactions, broken mics that made incomprehensible promos by like by Conan and stuff. It had bizarre racism and homophobia in the promos. It had a dreary finish. It had more racism at the end. It had, even after Homicide won, he seemed like angry about stuff and like
Yeah.
seemed like there were sour grapes. It just like felt bad. Like you just watched it and felt bad about what you were doing and about everyone involved. And it made me want to like give up, which obviously I don't actually want to do. But I remember feeling like embarrassed when I took Albert Ching, who was our guest on that show, to that show at that time. I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, what? He came all the way out here from Arizona. Like, I felt bad and embarrassed. And it's not. I mean, ROH just was the company that I was like, "This is the cool wrestling. This is where they give you what you want without all the bullshit." And that show was so much bullshit and just so many bad ideas, and it was just so emblematic of the bad period ROH was in, but also just like so much worse than everything else surrounding it. Um, and I to this day don't know how it happened. And yeah, it was. I mean, almost like I would say watch it to see how amazingly bad it could be.
I think a good way to sum it up would be the end of the bitter end is like the opposite of the end of Final Battle 2006, where the end of Final Battle 2006 is like this happy moment where everyone is happy, everyone is celebrating, there's such good vibes. The end of the bitter end is like nobody is happy. It is the most dreary, black, like cloud of a atmosphere, just like nobody has won. Like it is like the emotional opposite of what we just watched. But that brings us to finally the Happy Awards, Show of the Year. 2002, Ring of Honor. I gave it the Show of the Year to Honor Invades Boston. Matt, you gave it to All-Star Extravaganza. 2003, I gave it to the 1-year anniversary show. You gave it to the Death Before Dishonor. 2004, I gave it to Midnight Express Reunion. You gave it to All-Star Extravaganza too. You just love All-Stars and Extravaganzas. 2005, we both gave it to Manhattan Mayhem. That was our first time we ever agreed on this award. Will we agree again this year? Will we agree for the second time? Matt, what is your number 3 on this one?
My number 3 is Supercard of Honor, the first one ever. It would actually be higher, except that it had a really terrible opening promo that, of course, revolved around Jim Cornette, and kind of represented some of the stuff I wouldn't like later in the year. But after that, it was a show that was extremely long, had ups and downs, but it had two, in my opinion, absolute classic matches. One, unimpeachably a classic match. We called it the most influential match in ROH history, Do Fixer vs. Blood Generation, and also a nearly hour-long, in my opinion, epic match between Bryan Danielson and Roderick Strong. Some other good stuff on the show as well, but a show that had two matches of that caliber, plus some other good stuff. I thought it was so impressive, and I'm pretty sure it won Wrestling Observer, at least finished highly on the Wrestling Observer Show of the Year awards. Maybe it didn't win. Maybe another
We'll find
ROH
out
show.
later.
Yeah, another ROH show did actually. Now that I think about it, but I it finished pretty highly, and yeah, I thought that it was not the most consistent show of the year, but a show with some of the highest peaks.
So it almost made my list, but missed the cut. Your description almost makes me wish I did put it on, but instead I went for number 3, the another WrestleMania weekend show. I went better than our best, and this was another year where there's so many good shows where atmosphere or special setting was really what helped separate shows from the pack for me. And this was a show where maybe it doesn't have the high end stuff, the absolute high points that you just mentioned of Supercard of Honor, but it has, the Cold Homicide feud ender was very good. Danielson Storm was very good. And both those things give you kind of not just very good matches, but like the Cold Homicide feud ender, it's like, again, that emotional release of a big feud ending. Danielson Storm was like this fun novelty of Lance Storm and ROH against Bryan Danielson. I thought Aries and Strong versus Shima and Doi was a great match. And really, there was just an undercard that in general I thought was a notch above a lot of shows. And the fact that it was in front of such a huge crowd and just that feeling like this is a big time event for this company, to me, that gets it into 3.
All right.
How about you for number 2?
Better than our best. So you know what? a real last minute decision whether this was going to be number two or number one, honestly. I just think that it's about as consistent as a show could be. Hot crowd. I mean, I feel like I liked every single match just about. Every single match had a purpose. There were no embarrassingly bad promos. A great emotional ending with Homicide and Colt Cabana. Uh, I think a underrated Danielson title defense against Lance Storm. Some more great stuff involving Dragon Gate. The biggest crowd up to that point in ROH history, and they were hot the whole night. I just feel like you just can't go wrong with this show. It was the best display of everything that ROH does well, all in one package that was unlike the night before, not way too long and not way too inconsistent. So I really, even today, I wasn't sure if I was going to put this at number one or not. I thought it was that good.
This was a tough award this year for me, this one, because again, a lot of great shows. So yeah, I agree about like kind of quibbling with my list a lot. My number two is Unified. You got the fun UK atmosphere. I thought the Richards Ray feud under was very good and a lot of fun on the undercard. And I think Aries is Strong versus the Briscoes and Nigel versus Danielson is one of the best back-to-back matches ROH did all year, and maybe in its history of like two matches back-to-back. Just great. And on top of all that, you had Gabe Baring, Chad Collier on commentary, which is maybe like the most uncomfortable cringe entertainment I've had since Curb Your Enthusiasm. So, you got all that. To me, Unified gets number two for that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that pick. I didn't put it on my list. I didn't love the undercard enough, but yeah, those top two matches, oh my God, so incredible. Anybody who puts that even at number one for the year, I wouldn't argue with. Just another one of those fantastic 2006 shows.
And now we have the fun thing where we're either going to be way disagreeing or we're going to have, for the second time ever on this award, we're going to agree. What was your show of the year for 2006? Matt?
Yes.
Matt, are you? Oh.
Was I muted?
Yeah, you were muted. So you're going to have to announce it again, Matt. You're going to have to announce it again.
All right. Well, I
this
guess
is our Oscar moment.
I guess
you read the wrong envelope.
I guess I'll edit that out or I'll leave it in for the dramatic pause.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that for a second it might have been.
Okay. So, can somebody say recency bias? Because my number one is Final Battle 2006. I thought that in a lot of ways it had some of the similar strengths to Better Than Our Best in terms of consistency. I don't know which of those two shows had the best individual match, but I know that this one had, I think, an equally hot crowd and the best, most emotional moment. Which, I mean, if you listen to this episode, you know what it was, right? Homicide winning the title, and just the fact that they built it for so long, and it paid off in almost every way you could ask for. Plus some other really great matches throughout. I think some excellent booking. This whole feeling of like a dark cloud being lifted over the company as things felt fresh and exciting again, with some, the debuts of, Larry Sweeney, not exactly his debut, but, basically, and El Generico coming into the picture, and some momentum for people like Jimmy Rave, and just this incredible, wonderful celebration at the end. Almost celebrating a year as in addition to celebrating the wrestler Homicide. I just really loved the feeling of this show, and I love the experience of being there, and I love the experience of watching it, the past couple of weeks. I just think this was a feel good, but also super exciting event.
Matt, for the second straight year, we agree, because my winner is Final Battle 2006. For a second, I was almost hard on this. I was like a coach who's extra hard on his son, even though his son's like the star athlete, because I don't want everyone else to think I was like, should I put this number one? Is it just because it was the show I just watched? But I really do think it is the show of the year. Just a feel good wrap up to the year. It had what I would call three matches that are great, like 4 stars or better, and then I would put the Nigel Rave match close. And I know we disagree a little bit on some matches, but and I put two of those matches probably now at 4.25 stars. And again, I'm a hard marker, but everything was at least good. You have like the best, one of the best crowds ROH has ever had, and like you said, then you have this emotional moment that you hardly ever get. So it's kind of like the best of everything, and it is just that New York magic again. Manhattan Mayhem last year, and then this. I mean, changed the building, but the quality is just there. And yeah, so congratulations to Final Battle 2006. Match of the year. This is one of the big mamas. We do top 5 instead of top 3 because I thought there's so many good matches that to hopefully get a little more variance in our lists and just to celebrate, because this is the award every year where I have a ton of honorable mentions, no pun intended. So our winners in the past were, in 2002, I gave it to American Dragon versus Low Ki versus Christopher Daniels from The Era of Honor Begins. Matt, you gave it to American Dragon versus Low Ki from Round Robin Challenge. In 2003, we gave it to Carino versus Homicide from Bitter Friends, Stiffer Enemies. In 2004, I gave it to Samoa Joe versus CM Punk from All-Star Extravaganza 2. You gave it to Joe versus Punk from Joe versus Punk 2. And I believe that year we each gave each other's favorite match, our second place slot. So we were very close on that one. 2005, no surprise, we both gave it to Joe versus Kobashi. 2006, this was a tough year for me because not only were there so many great matches, but there were so many different kinds of great matches where it was hard to compare. My number 5, and this might shock someone for being so low, is Do Fixer versus Blood Generation from Supercard of Honor. As you mentioned earlier, as we mentioned at the time of the show we reviewed, I do think this is the most influential match on this list and maybe in Ring of Honor history. I feel almost bad about ranking it this low, but it's influenced wrestling so much that its effect is slightly dulled. But frankly, at the same time, it's amazing it still holds up this well since so many people have imitated it. Like, it is just a fantastic action-packed 6-man tag. It influenced so much stuff, be it, it cemented the Dragon Gate Ring of Honor relationship, which led to Dragon Gate USA. How many wrestlers then saw Dragon Gate as even more of a goal to go overseas to there, how much that the mingling of the style kind of influenced the style of wrestling all over, and how much this match kind of put that on the map. It is still a great match to this day, and to me, again, like I said, that's impressive because so many people are imitating this match. More than any other match on this list, people imitate this match. Matt, your number 5 or your thoughts? Because I bet you it might be on your list, but what is your number 5, sir?
Well, I was struggling so much for number 5. There's really, I think, 3 matches that I was considering for number 5, and just like going back and forth between them, even throughout this recording. And I'm still not really confident that I feel strongly that this is the best of the 3. In this moment, I do, and maybe it's just because I feel compelled to include a great match on here. But my number 5 is the Briscoes versus Austin Aries and Roderick Strong from Unified. I thought this was just an incredible tag match in terms of modern style, building excitement, building to an epic crescendo, the culmination of a series of matches that got better with each consecutive match, and just the each one. There were things that you could say, oh, they were holding back, and then in this one, it's like, okay, this is what it looks like to see a match where they are not holding back. They are doing everything they can do and doing it beautifully and having greatly timed near falls and spots and, just showing, like, again, this, like, modern of 2006 style of hard-hitting, athletic tag team wrestling that was all about big spots and, athleticism and how hard you could hit and how high you could fly and how great you could make the near falls. And it just showed what could be done when the shackles are loosened up from all these guys and they are at their athletic peaks, their physical primes. And yeah, it was just a really impressive thing to see.
Yeah, that match made my honorable mentions list. I would say that's one. It's if that's not the best 2-on-2 tag of the year, in my opinion, it's either that or the Briscoe's King of Wrestling match that we just saw. And I think the kind of interesting thing is both of those matches have one thing in common, which is like those teams wrestled each other before, and it was like good but not great. And then for the final one, it's like, oh, you've been saving everything for this, and it just fantastic. And yeah, so that's a good choice for number 5. My number 4 is maybe my wild card of this list, and that would be Bryan Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness from Weekend of Champions Night 2. And this was my biggest surprise on rewatch. I remembered it being good. I did not remember it that well. I did not remember loving it this much. To me, not since 2003 Homicide Samoa Joe at Do or Die have I been this like, or maybe the first Roderick Strong Bryan Danielson match from This Means War, have I been like this, like, wow, I remember this being good. I don't remember loving it this much. I think this is the best technical wrestling and mat work ROH saw all year, and maybe in its entire first 5 years. I think it's the best usage of the pure rules ever. It really feels like a chess match and a war, really interesting ending. I just think it is just such a smart, great match, and it's the one, when people think of Danielson Nigel, they think of one match and they're not thinking of this one. And people, if there's one match I could urge people that they maybe have overlooked to go back and watch, it's for this year, it's this match.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a forgotten classic, and even at the time, I remember being floored by how good it was because I did not realize these two were going to gel so well. And then obviously that sounds ridiculous now, but this proved that they not only gelled well, but they brought out new things in each other, new sides of each other, new shades of each other's wrestling styles that no one else would have been able to bring out. And they not only worked together well so physically, but I think creatively they were such a great match for each other. And were able to build on each other's intricacies and styles and movements and moves. And yeah, like this, they took they're both of their great technical wrestling skills, and then they added in as the series of matches went on more and more of the hard hitting physicality. And I think if you want to see them at a point where the technical is the dominant element in their matches, and how beautiful that can be, watch this match, because I think after this it gets more and more away from the technical and more into the hard hitting. And they're both great, but sometimes there's beauty in technical wrestling, and I think this is the best version of Nigel McGuinness versus Bryan Danielson having a technical wrestling match.
Agreed. What's your number 4, Matt?
So I was surprised that it was this low for me, but when I was looking at my match ratings, I would say my top 3 matches, I would give all of them 5 stars. And I think I said in our review, I wouldn't for this match. And it's Bryan Danielson versus Kenta from Glory by Honor 5 Night 2. A match that holds a very special place in my heart as far as like one of the greatest matches I've ever seen live. One of the matches that I was buzzing about for longest after I saw it live. In some ways, as far as work, it's absolute perfection. And I'd say the most focused version of 2006 Bryan Danielson. In some ways, the version of 2006 Bryan Danielson that most resembles the version that we all love today. And making kind of Kenta, who kind of came in almost steamrolling everybody in the company in terms of he worked his match with everybody, but here he worked Bryan Danielson's match. Bryan Danielson dominated an international superstar in terms of making him conform to his style, and Kenta was right there, rose to the occasion. The strikes were hard, but they also were just pinpoint accurate. The technical wrestling was snug. The near falls built and built and built to some of the best that we'd ever seen in ROH. The finish was just incredible and epic and just so dramatic. The only thing that kept it, I think, for me from being 5 stars was the emotional hook that some of the other matches had, or because maybe they don't all have the same emotional hook, or incredible importance in wrestling history, I guess is what I'll hint at. So that's why it's not higher for me. But just, I mean, if you put this as number one if you say this is the best ROH match of all time, I wouldn't even argue with you. Like, that's how good it was. It's just, for me, there were just a couple matches that I think towered over it. Maybe not towered, but just kind of stood at a slightly higher plateau.
My number 3 would be Bryan Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness from Unified. If you would ask me what my favorite match in 2006 was Ring of Honor before we did the rewatch, it would have been this. It would have been one of my favorite matches of all time, period. And in fact, I had not watched it in years before we rewatched it, in part because we've been doing this podcast for over half a decade, have we? And when it started, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to watch this again till the podcast. And maybe I built it too much in my mind. Maybe it's just the passage of time. It definitely aged on rewatch. It is not as complete a match as Weekend of Champions from these two. But the final few minutes are a contender for not just the final best few minutes of the year, but the final best few minutes of any match in ROH history. So in my mind, it's like, do I go for the more top to bottom cohesive great match, or the match that hits the highest of highs, as uncomfortable as maybe the head ramming into the ring post spot can be, if you can kind of put your concern aside for a bit, which I understand for some people might be impossible. The last few minutes of that match is just what you were saying earlier about how these guys went to a different direction, away from technical wrestling to brutality. I think you see the payoff there. It is just visceral. And I remember the first time I watched, just going from, oh, I want Danielson to win because he's my favorite wrestler, to, oh, I wish Nigel had won this, because just the energy. It's still an incredible moment to me. And, it would have been 1, but in 2024, I'm putting at 3. What would you put at number 3?
All right, for me, number 3 is Do Fixer versus Blood Generation. And when we reviewed it at the time, I think I said there were like 4 ROH matches in 2006 that I remember more fondly. But I watched everything from the year, and I just couldn't justify putting more than a couple matches ahead of this. I mean, a lot of people would say it deserves to be number 1. It won Match of the Year that year in the Observer. We said it was the most influential match we've watched. It certainly might have been. It in some ways changed wrestling around the world, because while Dragon Gate was doing this, way more people saw it because it was appeared on this event in 2006 in ROH, and it influences a lot of what we see in high spot based tag team and trios matches today. And I still think that there are not too many matches today that match the precision, the artfulness, the grace, the build up, the all around charisma of the performers of this match. And the thing that keeps it from being number 1 for me is, like I said, that emotional connection, because in my mind, in a lot of ways, this isn't really an ROH match, in the sense that no regular ROH wrestlers are in it. But again, on an ROH show, you had to buy an ROH DVD to watch it in front of an ROH audience, so it counts. And it was beautiful and amazing, and something that any wrestling fan that can get excited about high-paced, high-spot wrestling would enjoy watching right now in mid-2024. So I still think it's a 5-star classic.
My number 2 is Bryan Danielson versus Kenta for Glory by Honor 5 Night 2. I agree with pretty much everything you said during your review of this. I feel like this was a gutsy as hell performance by Bryan, who had just gotten hurt. The thing I would say is I agree in a sense of what you said about how the thing that's missing is that emotional hook, that real historical significance. But I would say, as a fan of Bryan Danielson's career, his life and times, I think I kind of created that hook on rewatch for myself, just knowing his injury, and also having watched so much and knowing in the entire arc of his whole career now, like, Kenta is a wrestler who was known for being kind of a bully. Some people didn't like working with him, who could eat wrestlers up. And I think the most impressive thing here about this match is Bryan Danielson kind of eats Kenta up. And we talked about how 2006 was the one year Bryan was ever allowed to be the man. This is kind of like the apex of that. This is like Bryan Danielson being so filled with swagger, so cock of the walk, so like, I am the master of this fucking thing, that even Kenta has to kind of follow his lead. Like, even with a shoulder that just got completely wrecked the last time he wrestled, he's like, no, you can kick me in the fucking shoulder. Who cares? Like, you march to my beat. This is my match. And to me, like, that created like the emotional investment for me on rewatch that I didn't have before, where I was like, God damn, this is just like one of the more impressive performances of this guy's life. That he's going through this, and he's not just having a match this good, but having a match this good where he is taking control of it like this. And just can't be more impressed with that. But Matt, what would you go for number 2?
My number 2 is Bryan Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness from Unified. Everything you said, but I think that emotion for me is what elevates it to that 5-star level of just, there are very few matches in ROH history that had the emotional drama that this one had. That moment of Nigel McGuinness's quote unquote Hulk up, the controversy to this day of the ring post spot that I think takes it down totally justifiably in a lot of people's eyes. And I wrestle with it myself, no pun intended, about whether or not that's okay, and whether or not it's okay to praise a match so much that does that to somebody, or that where somebody is allowed to do that to themselves. But the drama and the intensity and the work and the pacing of the match and the crescendo that it builds to, there's a reason why every ROH fan from that era remembers this match vividly, and that's the reason. I don't know if you ever got a singles championship match that got more intense than the last few minutes of that match. And it's just something unforgettable. So it's 5 stars. Trevor, should we count to 3 and say our number ones at the same time?
You got it.
All right, you count.
1, 2, 3.
Cage of Death.
Yeah, Cage of Death. I was going to say Team ROH. Yeah, it's Cage of Death. Yes. And you want to talk about coincidences in timing. This is only a minor one for through the year standards, but like, we're recording this 2 days after Blood and Guts, where I opined on Twitter, and you did too, and then a lot of people, including former guest Alan Forel, agreed with us.
And Jeff Schwartz.
Yeah. He was like thinking, him too. So many people, but those are the real luminaries. But like, we were talking about how, I was saying, I wish War Games matches could back to be like these hate-filled cage matches, and not these matches where the focus seems to be just every piece of plunder imaginable. And you correctly pointed out, like, the one that worked, and in the one way, the one that kind of in some ways maybe started the trend was this one. But it's almost like the exception that proves the rule, right? Like,
and also, and also it wasn't a contrivance where we have to do this match, let's retrofit a feud into it. It was, what's a great way to end this feud? And this is the way.
Yeah, and what I would say is, I've talked about this a lot on the history of the podcast, where I think one of Gabe's biggest strengths has been being able to book these intricate matches that feature a whole bunch of people and a ton of moving parts, and it weaves stories in from the past while starting new threads that come out of the match. And to me, if there's like a trilogy of those where Gabe did it really well, this is like the third of the trilogy, where the first one would be the ROH title 4-way at crowning a champion, which is a little bit of a simpler story. Then the first ever Survival of the Fittest in 2004. And now, to me, this is the peak of that skill of his, where there's nothing else. It's easier for me to give this to number one because there's nothing else on this list quite like this, and nothing else in ROH history apart from that weaving, but also having it be this. I mean, a War Games match, but also kind of a death match with guys that you wouldn't normally think of Ring of Honor, but also some of the guys most associated with Ring of Honor, that wraps up a story and builds to this WWE style moment with Homicide being the savior, but also like it has moments that feel very ROH, it has moments that feel very WWE, it has moments that feel very CZW, and yet it's all cohesive. And it feels like ROH, while also feeling like peak era WWE pay-per-view match storytelling, and also still being a big spectacle of a gimmick match with plunder. And it's like a real unicorn for this company. And it's the match of the year.
It's a feast for the senses, Trevor. No, but seriously, like we said when we reviewed it, it's the peak. I'd say the peak of Gabe Sapolsky's booking, the culmination of everything that he does well, all coming together, really kind of in a magical way, because he picked the right people, he had the right storyline that was ending at the right time in front of the right crowd, and the atmosphere was incredible. But then the work, right? It obviously Gabe booked the moment to get to that match, but the wrestlers had to lay out the match for things that they could do. And the way they laid that out so brilliantly, obviously Gabe was involved in the order of entry and all that stuff, and the fantastic storyline with Danielson turning on Samoa Joe to leave the ROH team down 2 guys. But then once everybody got in and Homicide appeared, some of the clever spots that led to the crescendo, whether it was the BJ Whitmer bringing out the sack of thumbtacks, and then Homicide laying them on the ground as Necro Butcher charged him barefoot, and then BJ Whitmer exploded Necro Butcher onto them. Like, just that brilliance. Like, I think that was the wrestlers who came up with that one. So it was a collaborative effort between Gabe and the wrestlers and the crowd, and just you add that onto the fact that feud was already so beloved, and just this idea of like, we're doing an interpromotional angle, but we're going to do it without all the bullshit, and we're going to be focused and to the point and blow it off in a completely satisfying way while also building to the future and allowing the guys to just let it all hang out in terms of excitement. And, it was almost definitely way too violent, and there were too many shots to the head, and it was too dangerous. And it was also so exciting and never boring and never meandering like the way they do these kinds of matches now. There was no contrivance that led to them having to go 40 minutes, right? It felt natural. It felt like it made sense. It felt like it fit the storyline. In some ways, it was a curse on the future of wrestling, but it worked so well on that night. And I just feel like it took you on such a roller coaster that unless you are the sort of fan that just is completely averse to that sort of hardcore violence, you will be thrilled watching it. If I could nitpick the presentation, it would be, I think it should have had commentary. And I think there is a version of it that was released on like compilation DVDs that did have commentary, although I've never seen that. Maybe that's the one to watch. I don't know. I should check it out. But I thought this was just an incredible experience. And I think it's the most towering moment of the year.
Yeah, and a great year for matches. If I throw out a few honorable mentions real quick, just things like I already mentioned Aries and Strong versus the Briscoes at Unified, which was year number 5, I believe. The Briscoes versus the Kings of Wrestling match we just watched. Danielson versus Samoa Joe, fight of the century. It's a
polarizing match, yeah.
Yeah, it's better than I remembered it being. I would give that, a real good rating. It just Homicide versus Necro Butcher, Ring of Homicide. Like, what a crazy spectacle that was. And even Team CZW versus Team ROH at the 100th show, the 6-man tag. That was a lot of fun too. So
I have some honorable mentions myself.
Yeah,
because there were a couple matches that I was wrestling with for 5th place. One of them was Homicide versus Bryan Danielson from Destiny. I thought that match was completely fantastic, completely different than all their other matches. The pace was incredible. I thought the booking and the finish were fantastic to build to the match that we just reviewed on this show. Um, I thought that match was amazing. I also thought Roderick Strong versus Bryan Danielson from Supercard of Honor was an incredible, nearly hour-long match that, in my opinion, whether Danielson agrees or not, sustained the crowd's interest after a super long Supercard, and I found it so impressive. Um, Bryan Danielson versus Nigel McGuinness from Generation Now, I thought was another fantastic match between the two of them. And from that same weekend, Necro Butcher versus BJ Whitmer barbed wire match, which was the true final blow off of the ROH versus CZW feud. That match is super underrated too. You can watch that match, and if you like violent wrestling, that's as exciting as almost any match that ROH has done. I'm sure I'm leaving stuff out. Oh, Danielson versus Jimmy Rave from Fourth Anniversary, fantastic match. So this is why I said 2006, despite the last few months, is a great year. If you like great matches, which is what ROH hung its hat on in this era, there are so many of them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you just going through this like reminded me. What I was saying, it's like what you were telling me earlier, which is like remember the rest of the year. It's like, man, there was so much great stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
like absolutely.
and I can tell you, Len, I don't know if you remember this, but a match that you raved about earlier this year, the Briscoes versus Roderick Strong and Jack Evans from Best in the World. You loved that match when we first watched it.
I fucking forgot that one. I don't think it would make my top five.
Yeah, I know.
I know,
like,
but like the fact that I didn't even mention my honorable mentions, like, I mean, we could probably make another list of enough 5 more matches neither of us have mentioned yet. That would be like really good matches.
Yeah, yep, for sure.
So our main event award, of course, would be Rest of the Year. It's an award we've agreed on every year except the first year. Year 1, I gave it to Low Key. Matt gave it to Bryan Danielson. Year 2, 2003, we both gave it to Homicide. 2004, we gave it to Samoa Joe. 2005, we gave it to CM Punk. Top 3 for this year. Matt, what was your number 3?
I gave it to Roderick Strong, and it was because, in addition to, in my opinion, a number of really great tag team matches where he teamed with Austin Aries and Jack Evans, and I thought he was usually the star performer in those matches. He also had a number of singles matches that I absolutely loved. And again, in its ROH, I'm always going to prioritize match quality. He had the match with Danielson that I just mentioned. He had one of the best pure title matches of the year with Nigel McGuinness at Death Before Dishonor 4. And then, he had another really good match with Danielson at Anarchy in the UK. And, again, those matches with the Briscoes, right? The matches with, honestly, mainly the matches with the Briscoes, but he also had some great matches with like Matt Sydal and AJ Styles. I just think his, even his performance, in my opinion, during the real fast-paced parts of this 6-man that we reviewed on this show, the match that the Aries and Strong had with Kenta and Davey Richards, I think he's continued to have great performances throughout the year, and I think just physically, I think one of the most impressive people in ROH still.
I actually, for my number 3, did Austin Aries and Roderick Strong. I did a cheat, Matt. I did a tie, but right. I thought, hey, they're a tag team. So
if I knew I could do that, I probably would have done it too.
Well, you can't, but I would just say, for me, what you said about Roderick Strong, but I thought just consistency where I felt like night in and night out, more than almost anyone on the roster, you could count on these guys to put in a good effort. Like, not always, maybe they're absolute 100%, but we were talking before about how this was the year where a lot of guys started to give maybe 70, 80%. I felt like this year, more than most guys, most nights you could count, these guys were going to give you a pretty honest effort. And that goes in this year, that goes a long way for me. Because a lot of guys have like a standout match or also a lull. I think these guys were 2 of the more consistent guys on the entire roster. And everything you said, if I had to pick one over the other, maybe Roderick would be because of he has the singles matches, but what a year for those guys. I'm
gonna say this. I feel like 2 and 1 are kind of predictable. Let's see if I'm right.
Okay.
Number 2 is Nigel McGuinness. What a coming out party for him this year. He in some ways he lost some of the things that we we found made him charming in the past. The kind of the smarmy, almost comedic heel, the kind of sneaky aspects of his character. But what he lost in that, he gained in, I think, main event level confidence, hard hitting, near fall based big matches, some incredibly memorable matches, getting the crowd behind him in a truly emotional way. I think he grew so much as a performer, and I don't know. I don't feel like it requires that much explanation. But what a great year for Nigel McGuinness.
You're so cocky, man. You thought we'd agree on number 2, but you're wrong because due to a typo, I wrote my number 2 wrestler of the year was New Gel McGuinness.
Oh yeah.
So you're completely different. New Gel McGuinness, I thought was one of the harder workers of the year. And yeah, I agree. I have some sadness. I kind of do miss, like you said, the charm of the pure, little more comedy, a little more jovial, a little more character based Nigel. But again, in this year, consistency and effort went a long way for me. And there were so many, not that even Nigel, every single match was 100%, but Nigel, I recall a bunch of matches this year where I'd watch like random 4-ways or tags, and I go, a lot of these guys in this match were like slacking it a little bit, but Nigel was working his ass off. Like, I just remember thinking that a lot. And I think this was the year where, yeah, you could see a guy, sometimes to the point of it being a little bit uncomfortable, like just willing himself to clamp the card, like that guy who's like, I'm willing to physically do whatever it takes to like advance my career. And like in the unified match, sometimes pretty uncomfortable, but also very compelling, And yeah, pretty easy pick for number 2. Matt, should we just say this one on the count of 3? Because
Yes.
if you don't agree with me, this is going to be, I think I've said this on one award once before. If you don't agree with me on this one, the show is over.
I feel
Forever.
the same way. I feel the same way.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Bryan Danielson. No,
Yeah.
you did it to me again. If I was just trying to play it straight, like the serious guy that I am. No, but could you imagine if we didn't pick Bryan Danielson as number 1 for 2006? Could you imagine?
This was his, like a lot of these on my notes. I always write like really long notes. For him, I just wrote after the name Bryan Danielson, I just wrote this was his year.
I mean,
That's it.
We already explained it, like
Yeah.
earlier in the show. I mean, obviously.
I do think the cool thing is, like, if you ask me, like, who the 4 people on Mount Rushmore, other than maybe wanting to include the Briscoes, honestly,
I know. It's George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt, right? They're the 4 people on Mount Rushmore.
Exactly. And I might want the Briscoes on there too.
Okay.
But no, on the ROH Mount Rushmore, I honestly, my pick, other than maybe trying to include the Briscoes, might very well be Homicide, Samoa Joe, CM Punk, Bryan Danielson, and that has been our consensus last 4 winners of the rest of the year. And I kind of love that it worked out that every single year in the last 4 years, each one of those guys kind of had a turn where it was like pretty clearly their year. Like 2003 was pretty clearly Homicide's year. 04 was clearly Joe's year. 5 was pretty clearly Punk's year, and 6 is absolutely clearly Danielson's year.
I mean, who could argue?
And yeah, that brings us to when we go over other people's awards quickly, although I always go to the Observer Awards and I try and highlight the winners and anyone that was kind of ROH related. So we'll go first off in the Observer Awards. So remember, Observer Awards is not, some people have this misconception, not picked by Dave Meltzer. This is a vote of Observer subscribers, so it's a wide base of nerds that read Dave Meltzer, so obviously he does have some influence because if you're subscribed, you probably respect his opinions, at least somewhat. But the Lou Thez Ric Flair Award, which is Overall Performer of the Year, that's the big main event award. It's for that's the award that's not just the best in ring. It's supposed to be a combination of best in ring and drawing ability, which usually leads Dave to grumpily argue in the comments that people didn't vote correctly for this award. This was the famous year that Mystico won, which was a very big rarity. Lucha often underrepresented in these awards from the voting body. This was the year where Mystico won it, and I think in part that was like one of the things that, like, when WWE hired Mystico, I think that was like one of the things that caught their attention was like, this guy won from Mexico, like, won Wrestler of the Year. Bryan Danielson was the highest ranking ROH wrestler. He finished 4th. Joe finished 5th. Obviously, that would factor in his TNA stuff. Kenta finished 11th. Marufuji finished 12th. So that's those boys. Most outstanding wrestler. Now, this is just in ring. Bryan Danielson won. Kenta 2nd. Joe 3rd. Nigel McGuinness 6th. AJ Styles 7th. Takeshi Morishima, who would soon be coming in, 9th. So he was already pretty highly considered. Marufuji 13th. Dave wrote in The Observer about this. Bryan Danielson was a consensus winner and also my personal pick. Whether he's really the best wrestler in the world is open for debate. But that is classic Dave, Matt, like we were talking about earlier. Dave voted Bryan Wrestler of the Year, and even then he has to go, whether he's really the best wrestler in the world is open for debate. You voted for him.
Does he say that other years? I don't know.
But how are you walking it back when it was your fucking vote? But anyway, he goes, but he was the best wrestler who was put in the position to be the best wrestler in the world. He was about as great a champion as ROH could possibly have. His look kept the big companies from going after him strongly, so there wasn't a risk to building around him as there would have been with someone else. He played the role of world champion to perfection, and even as the injury toll mounted at the end of the year, still came through huge, like in the Kenta match on September 16th. The two big surprises, not that they made the top 10, but from a year ago, are Fit Finlay and Nigel McGuinness. Finlay, at the age of 48, came out of a many-year retirement and hadn't lost a beat. I don't believe anyone at his age had ever fared so well. McGuinness 1 year ago would never have been thought of at that level. Danielson, who at the age of 25 is the youngest wrestler since Rey Mysterio at 22 in 1996, and he was actually 21 most of that year, is going to be out of action until likely April due to a shoulder injury, so it's unlikely that he will be repeating. Matt, guess who won Wrestler of the Most Outstanding Wrestler in the next year? Bryan Danielson. So Dave was wrong there.
I mean,
in fact,
it's not the award that they named after Bryan Danielson, but it could have been.
Yeah, in fact, this year, 2006, is the start of a run where Bryan will win the award 5 straight years. So right. This is the start of a half decade of destruction for the Undertaker here. Feud of the year was back when the Observer loved to mix their mixed martial arts in their peanut butter and their wrestling chocolate. They gave it to Tito Ortiz versus Ken Shamrock. Ring of Honor versus Combat Zone Wrestling finished 2nd. So if you exclude MMA, it was voted as the wrestling feud of the year. LAX versus Styles and Daniels in TNA was actually 4th. Kenta Danielson 7th, which isn't much of a feud. It's more of a 2-match series. Danielson, Nigel McGuinness 8th. Kenta versus Marufuji 9th. Dave wrote in The Observer, ROH vs. CZW was tremendously booked and performed and helped build ROH and drew fans. But you are talking pennies versus $100 bills by comparison to Shamrock and Ortiz. Still, one can look at that program. Are you fuming?
Not fuming. I just think it's hilarious.
Still, one can look at that program as the example of how to do an interpromotional feud that would do business. The key elements were that you had 2 very different fan bases that were both into their version of the product, and you had some great talkers in Jim Cornette and Chris Hero. As a blow-off, the Cage of Death made as good a climax as you can have, as you had so many little stories built in, plus it being held on the ROH court in CZW's most famous gimmick. So, again, you gotta love the little Dave comments. But
listen. ROH versus CZW was a great feud, but did it make as much money as the Super Bowl?
Best feud of the year, the Super Bowl, every year. Tag Team of the Year, Homicide and Hernandez won. This is, ironically, the only award Homicide wins, well, not that I necessarily said he would deserve to win other awards, is for his non-ROH work. Aries and Strong finished 2nd. AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels finished 3rd. Mark and Jay Briscoe finished 5th. Morishima and Muhammad Yoni finished 7th. So I'm just using that to illustrate, Morishima, before he even comes from Ring of Honor, was starting to pick up traction among fans. Hero and Castagnoli, the Kings of Wrestling, in 8th. Dave wrote, what says it all is that of the top 10 teams last year, only 2 remained a team this year, Team 3D and Akuto Hadaka and Minoru Fujita, who were the only repeats. M&M sometimes team now, but the plans for Johnny Nitro are to be a single. LAX won. I'd have picked Aries and Strong, but I wasn't surprised at the outcome. I suspect Aries and Strong versus the Briscoes, which was a top program last year, will continue this year, and both teams will be contenders again if the latter aren't broken up, which has to be him doing a typo, because of those two teams, he's saying the Briscoes are the team he thinks are going to
Yeah,
be broken up.
it was a typo. Yes.
Yeah.
Dave Meltzer would never make a typo, in my opinion.
Most improved, Morishima won it. Nigel McGuinness, I'm getting loopy here, finished third. Jay Briscoe finished fourth. Delirious sixth. Mark Briscoe ninth. Davey Richards 11th. Matt Seidel 14th. Marufuji 17th. CM Punk finished 20th for most improved. Dave wrote, it ended up a two-person race here. Morishima came into his own as the best working young 300-pounder in the business, as expected to be the biggest star in years to come in a sadly dying Japanese pro wrestling industry. Again, how times change. But it is interesting how much people say, like Dave saying earlier that you wouldn't even expected Nigel to be on best overall wrestler a year ago. Like, Nigel was really good in 2005. People maybe just weren't. He didn't maybe have that Danielson showcase match that just grabbed you by the throat.
Yeah, but he also did improve a lot. Like, I have to say, like, I wouldn't scoff at that pick.
Best on interviews, Mick Foley won. Jim Cornette finished fifth. Bryan Danielson finished seventh, the guy who can't talk. And CM Punk finished 12th. So Bryan Danielson, better talker than CM Punk, confirmed. No, I actually put CM Punk as a better talker, but both incredible. Most charismatic, John Cena finished first. Now, the first person to finish place on most charismatic from ROH finished 10th. Who do you think the voters thought was the most charismatic wrestler in all of Ring of Honor?
Oh boy, Samoa Joe?
Colt Cabana finished 10th.
Huh.
Joe finished 11th. DX, I just want to mention that for a second. D-Generation X finished 15th. That'll make sense in a second. CM Punk finished 16th. So Cabana beats Punk. Boy, I must have pissed off. No. Homicide finished 17th. Kenta finished 19th. Dave wrote in the Observer about this award, DX should have at least made the top 10. I mean, Colt Cabana? Not that he isn't charismatic, but ahead of DX, a 7'3" dancing bleach blonde Korean giant, and the Nature Boy? Hogan is too low as well. He wasn't around much this year, but if nothing else, due to absence making the heart grow fonder, his charisma will always be at the top. I just love Colt Cabana, like the poor Colt.
This stuff, when you read this stuff back, it highlights an unlikable side of Dave Meltzer that I didn't always pick up on at the time.
To be fair, maybe I shouldn't lean into the annoying vocal inflections every time I read something like that, where I'm acting like he's outraged. But best technical wrestler, and what Matt alluded to before, this would be the award Bryan Danielson won so much that they named it after him. Bryan Danielson did, in fact, win this year. Chris Benoit finished second. Enjoy the glow of that while you can, buddy. Kenta finished third. Nigel fourth. Roderick Strong eighth. Marufuji ninth. Samoa Joe 10th. Dave Meltzer wrote another landslide, making it 2 years in a row for Danielson. This makes 3 straight years Danielson and Benoit were the top two, even though he missed several months and thus wasn't even close for first. This made 12 of the last 13 years that Chris Benoit finished in the top two in this category. That's a level of consistency as a performer that has to make him an all-time great. Matt, why don't people talk about Chris Benoit as an all-time great anymore?
Yeah, I know. People used to talk about it all the time.
So I wrote a note to myself. This would be the second year of 9 straight years Danielson wins this award. So if you're wondering why they named it after him, if you win an award 9 straight years, chances are Dave's going to name it after you.
All right. I'm starting now.
The Bruiser Brody.
Most charismatic. Trevor, I'm calling my shot. Until I turn 50, I'm winning that award every year.
I always thought about this, and I've mentioned it before, but then I realized this is such a dark humor, such a bad thing. But I thought there was a time where after the first 2 or 3 years or through the years, I was thinking at some point, if like misogyny and homophobia keeps winning our worst thing of the year, should we rename that like the Misogyny on Women Memorial Award for worst thing in Ring of Honor? Because I was like, it's having like a Danielson like streak to start off with, of just dominating that award.
God, yeah, we broke the streak this year. We probably should have picked it still. It still
mean,
really.
you kept the streak going last year with the Jade Chung angle.
Yeah, it's still really bad. So we probably should have
Yeah.
picked it. It probably is worse than the other stuff we picked.
The Bruiser Brody Memorial Award for Best Brawler. Samoa Joe won. Homicide finished third. Necro Butcher finished fourth. Morishima finished fifth. BJ Wimmer finished 12th. Dave wrote, Joe wins for the second straight year after placing second in 2004. I think this was like the last award Samoa Joe would win in The Observer. Best flying
ever?
I think maybe. I did a Wikipedia search the other day. I think I was right about that. I'm not sure.
That's surprising.
Best flying wrestler, Mystico won, AJ Styles second, Jack Evans third, Kenta fourth, Seidel sixth, Marufuji seventh, Mark Briscoe 16th. Dave wrote, Jack Evans was the craziest of all the ones I saw, but it helps being a headliner as opposed to a filler act. Evans will at least get a run on national television with MTV this year, which could help his cause. The days of Wrestling Society acts. Most underrated, Shelton Benjamin. Senshi, a.k.a. Low Key, finished 10th, and he tied with someone, Colt Cabana. Jay Lethal finished 12th. And yeah, so that's the little bit of Ring of Honor people. Promotion of the year, the UFC one. Ring of Honor finished second, so if you go just by wrestling, Ring of Honor was the promotion of the year. Dave wrote, ROH provided a year full of big shows and in-ring matches that it is almost impossible to conceive they will be able to match next year. We'll be the judge of that, but yeah, probably. Worked match of the year, it was Blood Generation versus Do Fixer from the ROH show. Second was Kenta Marufuji from Noah in Japan. Third was Danielson versus Kenta from Glory by Honor. Fourth was Danielson versus Nigel from Unified. Fifth was Joe versus AJ Styles in TNA. Sixth was Kenta versus Low Key, which was technically the end of 2005, but Wrestling Observer Awards at this time had that weird hinky thing where their voting would like include December, would be like cut off in December. So technically this was eligible. The Cage of Death match, our pick, was finished 8th. And the 6-man tag for the 100th show finished 11th. And what else here? There's one more. 17th was Danielson versus Roderick Strong from Chicago Ridge on March 3rd. Dave wrote, with all the great trios matches in history, and it used to be a weekly match of the year level stuff in All Japan during the early 90s, the Do Fixer versus Blood Generation match 2 days before WrestleMania in Chicago became only the second trios match in history to win. The first was the 1984 Freebirds versus Kevin Carey and Mike Von Erich. And I'm going to note, I looked it up, Matt, to this day, those are the only 2 6-man tags to ever win Match of the Year in the Observer Award. In a race that came down to the wire, it beat out Kenta versus Marufuji, which won all the Japanese awards. It's hard to compare the two. To me, had Kenta versus Marufuji taken place on an ROH show, it would have won. Not saying it's better, but for Match of the Year, a singles championship match has an inherent drama that a trios match can't equal. Kenta versus Marufuji were hurt by a crowd that clearly didn't see them due to both being so small as people who should be fighting for the heavyweight title, and they had to win them over. Danielson versus Kenta and Kenta versus Marufuji were entirely different style matches. As an overall presentation, I like the Danielson match slightly better. The Tokyo match was slower in developing and didn't develop that classic feel until late. With Danielson versus Kenta based both on how Danielson worked the match and the atmosphere in New York, it was feeling pretty close to Match of the Year the entire way. The trios match that won was more spectacular and more awesome. I like that. It was more spectacular match and more awesome. It's more the kind of match where it's such a great exhibition you don't want to end, hence the please don't stop chance late in the match. I could see it winning and knew it would place high, but the great single showdowns always do better when you look back at things. Ring of Honor ended up with 5 matches in the top 10 as compared with 1 last year, which won Match of the Year. Kenta having 4 top 10 matches and Danielson having 3 coincide with them as the top 2 for most outstanding. Best non-wrestler, Cornette won. Prince Nana finished 8th, and Julius Smokes finished 14th. Best wrestling show of the year, Glory by Honor 5 Night 2 won the award. Supercard of Honor finished 3rd. Better Than Our Best finished 6th. Unified finished 7th. Death Before Dishonor 4 finished 14th. And the 100th show finished 21st. Best Booker, Gabe Sapolsky won. Dave wrote, second straight big win for Sapolsky. And I will say this was actually his 3rd straight win. Dave got that wrong. And the 3rd of 4 consecutive wins for Gabe of this award. Promoter of the Year, Dana White won. Kerry Silkin finished 3rd. Above Vince McMahon, I'll tell you. And then quickly, we're going to go to the PW Torch Reader Poll Awards. They did reader voting by online poll. The MVP of the year was Edge with 37%. Joe finished second with 17%. Danielson finished sixth with 6%. Homicide finished 10th with 1% of the vote. Best Wrestler, Joe had 24%. He won. Danielson finished third with 16%. Kenta, ninth with 2%. AJ Styles, 10th, 2%. Best Heel, Edge won. Danielson finished third. This is crazy. Okay, best heel. Edge wins with 69% of the vote. King Booker finished second with 7%. Bryan Danielson finished third with 3%. Chris Hero finished sixth with 2%. That's a hell of a drop-off.
Yeah, wow.
Best babyface, John Cena first, 25%. Samoa Joe finished third with 12%. And then Wade Keller had a couple comments when he gave out his personal awards. He gave out his personal number one babyface spot to John Cena, and he wrote, in so many ways, Homicide was actually better than Cena in the ring and on the mic as a top babyface in ROH. What? We are big fans of Homicide here on Through the Years. His mic skills are not one of the things you prize for him. Certainly not over John Cena.
He projects a character well. I guess I'll say that. But no, John Cena is a better promo. Better promo than Homicide. I'm just gonna say it, yeah.
Wade also would write, Ring of Honor, despite being seen by a fraction of even PW Torch readers, made great showings in many categories, but a curious ROH virgin wouldn't be tempted to order ROH DVDs based on their reputation for producing promos. No ROH wrestlers made the top 10 for best promos, and only Nigel McGuinness made a list of any PW Torch staffers. If ROH could get their mics working well enough that you could consistently understand in-ring promos by wrestler, that could be an added element to DVDs that would encourage buys.
Honestly, that's fair.
Fair. I've heard from a number of non-ROH fanatics who tried the product that the quality of the mic work really turned them off. And then we'll go next to they did best match, but they split by promotion, like complete cowards. So ROH got its own best match section, and the readers voted Blood Generation versus Do Fixer won it with 24%. Then Danielson versus Kenta got 19%. Danielson versus McGuinness from Unified, 11%. Team ROH versus Team ZZW, Cage of Death, 9%. Danielson versus Joe, Fight of the Century, the 1 hour draw, finished 5th with 7%. Best Feud, Cena versus Edge, won with 48%. CZW versus ROH finished 4th with 9%. Danielson versus McGuinness finished somewhere in there. I don't know. Briscoe's Aries is strong. Danielson versus Joe were in there. We're getting through this. Tag Team of the Year, LAX won. Styles and Daniels third. Aries is strong fourth. Mark and Jay Briscoe was an all runner-up. And finally, Rising Star, Mr. Kennedy won. And CM Punk finished third.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Kennedy.
Homicide finished seventh. Davey Richards eighth. So, yeah, CM Punk, 2 behind Mr. Kennedy. Okay, one last thing to do, and that's to preview 2007 Ring of Honor briefly.
Okay.
I hope you guys will join us.
Okay, Trevor. Okay, fine.
I hope you guys will join us for 2007 Ring of Honor. When people think about what the peak of Ring of Honor is, I think people have slightly different picks, but I think everyone would agree 05 and 06 are in it. I think most people would include some form of 04 and 07, but for me, the peak has always been the middle of 2004, which was the Reborn stuff, into somewhere in 2007. Is that the end of 2007, the middle of 2007? Matt, I don't know. We'll find out. Ring of Honor drops in 2007 from 42 shows in 2006 to 39 shows in 2007. So we'll be doing very slightly less. So it'll only take us 8 years instead of 9.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to talk about a preview of things that happen, I will just quickly run down some things I thought of. Huge exodus of talent, including Jimmy Rave, Colt Cabana, Christopher Daniels, Homicide, and yes, Samoa Joe. The run of Takeshi Morishima, his epic feud with Bryan Danielson. The rise of El Generico and Kevin Steen, including ROH's first ever ladder match. The returns of Jack Evans and Necro Butcher. Mitsuharu Misawa comes to Ring of Honor. Nigel McGuinness becomes world champ. Faction Warfare, the infamous Faction Warfare. The Age of the Fall with speaking of infamous, the infamous Jimmy Jacobs blood dripping promo. ROH returns to the UK and goes to Japan for the first time. All that, and for the first time in its history, ROH goes to pay-per-view. We will be reviewing the ROH pay-per-views that were filmed out of order, that we'll have to figure out how to do that. Matt, do you have any thoughts about 2007?
Yeah, listen, if you think that 2006 was some peak and then 2007's like an afterthought, hold on to your hats, everybody. No, 2007 is a heck of a year. A lot of criticism comes its way, but I think that my recollection is that in the ring, it touches any year in ROH history. And I will say that my recollection is it takes a little while to get going. Maybe we get a little bit of the kind of after effects of the weird period that we just finished reviewing, and maybe there's a little bit of a drag going into the year, maybe a little bit of a hangover, you might put it. But within a couple months, there's going to be some exciting stuff, and I think that you're going to see more shows like the one that we just reviewed where wrestlers are really giving their all up and down the card to steal the show, and I think that's going to make for some entertaining viewing. And the thing that I am looking most forward to reliving is the rise of, like you said, Steen Erico, because I think that they inject a whole lot of life into ROH that was sorely needed, and I am very much looking forward to that.
That your recollection of what's going to be good and bad coming up has pretty much never ran us wrong, so that is highly encouraging. That brings us to plugs. Through the years at gmail.com, THROH for through. On Twitter, at Trevor Dame, at Mayor MGF. If you like the show, tell a friend who you think might like it. We just gave you 5 goddamn hours. We ironically missed a Ring of Honor paper. We ironically missed a Ring of Honor pay-per-view to record about a Ring of Honor thing for you. So please, we work hard for you in no air conditioning. We love you. Please love us back.
Love us
and
back.
So next time on the show, 2007 begins, and it all starts with a show called Dedicated. The Briscoes versus Strong and Aries in a 2-out-3 falls match. Homicide makes his first defense of the ROH World title against Chris Hero. Samoa Joe wrestles Nigel McGuinness. Matt says the show is not good, but man, that looks good on paper.
I didn't say not good. I didn't say not good. Let's hold the phone.
We'll see what happens, and we'll see that coming up after we recover from this show, which will be roughly 3 years' time. So until then, until next time, have a good time. Have a great time.